Illustration: Lord John Russell, From Trevelyan's Garibaldi and the Making of Italy. Ephraim Douglass Adams. Great Britain and the American Civil War. 2 volumes bound as one. Preface. This work was begun many years ago. In 1908, I read in the British Museum many newspapers and journals for the years 1860–1865, and then planned a survey of English public opinion on the American Civil War. In the succeeding years, as a teacher at Stanford University, California, the published diplomatic correspondence of Great Britain and of the United States were studied in connection with instruction given in the field of British-American relations. Several of my students prepared excellent theses on special topics, and these have been acknowledged where used in this work. Many distractions and other writing prevented the completion of my original plan. And fortunately, for when in 1913 I had at last begun this work and had prepared 3 chapters, a letter was received from the late Charles Francis Adams inviting me to collaborate with him in preparing a life of his father, the Charles Francis Adams who was American minister to Great Britain during the Civil War. Mr. Adams had recently returned from England, where he had given at Oxford University a series of lectures on the Civil War, and had been so fortunate as to obtain copies, made under the scholarly supervision of Mr. Worthington C. Ford, of a great mass of correspondence from the Foreign Office, files in the Public Record Office, and from the private papers in the possession of various families. The first half of the year 1914 was spent with Mr. Adams at Washington and at South Lincoln in preparing the life. 2 volumes were completed, the first by Mr. Adams carrying the story to 1848, the second by myself for the period 1848 to 1860. For the 3rd volume, one analyzed and organized the new materials obtained in England, and we were about to begin actual collaboration on the most vital period of the life, when Mr. Adams died, and the work was indefinitely suspended, probably wisely, since any completion of the life by me would have lacked that individual charm in historical writing so markedly characteristic of all that Mr. Adams did. The half year spent with Mr. Adams was an inspiration and constitutes a precious memory. The Great War interrupted my own historical work, but in 1920 I returned to the original plan of a work on Great Britain and the American Civil War, in the hope that the English materials obtained by Mr. Adams might be made available to me. When copies were secured by Mr. Adams in 1913, a restriction had been imposed by the Foreign Office to the effect that Weil studied for information. Citations and quotations were not permissible since the general diplomatic archives were not yet open to students beyond the year 1859. Through my friend Sir Charles Lucas, the whole matter was again presented to the Foreign Office, with an exact statement that the new request was in no way related to the proposed life of Charles Francis Adams, but was for my own use of the materials. Lord Curzon, then Foreign Secretary, graciously approved the request, but with the usual condition that my manuscript be submitted before publication to the Foreign Office. This has now been done, and no single citation censored. Before this work will have appeared, the limitation hitherto imposed on diplomatic correspondence will have been removed, and the date for open research have been advanced beyond 1865, the end of the Civil War. Similar explanations of my purpose and proposed work were made through my friend Mr. Francis W. Hurst to the owners of various private papers, and prompt approval given. In 1924, I came to England for further study of some of these private papers. The Russell papers, transmitted to the Public Record Office in 1914 and there preserved, were used through the courtesy of the executors of the late Hon. Rollo Russell, and with the hearty goodwill of Lady Agatha Russell, daughter of the late Earl Russell, the only living representative of her father, Mr. Rollo Russell, his son, having died in 1914. The Lyon papers, preserved in the muniment room at Old Norfolk House, were used through the courtesy of the Duchess of Norfolk, who now represents her son, who is a minor. The Gladstone papers, preserved at Hawarden Castle, were used through the courtesy of the Gladstone trustees. The few citations from the Palmerston papers, preserved at Broadlands, were approved by Lute, Colonel Wilfred Ashley, MP. The opportunity to study these private papers has been invaluable for my work. Shortly after returning from England in 1913, Mr. Worthington Ford well said, "The inside history of diplomatic relations between the United States and Great Britain may be surmised from the official archives. The tinting and shading needed to complete the picture must be sought elsewhere." Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings, Roman 46, p. 478. Mr. C. F. Adams declared Ibid, Roman 47, p. 54, that without these papers, the character of English diplomacy at that time, 1860-1865, cannot be understood. It would appear that the commonly entertained impressions as to certain phases of international relations and the proceedings and utterances of English public men during the progress of the War of Secession must be to some extent revised. In addition to the new English materials, I have been fortunate in the generosity of my colleague at Stanford University, Professor Frank A. Golder, who has given to me transcripts, obtained at St. Petersburg in 1914, of all Russian diplomatic correspondence on the Civil War. Many friends have aided, by suggestion or by permitting the use of notes and manuscripts, in the preparation of this work. I have sought to make due acknowledgement for such aid in my footnotes. But in addition to those already named, I should here particularly note the courtesy of the late Mr. Gaylord Hunt for facilities given in the State Department at Washington, of Mr. Herbert Putnam, Librarian of Congress, for the transcript of the correspondence of Mason and Slidell, Confederate Commissioners in Europe, and of Mr. Charles Moore, Chief of Manuscripts Division, Library of Congress, for the use of the Schurz papers containing copies of the dispatches of Schladen, Minister of the Republic of Bremen at Washington during the Civil War. Especially thanks are due to my friend, Mr. Herbert Hoover, for his early interest in this work and for his generous aid in the making of transcripts which would otherwise have been beyond my means. And, finally, I owe much to the skill and care of my wife, who made the entire typescript for the press, and whose criticisms were invaluable. It is no purpose of a preface to indicate results, but it is my hope that with, I trust, a calm comparison of the evidence, now for the first time available to the historian, a fairly true estimate may be made of what the American Civil War meant to Great Britain, how she regarded it, and how she reacted to it. In brief, my work is primarily a study in British history in the belief that the American drama had a world significance, and peculiarly a British one. Ephraim Douglass Adams. November 25, 1924. Contents of Volume 1. Chapter P. I Backgrounds 1 Roman 2, First Knowledge of Impending Conflict 1860-61, 35 Roman 3, The Development of a Policy May 1861, 76 Roman 4, British Suspicion of Seward 113 v, The Declaration of Paris Negotiation 137 Roman 6, Bull Run, Consul Bunch, Cotton and Mercier 172 Roman 7, The Trent 203 Roman 8, The Blockade 244 Roman 9, Enter Mr. Lindsay 274. List of illustrations. Part 1. Lord John Russell. Frontispiece from Trevelyan's Garibaldi and the Making of Italy. Lord Lyon, 1860. Facing P. 42 from Lord Newton's Life of Lord Lyon, Edward Arnold and Co. Sir William Gregory, KCMG. From Lady Gregory's Sir William Gregory KCMG, an autobiography, John Murray. William Henry Seward. From Lord Newton's Life of Lord Lyon, Edward Arnold and Co. C.F. Adams. From a photograph in the United States Embassy, London. James M. Mason. From a photograph by L.C. Handy, Washington. King Cotton Bound. Reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. Great Britain and the American Civil War. Chapter 1. Backgrounds. In 1862, less than a year after he had assumed his post in London, the American minister, Charles Francis Adams, at a time of depression and bitterness, wrote to Secretary of State Seward that Great Britain did, in the most terrible moment of our domestic trial, in struggling with a monstrous social evil, she had earnestly professed to abhor, coldly and at once assume our inability to master it, and then become the only foreign nation steadily contributing in every indirect way possible to verify its judgment, will probably be the verdict made against her by posterity, on calm comparison of the evidence. Very different were the views of Englishmen. The historian, George Grote, could write, "The perfect neutrality in this destructive war appears to me almost a phenomenon in political history. No such forbearance has been shown during the political history of the last 2 centuries. It is the single case in which the English government and public generally, so meddlesome, have displayed most prudent and commendable forbearance in spite of great temptations to the contrary." And Sir William Harcourt, in September 1863, declared, "Among all Lord Russell's many titles to fame and to public gratitude, the manner in which he has steered the vessel of state through the Scylla and Charybdis of the American war will, I think, always stand conspicuous." Minister Adams, in the later years of the Civil War, saw reason somewhat to modify his earlier judgment, but his indictment of Great Britain was long prevalent in America, as, indeed, it was also among the historians and writers of continental Europe, notably those of France and Russia. To what extent was this dictum justified? Did Great Britain, in spite of her long years of championship of personal freedom and of leadership in the cause of anti-slavery, seize upon the opportunity offered in the disruption of the American Union, and forgetting humanitarian idealisms, react only to selfish motives of commercial advantage and national power? In brief, how is the American Civil War to be depicted by historians of Great Britain, recording her attitude and action in both foreign and domestic policy, and revealing the principles of her statesmen or the inspirations of her people? It was to answer this question that the present work was originally undertaken, but as investigation proceeded it became progressively more clear that the great crisis in America was almost equally a crisis in the domestic history of Great Britain itself, and that unless this were fully appreciated, no just estimate was possible of British policy toward America. Still more, it became evident that the American Civil War, as seen through British spectacles, could not be understood if regarded as an isolated and unique situation, but that the conditions preceding that situation, some of them lying far back in the relations of the two nations, had a vital bearing on British policy and opinion when the crisis arose. No expanded examination of these preceding conditions is here possible, but it is to a summary analysis of them that this first chapter is devoted. On the American War for separation from the mother country, it is unnecessary to dilate, though it should always be remembered that both during the war and afterwards there existed a minority in Great Britain strongly sympathetic with the political ideals proclaimed in America, regarding those ideals, indeed, as something to be striven for in Britain itself, and the conflict with America as, in a measure, a conflict in home politics. But independence once acknowledged by the Treaty of Peace of 1783, the relations between the mother country and the newly created United States of America rapidly tended to adjust themselves to lines of contact customary between Great Britain and any other sovereign state. Such contacts, fixing national attitude and policy, ordinarily occur on 3 main lines: governmental, determined by officials in authority in either state whose duty it is to secure the greatest advantage in power and prosperity for the state; commercial, resulting, primarily, from the interchange of goods and the business opportunities of either nation in the other's territory, or from their rivalry in foreign trade; idealistic, the result of comparative development, especially in those ideals of political structure which determine the nature of the state and the form of its government. The more obvious of these contacts is the governmental, since the attitude of a people is judged by the formal action of its government, and, indeed, in all 3 lines of contact, the government of a state is directly concerned and frequently active. But it may be of service to a clearer appreciation of British attitude and policy before 1860, if the intermingling of elements required by a strict chronological account of relations is here replaced by a separate review of each of the 3 main lines of contact. Once independence had been yielded to the American colonies, the interest of the British government rapidly waned in affairs American. True, there still remained the valued establishments in the West Indies and the less considered British possessions on the continent to the north of the United States. Meanwhile, there were occasional frictions with America arising from uncertain claims drawn from the former colonial privileges of the new state, or from boundary contentions not settled in the Treaty of Peace. Thus, the use of the Newfoundland fisheries furnished ground for an acrimonious controversy lasting even into the 20th century, and occasionally rising to the danger point. Boundary disputes dragged along through official argument, survey commissions, arbitration, to final settlement. As in the case of the northern limits of the state of Maine, fixed at last by the Treaty of Washington of 1842, and then on lines fair to both sides at any time in the 40 years of legal bickering. Very early, in 1817, an agreement creditable to the wisdom and pacific intentions of both countries was reached establishing small and equal naval armaments on the Great Lakes. The British fear of an American attack on Canada proved groundless as time went on, and was definitely set at rest by the strict curb placed by the American government upon the restless activities of such of its citizens as sympathized with the followers of Mackenzie and Papineau in the Canadian Rebellion of 1837. None of these governmental contacts affected greatly the British policy toward America. But the War of 1812, as it is termed in the United States, Mr. Madison's War, as it was derisively named by Tory contemporaries in Great Britain, arose from serious policies in which the respective governments were in definite opposition. Briefly, this was a clash between belligerent and neutral interests. Britain, fighting at first for the preservation of Europe against the spread of French revolutionary influence, later against the Napoleonic plan of empire, held the seas in her grasp and exercised with vigor all the accustomed rights of a naval belligerent. Of necessity, from her point of view, and as always in the case of the dominant naval belligerent, she stretched principles of international law to their utmost interpretation to secure her victory in war. America, soon the only maritime neutral of importance, and profiting greatly by her neutrality, contested point by point the issue of exceeded belligerent right as established in international law. America did more. She advanced new rules and theories of belligerent and neutral right respectively, and demanded that the belligerents accede to them. Dispute arose over blockades, contraband, the British rule of 1756, which would have forbidden American trade with French colonies in wartime, since such trade was prohibited by France herself in time of peace. But first and foremost, as touching the personal sensibilities and patriotism of both countries, was the British exercise of a right of search and seizure to recover British sailors. Moreover, this asserted right brought into clear view definitely opposed theories as to citizenship. Great Britain claimed that a man once born a British subject could never cease to be a subject, could never alienate his duty. It was her practice to fill up her navy, in part at least, by the impressment of her sailor folk, taking them whenever needed, and wherever found in her own coast towns, or from the decks of her own mercantile marine. But many British sailors sought security from such impressment by desertion in American ports, or were tempted to desert to American merchant ships by the high pay obtainable in the rapidly expanding United States merchant marine. Many became by naturalization citizens of the United States, and it was the duty of America to defend them as such in their lives and business. America ultimately came to hold, in short, that expatriation was accomplished from Great Britain when American citizenship was conferred. On shore they were safe, for Britain did not attempt to reclaim her subjects from the soil of another nation. But she denied that the American flag on merchant vessels at sea gave like security, and she asserted a naval right to search such vessels in time of peace, professing her complete acquiescence in a like right to the American Navy over British merchant vessels, a concession refused by America, and of no practical value since no American citizen sought service in the British merchant marine. This right of search controversy involved, then, two basic points of opposition between the two governments. First, America contested the British theory of once a citizen, always a citizen. Second, America denied any right whatever to a foreign naval vessel in time of peace to stop and search a vessel lawfully flying the American flag. The right of search in time of war, that is, a belligerent right of search, America never denied, but there was both then and later much public confusion in both countries as to the question at issue since, once at war, Great Britain frequently exercised a legal belligerent right of search and followed it up by the seizure of sailors alleged to be British subjects. nor were British naval captains especially careful to make sure that no American-born sailors were included in their impressment seizures. And as the account spread of victim after victim, the American irritation steadily increased. True, France was also an offender, but as the weaker naval power, her offense was lost sight of in view of the, literally, thousands of bona fide Americans seized by Great Britain. Here, then, was a third cause of irritation connected with impressment, though not a point of governmental dispute as to right, for Great Britain professed her earnest desire to restore promptly any American-born sailors whom her naval officers had seized through error. In fact, many such sailors were soon liberated, but a large number either continued to serve on British ships or to languish in British prisons until the end of the Napoleonic Wars. There were other, possibly greater, causes of the War of 1812, most of them arising out of the conflicting interests of the chief maritime neutral and the chief naval belligerent. The Pacific presidential administration of Jefferson sought by trade restrictions, using embargo and non-intercourse acts, to bring pressure on both England and France, hoping to force a better treatment of neutrals. The United States, divided in sympathy between the belligerents, came near to disorder and disruption at home over the question of foreign policy. But through all American factions, there ran the feeling of growing animosity to Great Britain because of impressment. At last, war was declared by America in 1812, and though at the moment bitterly opposed by one section, New England, that war later came to be regarded as of great national value as one of the factors which welded the discordant states into a national unity. Naturally also, the war once ended, its commercial causes were quickly forgotten, whereas the individual, personal offense involved in impressment and right of search, with its insult to national pride, became a patriotic theme for politicians and for the press. To deny, in fact, a British right of search became a national point of honor, upon which no American statesman would have dared to yield to British overtures. In American eyes, the War of 1812 appears as a second war of independence, and also as of international importance in contesting an unjust use by Britain of her control of the seas. Also, it is to be remembered that no other war of importance was fought by America until the Mexican War of 1846, and militant patriotism was thus centered on the two wars fought against Great Britain. The contemporary British view was that of a nation involved in a life-and-death struggle with a great European enemy, irritated by what seemed captious claims, developed to war by a minor power. To be sure, there were a few obstinate Tories in Britain who saw in the war the opportunity of smashing at one blow Napoleon's dream of empire and the American democratic system. The London Times urged the government to finish with Mr. Bonaparte and then deal with Mr. Madison and democracy, arguing that it should be England's object to subvert the whole system of the Jeffersonian school. But this was not the purpose of the British government, nor would such a purpose have been tolerated by the small but vigorous Whig minority in Parliament. The Peace of 1814, signed at Ghent, merely declared an end of the war, quietly ignoring all the alleged causes of the conflict. Impressment was not mentioned, but it was never again resorted to by Great Britain upon American ships. But the principle of right of search in time of peace, though for another object than impressment, was soon again asserted by Great Britain, and for 40 years was a cause of constant irritation and a source of danger in the relations of the two countries. Stirred by philanthropic emotion, Great Britain entered upon a world crusade for the suppression of the African slave trade. All nations in principle repudiated that trade, and Britain made treaties with various maritime powers, giving mutual right of search to the naval vessels of each upon the other's merchant vessels. The African slave trade was in fact outlawed for the flags of all nations. But America, smarting under the memory of impressment injuries, and maintaining in any case the doctrine that in time of peace the national flag protected a vessel from interference or search by the naval vessels of any other power, refused to sign mutual right of search treaties, and denied, absolutely, such a right for any cause whatever to Great Britain or to any other nation. Being refused a treaty, Britain merely renewed her assertion of the right and continued to exercise it. Thus, the right of search in time of peace controversy was not ended with the War of 1812, but remained a constant sore in national relations, for Britain alone used her navy with energy to suppress the slave trade, and the slave traders of all nations sought refuge when approached by a British naval vessel under the protection of the American flag. If Britain respected the flag and sheered off from search, how could she stop the trade? If she ignored the flag and on boarding found an innocent American vessel engaged in legal trade, there resulted claims for damages by detention of voyage and demands by the American government for apology and reparation. The real slave trader, seized under the American flag, never protested to the United States, nor claimed American citizenship, for his punishment in American law for engaging in the slave trade was death, while under the law of any other nation it did not exceed imprisonment, fine, and loss of his vessel. Summed up in terms of governmental attitude, the British contention was that here was a great international humanitarian object, frustrated by an absurd American sensitiveness on a point of honor about the flag. After 15 years of dispute, Great Britain offered to abandon any claim to a right of search, contenting herself with a right of visit, merely to verify a vessel's right to fly the American flag. America asserted this to be mere pretense, involving no renunciation of a practice whose legality she denied. In 1842, in the treaty settling the main boundary controversy, the 8th article sought a method of escape. Joint cruising squadrons were provided for the coast of Africa, the British to search all suspected vessels except those flying the American flag, and these to be searched by the American squadron. At once, President Tyler notified Congress that Great Britain had renounced the right of search. Immediately in Parliament, a clamor was raised against the government for the sacrifice of a British right at sea, and Lord Aberdeen promptly made official disclaimer of such surrender. Thus, heritage of the War of 1812 right of search in time of peace was a steady irritant. America doubted somewhat the honesty of Great Britain, appreciating in part the humanitarian purpose, but suspicious of an ulterior will to rule the seas. After 1830, no American political leader would have dared to yield the right of search. Great Britain, for her part, viewing the expansion of domestic slavery in the United States, came gradually to attribute the American contention, not to patriotic pride, but to the selfish business interests of the slave-holding states. In the end, in 1858, with a waning British enthusiasm for the cause of slave trade suppression, and with recognition that America had become a great world power, Britain yielded her claim to right of search or visit, save when established by treaty. 4 years later, in 1862, it may well have seemed to British statesmen that American slavery had indeed been the basic cause of America's attitude. For in that year a treaty was signed by the two nations, giving mutual right of search for the suppression of the African slave trade. In fact, however, this was but an effort by Seward, Secretary of State for the North, to influence British and European opinion against the seceding slave states of the South. The right of search controversy was, in truth, ended when American power reached a point where the British government must take it seriously into account as a factor in general world policy. That power had been steadily and rapidly advancing since 1814. From almost the first moment of established independence, American statesmen visualized the separation of the interests of the Western continent from those of Europe, and planned for American leadership in this new world. Washington, the first president, emphasized in his farewell address the danger of entangling alliances with Europe. For long the nations of Europe, immersed in continental wars, put aside their rivalries in this new world. Britain, for a time, neglected colonial expansion westward. But in 1823, in an emergency of European origin when France, commissioned by the great powers of continental Europe, intervened in Spain to restore the deposed Bourbon monarchy, and seemed about to intervene in Spanish America to restore to Spain her revolted colonies, there developed in Great Britain a policy, seemingly about to draw America and England into closer cooperation. Canning, for Britain, proposed to America a joint declaration against French intervention in the Americas. His argument was against the principle of intervention. His immediate motive was a fear of French colonial expansion. But his ultimate object was inheritance by Britain of Spain's dying influence and position in the New World. Canning's overture was earnestly considered in America. The ex-presidents, Jefferson and Madison, recommended its acceptance, but the Secretary of State, John Quincy Adams, opposed this, favoring rather a separate declaration by the United States, and of this opinion was also President Monroe. Thus arose the Monroe Doctrine, announcing American opposition to the principle of intervention, and declaring that the American continents were no longer to be regarded as open to further colonization by European nations. The British emergency situation with France, though already quieted, caused Monroe's message to be greeted in England with high approval. But Canning did not so approve it, for he saw clearly that the Monroe Doctrine was a challenge not merely to continental Europe, but to England as well, and he set himself to thwart this threatening American policy. Had Canning's policy been followed by later British statesmen, there would have resulted a serious clash with the United States. In fact, the Monroe Doctrine, imposing on Europe a self-denying policy of non-colonial expansion toward the West, provided for the United States the medium, if she wished to use it, for her own expansion in territory and in influence. But for a time, there was no need of additional territory, for that already hers stretched from the Atlantic to the Rocky Mountains, 2/3 of the way from ocean to ocean. Her population was growing fast. But 4 millions at the time of the Revolution, there were 13 millions in 1830, and of these nearly a third were already across the Appalachian Range, and were constantly pressing on towards new lands in the South and West. The Monroe Doctrine was the first definite notice given to Europe of America's preconceived destiny. But the earlier realization of that destiny took place on lines of expansion within her own boundaries. To this there could be no governmental objection, whether by Great Britain or any other nation. But when in the decade 1840 to 1850, the United States, to the view of British statesmen, suddenly startled the world by entering upon a policy of further territorial expansion. Forsaking her peaceful progress and turning toward war, there was a quick determination on a line of British policy as regards the American advance. The first intimation of the new American policy came in relation to the state of Texas, which had revolted from Mexico in 1836, and whose independence had been generally recognized by 1842. To this new state, Britain sent diplomatic and consular agents, and these reported two factions among the people: one seeking admission to the American Union, one desiring the maintenance of independence. In 1840, one Aberdeen had sent Lord Ashburton to America with instructions to secure, if possible, a settlement of all matters in dispute. Here was a genuine British effort to escape from national irritations. But before the Treaty of 1842 was signed, even while it was in the earlier stages of negotiation, the British government saw, with alarm, quite new questions arising, preventing, to its view, that harmonious relation with the United States the desire for which had led to the Ashburton mission. This new development was the appearance of an American fever for territorial expansion, turning first toward Texas, but soon voiced as a manifest destiny, which should carry American power and institutions to the Pacific and even into Central America. Among these institutions was that of slavery, detested by the public of Great Britain, yet a delicate matter for governmental consideration, since the great cotton manufacturing interests drew the bulk of their supplies of raw cotton from the slave-holding states of America. If Texas, herself a cotton state, should join the United States, dependence upon slave-grown cotton would be intensified. Also, Texas, once acquired, what was there to prevent further American exploitation, followed by slave expansion into Mexico, where for long British influence had been dominant? On the fate of Texas, therefore, centered for a time the whole British policy toward America. Pakenham, the British minister to Mexico, urged a British pressure on Mexico to forego her plans of reconquering Texas, and strong British efforts to encourage Texas in maintaining her independence. His theory foreshadowed a powerful buffer Anglo-Saxon state, prohibiting American advance to the southwest, releasing Britain from dependence on American cotton, and ultimately, he hoped, leading Texas to abolish slavery, not yet so rooted as to be ineradicable. This policy was approved by the British government. Pakenham was sent to Washington to watch events. Achargay Elliot was dispatched to Texas, and from London lines were cast to draw France into the plan and to force the acquiescence of Mexico. In this brief account of main lines of governmental contacts, it is unnecessary to recite the details of the diplomatic conflict, for such it became, with sharp antagonisms manifested on both sides. The basic fact was that America was bent upon territorial expansion, and that Great Britain set herself to thwart this ambition, but not to the point of war. Aberdeen was so incautious at one moment as to propose to France and Mexico a triple guarantee of the independence of Texas, if that state would acquiesce, but when Pakenham notified him that in this case, Britain must clearly understand that war with America was not merely possible, but probable, Aberdeen hastened to withdraw the plan of guarantee, fortunately not yet approved by Mexico. The solution of this diplomatic contest thus rested with Texas. Did she wish annexation to the United States, or did she prefer independence? Eliot, in Texas, hoped to the last moment that Texas would choose independence and British favor. But the people of the new state were largely emigrants from the United States, and a majority of them wished to re-enter the Union, a step finally accomplished in 1846 after 10 years of separate existence as a republic. The part played by the British government in this whole episode was not a fortunate one. It is the duty of governments to watch over the interests of their subjects and to guard the prestige and power of the state. Great Britain had a perfect right to take whatever steps she chose to take in regard to Texas, but the steps taken appeared to Americans to be based upon a policy antagonistic to the American expansion policy of the moment. The government of Great Britain appeared, indeed, to have adopted a policy of preventing the development of the power of the United States. Then, fronted with war, she had meekly withdrawn. The basic British public feeling, fixing the limits of governmental policy, of never again being drawn into war with America, not because of fear, but because of important trade relations and also because of essential liking and admiration, in spite of surface antagonisms, was not appreciated in America. Lord Aberdeen, indeed, and others in governmental circles, pleaded that the support of Texan independence was in reality perfectly in harmony with the best interests of the United States, since it would have tended toward the limitation of American slavery. And in the matter of national power, they consoled themselves with prophecies that the American Union, now so swollen in size, must inevitably split into two, perhaps three, rival empires, a slave-holding one in the South, free nations in North and West. The fate of Texas sealed, Britain soon definitely abandoned all opposition to American expansion unless it were to be attempted northwards, though prophesying evil for the American madness. Mexico, relying on past favors, and because of a sharp controversy between the United States and Great Britain over the Oregon Territory, expected British aid in her War of 1846 against America. But she was sharply warned that such aid would not be given, and the Oregon dispute was settled in the Anglo-Saxon fashion of vigorous legal argument, followed by a fair compromise. The Mexican War resulted in the acquisition of California by the United States. British agents in this province of Mexico and British admirals on the Pacific were cautioned to take no active steps in opposition. Thus, British policy, after Texan annexation, offered no barrier to American expansion, and much to British relief, the fear of the extension of the American plans to Mexico and Central America was not realized. The United States was soon plunged, as British statesmen had prophesied, into internal conflict over the question whether the newly acquired territories should be slave or free. The acquisition of California brought up a new problem of quick transit between Atlantic and Pacific, and a canal was planned across Central America. Here Britain and America acted together, at first in amity, though the convention signed in 1850 later developed discord as to the British claim of a protectorate over the Atlantic end of the proposed canal at San Juan del Nicaragua. But Britain was again at war in Europe in the middle 50s, and America was deep in quarrel over slavery at home. On both sides, in spite of much diplomatic intrigue and of manifestations of national pride, there was governmental desire to avoid difficulties. At the end of the 10-year period, Britain ceded to Nicaragua her protectorate in the Canal Zone, and all causes of friction, so reported President Buchanan to Congress in 1860, were happily removed. Britain definitely altered her policy of opposition to the growth of American power. In 1860, then, the causes of governmental antagonisms were seemingly all at an end. Impressment was not used after 1814. The differing theories of the two governments on British expatriation still remained, but Britain attempted no practical application of her view. The right of search in time of peace controversy, first eased by the plan of joint cruising, had been definitely settled by the British renunciation of 1858. Opposition to American territorial advance, but briefly manifested by Britain, had ended with the annexation of Texas, and the fever of expansion had waned in America. Minor disputes in Central America, related to the proposed canal, were amicably adjusted. But differences between nations, varying viewpoints of peoples, frequently have deeper currents than the more obvious frictions in governmental act or policy, nor can governments themselves fail to react to such less evident causes. It is necessary to review the commercial relations of the two nations later to examine their political ideals. In 1783, America won her independence in government from a colonial status. But commercially, she remained a British colony, yet with a difference. She had formed a part of the British colonial system. All her normal trade was with the mother country or with other British colonies. Now her privileges in such trade were at an end, and she must seek as a favor that which had formerly been hers as a member of the British Empire. The direct trade between England and America was easily and quickly resumed, for the commercial classes of both nations desired it and profited by it. But the British colonial system prohibited trade between a foreign state and British colonies, and there was one channel of trade, to and from the British West Indies, long very profitable to both sides during colonial times, but now legally hampered by American independence. The New England states had lumber, fish, and farm products desired by the West Indian planters, and these in turn offered needed sugar, molasses, and rum. Both parties desired to restore the trade, and in spite of the legal restrictions of the colonial system, the trade was in fact resumed in part and either permitted or winked at by the British government, but never to the advantageous exchange of former times. The acute stage of controversy over West Indian trade was not reached until some 30 years after American independence, but the uncertainty of such trade during a long period, in which a portion of it consisted in unauthorized and unregulated exchange, was a constant irritant to all parties concerned. Meanwhile, there came the War of 1812, with its preliminary check upon direct trade to and from Great Britain, and its final total prohibition of intercourse during the war itself. In 1800, the bulk of American importation of manufactures still came from Great Britain. In the contest over neutral rights and theories, Jefferson attempted to bring pressure on the belligerents, and especially on England, by restriction of imports. First came a Non-Importation Act, 1806, followed by an embargo on exports, 1807, but these were so unpopular in the commercial states of New England that they were withdrawn in 1810. Yet for a short time only, for Napoleon tricked the United States into believing that France had yielded to American contentions on neutral rights, and in 1811 non-intercourse was proclaimed again with England alone. On June 18, 1812, America finally declared war and trade, stopped save in a few New England ports where rebellious citizens continued to sell provisions to a blockading British naval squadron. For 8 years after 1806, then, trade with Great Britain had steadily decreased, finally almost to extinction during the war. But America required certain articles customarily imported, and necessity now forced her to develop her own manufactures. New England had been the center of American foreign commerce, but now there began a trend toward manufacturing enterprise. Even in 1814, however, at the end of the war, it was still thought in the United States that under normal conditions manufactured goods would again be imported, and the general cry of protection for home industries was as yet unvoiced. Nevertheless, a group of infant industries had in fact been started and clamored for defense now that peace was restored. This situation was not unnoticed in Great Britain, where merchants, piling up goods in anticipation of peace on the continent of Europe and a restored market, suddenly discovered that the poverty of Europe denied them that market. Looking with apprehension toward the new industries of America, British merchants, following the advice of Lord Brougham in a parliamentary speech, dumped great quantities of their surplus goods on the American market, selling them far below cost or even on extravagant credit terms. One object was to smash the budding American manufactures. This action of British merchants naturally stirred some angry patriotic emotions in the circles where American business suffered, and a demand began to be heard for protection. But the government of the United States was still representative of agriculture, in the main, and while a tariff bill was enacted in 1816, that bill was regarded as a temporary measure required by the necessity of paying the costs of the recent war. Just at this juncture, however, British policy, now looking again toward a great colonial empire, sought advantages for the hitherto neglected maritime provinces of British North America, and thought that it had found them by encouragement of their trade with the British West Indies. The legal status of American trade with the West Indies was now enforced, and for a time intercourse was practically suspended. This British policy brought to the front the issue of protection in America. It not only worked against a return by New England from manufacturing to commerce, but it soon brought into the ranks of protectionists a northern and western agricultural element that had been accustomed to sell surplus products to West Indian planters seeking cheap foodstuffs for their slaves. This new protectionist element was as yet not crystallized into a clamor for home markets for agriculture, but the pressure of opinion was beginning to be felt, and by 1820, the question of West Indian trade became one of constant agitation and demanded political action. That action was taken on lines of retaliation. Congress in 1818 passed a law excluding from American ports any British vessel coming from a port access to which was denied to an American vessel, and placing under bond in American ports British vessels with prohibition of their proceeding to a British port to which American vessels could not go. This act affected not merely direct trade with the West Indies, but stopped the general custom of British ships of taking part cargoes to Jamaica while en route to and from the United States. The result was, first, compromise, later, under Huskisson's administration at the British Board of Trade, complete abandonment by Britain of the exclusive trade basis of her whole colonial system. The retaliatory system, which J.Q. Adams regarded as a new declaration of independence, was, in fact, quickly taken up by other non-colonial nations, and these, with America, compelled Great Britain to take stock of her interests. Huskisson, rightly foreseeing British prosperity as dependent upon her manufactures and upon the carrying trade, stated in Parliament that American retaliation had forced the issue. Freedom of trade in British ports was offered in 1826 to all non-colonial nations that would open their ports within 1 year on terms of equality to British ships. J.Q. Adams, now President of the United States, delayed acceptance of this offer, preferring a treaty negotiation, and was rebuffed by Canning, so that actual resumption of West Indian trade did not take place until 1830, after the close of Adams' administration. That trade never recovered its former prosperity. Meanwhile, the long period of controversy, from 1806 to 1830, had resulted in a complete change in the American situation. It is not a sufficient explanation of the American belief in, and practice of, the theory of protection to attribute this alone to British checks placed upon free commercial rivalry. Nevertheless, the progress of America toward an established system, reaching its highest mark for years in the Tariff Bill of 1828, is distinctly related to the events just narrated. After American independence, the partially illegal status of West Indian trade hampered commercial progress and slightly encouraged American manufactures by the mere seeking of capital for investment. The neutral troubles of 1806 and the American prohibitions on intercourse increased the transfer of interest. The War of 1812 gave a complete protection to infant industries. The dumping of British goods in 1815 stirred patriotic American feeling. British renewal of colonial system restrictions and the 12-year quarrel over retaliation gave time for the definite establishment of protectionist ideas in the United States. But Britain was soon proclaiming for herself and for the world the common advantage and the justice of a great theory of free trade. America was apparently now committed to an opposing economic theory, the first great nation definitely to establish it, and thus there resulted a clear-cut opposition of principle and a clash of interests. From 1846, when free trade ideas triumphed in England, the devoted British free trader regarded America as the chief obstacle to a worldwide acceptance of his theory. The one bright spot in America, as regarded by the British free trader, was in the southern states, where cotton interests, desiring no advantage from protection, since their market was in Europe, attacked American protection and sought to escape from it. Also, slave supplies without protection could have been purchased more cheaply from England than from the manufacturing North. In 1833, indeed, the South had forced a reaction against protection, but it proceeded slowly. In 1854, it was Southern opinion that carried through Congress the reciprocity treaty with the British American provinces, partly brought about, no doubt, by a Southern fear that Canada, bitter over the loss of special advantages in British markets by the British Free Trade of 1846, might join the United States and thus swell the northern and free states of the Union. Cotton interests in trade became the dominant British commercial tie with the United States, and the one great hope, to the British minds, of a break in the false American system of protection. Thus, both in economic theory and in trade, spite of British dislike of slavery, the export trading interests of Great Britain became more and more directed toward the southern states of America. Adding powerfully to this was the dependence of British cotton manufacturers upon the American supply. The British trade attitude, arising largely outside of direct governmental contacts, was bound to have, nevertheless, a constant and important influence on governmental action. Governmental policy, seeking national power, conflicting trade and industrial interests, are the favorite themes of those historians who regard nations as determined in their relations solely by economic causes, by what is called enlightened self-interest. But governments, no matter how arbitrary, and still more if in a measure resting on representation, react both consciously and unconsciously to a public opinion not obviously based upon either national or commercial rivalry. Sometimes, indeed, governmental attitude runs absolutely counter to popular attitude in international affairs. In such a case, the historical estimate, if based solely on evidences of governmental action, is a false one and may do great injustice to the essential friendliness of a people. How then did the British people of all classes regard America before 1860, and in what manner did that regard affect the British government? Here, it is necessary to seek British opinion on, and its reaction to American institutions, ideals, and practices. Such public opinion can be found in quantity sufficient to base an estimate only in travelers' books, in reviews, and in newspapers of the period. When all these are brought together, it is found that while there was an almost universal British criticism of American social customs and habits of life, due to that insularity of mental attitude characteristic of every nation, making it prefer its own customs and criticize those of its neighbors, summed up in the phrase, dislike of foreigners, it is found that British opinion was centered upon two main threads. First, America as a place for emigration, and, second, American political ideals and institutions. British emigration to America, a governmentally favored colonization process before the American Revolution, lost that favor after 1783, though not at first definitely opposed. But emigration still continued, and at no time, save during the War of 1812, was it absolutely stopped. Its exact amount is unascertainable, for neither government kept adequate statistics before 1820. With the end of the Napoleonic Wars, there came great distress in England from which the man of energy sought escape. He turned naturally to America, being familiar, by hearsay at least, with stories of the ease of gaining a livelihood there, and influenced by the knowledge that in the United States he would find people of his own blood and speech. The bulk of this earlier emigration to America resulted from economic causes. When in 1825, one energetic member of Parliament, Wilmot Horton, induced the government to appoint a committee to investigate the whole subject, the result was a mass of testimony, secured from returned emigrants or from their letters home, in which there constantly appeared one main argument influencing the laborer type of emigrant. He got good wages, and he was supplied, as a farm hand, with good food. Repeatedly, he testifies that he had 3 meat meals a day, whereas in England he had ordinarily received but one such meal a week. Mere good living was the chief inducement for the laborer type of emigrant, and the knowledge of such living created for this type remaining in England a sort of halo of industrial prosperity surrounding America. But there was a second testimony brought out by Horton's committee, less general, yet to be picked up here and there as evidence of another argument for emigration to America. The laborer did not dilate upon political equality, nor boast of a share in government. Indeed, generally had no such share, but he did boast to his fellows at home of the social equality, though not thus expressing it, which was all about him. He was a common farm hand, yet he sat down to meals with his employer and family and worked in the fields side by side with his master. This, too, was an astounding difference to the mind of the British laborer. Probably for him, it created a clearer, if not altogether universal and true picture of the meaning of American democracy than would have volumes of writing upon political institutions. Gradually, there was established in the lower orders of British society a visualization of America as a haven of physical well-being and personal social happiness. This British laboring class had for long, however, no medium of expression in print. Here existed, then, an unexpressed public opinion of America, of much latent influence, but for the moment largely negligible as affecting other classes or the government. A more important emigrating class in its influence on opinion at home, though not a large class, was composed about equally of small farmers and small merchants facing ruin in the agricultural and trading crises that followed the end of the European War. The British travelers' books from 1810 to 1820 are generally written by men of this class, or by agents sent out from cooperative groups planning emigration. Generally, they were discontented with political conditions at home, commonly opposed to a petrified social order, and attracted to the United States by its lure of prosperity and content. The books are, in brief, a superior type of emigrant guide for a superior type of emigrant, examining and emphasizing industrial opportunity. Almost universally, however, they sound the note of superior political institutions and conditions. One wrote, "A Republican finds here a republic, and the only republic on the face of the earth that ever deserved the name, where all are under the protection of equal laws, of laws made by themselves." Another, who established an English colony in the western states of Illinois, wrote of England that he objected to being ruled and taxed by people who had no more right to rule and tax us than consisted in the power to do it. And of his adopted country he concludes, "I love the government, and thus a novel sensation is excited. It is like the development of a new faculty. I am become a patriot in my old age." Still another detailed the points of his content. "I am here, lord and master of myself and of 100 acres of land and improvable farm, little trouble to me, good society and a good market, and I think a fine climate, only a little too hot and dry in summer. The parson gets nothing from me. My state and road taxes and poor rates amount to section 25,00 per annum. I can carry a gun if I choose. I leave my door unlocked at night, and I can get snuff for 1 cent an ounce or a little more." From the first days of the American colonial movement toward independence, there had been, indeed, a British interest in American political principles. Many Whigs sympathized with these principles for reasons of home political controversy. Their sympathy continued after American independence, and by its insistent expression, brought out equally insistent opposition from Tory circles. The British home movement toward a more representative government had been temporarily checked by the extremes into which French liberalism plunged in 1791, causing reaction in England. By 1820, pressure was again being exerted by British liberals of intelligence, and they found arguments in such reports as those just quoted. From that date onward, and especially just before the passing of the Reform Bill of 1832, yet always a factor, the example of a prosperous American democracy was an element in British home politics, lauded or derided as the man in England desired, or not an expansion of the British franchise. In the earlier period, however, it is to be remembered that applause of American institutions did not mean acceptance of democracy to the extent of manhood franchise, for no such franchise at first existed in America itself. The debate in England was simply whether the step forward in American democracy was an argument for a similar step in Great Britain. Books, reviews, and newspapers in Great Britain, as the political quarrel there grew in force, depicted America favorably or otherwise according to political sympathies at home. Both before and after the Reform Bill of 1832, this type of effort to mold opinion, by citation of America, was widespread. Hence there is in such writing not so much the expression of public opinion, as of propaganda to affect that opinion. Book upon book, review upon review, might be quoted to illustrate this, but a few notable examples will suffice. The most widely read and reviewed book on the United States before 1840, except the humorous and flippant characterization of America by Mrs. Trollope, was Captain Basil Hall's 3-volume work, published in 1829. Claiming an open mind, he expected for his adverse findings a readier credence. For adverse to American political institutions, these findings are in all their larger applications. In every line, Hall betrays himself as an old Tory of the 20s, fixed in his belief, and convinced of the perfection and unalterableness of the British Constitution. Captain Hamilton, who wrote in 1833, was more frank in avowal of a purpose. He states in his preface, "When I found the institutions and experiences of the United States deliberately quoted in the Reformed Parliament as affording safe precedent for British legislation, and learned that the drivellers who uttered such nonsense, instead of encountering merited derision, were listened to with patience and approbation by men as ignorant as themselves, I certainly did feel that another work on America was yet wanted, and at once determined to undertake a task which inferior considerations would probably have induced me to decline." Harriet Martineau, ardent advocate of political reform at home, found in the United States proofs for her faith in democracy. Captain Marryat belittled Miss Martineau, but in his 6 volumes proved himself less a critic of America than an enemy of democracy. Answering a review of his earlier volumes, published separately, he wrote in his concluding volume, "I candidly acknowledge that the reviewer is right in his supposition. My great object has been to do serious injury to the cause of democracy." The fact was that British governing and intellectual classes were suffering a recoil from the enthusiasms leading up to the step toward democracy in the Reform of 1832. The electoral franchise was still limited to a small minority of the population. Britain was still ruled by her wise men of wealth and position. Meanwhile, however, just at the moment when dominant Whig influence in England carried through that step forward toward democratic institutions which Whigs had long lauded in America, the latter country had progressed to manhood suffrage, or, as nearly all leading Englishmen, whether Whig or Tory, regarded it, had plunged into the rule of the mob. The result was a rapid lessening in Whig ruling class expression of admiration for America, even before long to the complete cessation of such admiration, and to assertions in Great Britain that the Reform of 1832 was final, the last step toward democracy, which Britain could safely take. It is not strange that the books and reviews of the period from 1830 to 1840 heavily stressed the dangers and crudity of American democracy. They were written for what was now a nearly unanimous British reading public, fearful lest radical pressure for still further electoral reform should preach the example of the United States. Thus, after 1832, the previous sympathy for America of one section of the British governing class disappears. More, it is replaced by a critical, if not openly hostile attitude. Soon, with the rapid development of the power and wealth of the United States, governing class England, of all factions save the radical, came to view America just as it would have viewed any other rising nation, that is, as a problem to be studied for its influence on British prosperity and power. Again, expressions in print reflect the changes of British view nowhere more clearly than in travelers' books. After 1840, for nearly a decade, these are devoted not to American political institutions, but to studies, many of them very careful ones, of American industry and governmental policy. Buckingham, one-time Member of Parliament, wrote 9 volumes of such description. His work is a storehouse of fact, useful to this day to the American historical student. George Combe, philosopher and phrenologist, studied especially social institutions. Joseph Sturge, philanthropist and abolitionist, made a tour, under the guidance of the poet Whittier, through the northern and eastern states. Featherstone, a scientist and civil engineer, described the southern slave states, in terms completely at variance with those of Sturge. Kennedy, traveler in Texas and later British consul at Galveston, and Warburton, a traveler who came to the United States by way of Canada, an unusual approach, were both frankly startled, the latter professedly alarmed at the evidences of power in America. Amazed at the energy, growth, and prosperity of the country, and alarmed at the anti-British feeling he found in New York City, Warburton wrote that they only wait for matured power to apply the incendiary torch of republicanism to the nations of Europe. Soon after this was written there began, in 1848, that great tide of Irish emigration to America, which heavily reinforced the anti-British attitude of the city of New York, and largely changed its character. Did books dilating upon the expanding power of America reflect British public opinion, or did they create it? It is difficult to estimate such matters. Certainly, it is not uninteresting that these books coincided in point of time with a British governmental attitude of opposition, though on peaceful lines, to the development of American power, and to the adoption to the point of faith, by British commercial classes, of free trade as opposed to the American protective system. But governing classes were not the British public, and to the great unenfranchised mass, finding voice through the writings of a few leaders, the prosperity of America made a powerful appeal. Radical democracy was again beginning to make its plea in Britain. In 1849, there was published A Study of the United States, more careful and exact than any previous to Bryce's great work and lauding American political institutions. This was Mackay's Western World, and that there was a public eager for such estimate is evidenced by the fact that the book went through 4 British editions in 1850. At the end of the decade, then, there appeared once more a vigorous champion of the cause of British democracy, comparing the results of government by the wise with alleged mob rule. Mackay wrote, "Society in America started from the point to which society in Europe is only yet finding. The equality of men is, to this moment, its cornerstone. That which develops itself as the sympathy of class becomes in America the general sentiment of society. We present an imposing front to the world, but let us tear the picture and look at the canvas. 1 out of every 7 of us is a pauper. Every 6 Englishmen have, in addition to their other enormous burdens, to support a 7th between them, whose life is spent in consuming, but in adding nothing to the source of their common subsistence. British governing classes then, foregoing after 1850 opposition to the advance of American power, found themselves involved again, as before 1832, in the problem of the possible influence of a prosperous American democracy upon an unenfranchised public opinion at home. Also, for all Englishmen of whatever class, in spite of rivalry in power, of opposing theories of trade, of divergent political institutions, there existed a vague, though influential, pride in the advance of a people of similar race, sprung from British loins. And there remained for all Englishmen also one puzzling and discreditable American institution, slavery held up to scorn by the critics of the United States, difficult of excuse among her friends. Agitation conducted by the great philanthropist, Wilberforce, had early committed British government and people to a crusade against the African slave trade. This British policy was clearly announced to the world in the negotiations at Vienna in 1814-15. But Britain herself still supported the institution of slavery in her West Indian colonies, and it was not until British humanitarian sentiment had forced emancipation upon the unwilling sugar planters in 1833 that the nation was morally free to criticize American domestic slavery. Meanwhile, great emancipation societies, with many branches, all virile and active, had grown up in England and in Scotland. These now turned to an attack on slavery the world over, and especially on American slavery. The great American abolitionist, Garrison, found more support in England than in his own country. His weekly paper, The Liberator, is full of messages of cheer from British friends and societies, and of quotations from a sympathetic, though generally provincial, British press. From 1830 to 1850, British anti-slavery sentiment was at its height. It watched with anxiety the evidence of a developing struggle over slavery in the United States, hopeful, as each crisis arose, that the free northern states would impose their will upon the southern slave states. But as each crisis turned to compromise, seemingly enhancing the power of the South and committing America to a retention of slavery, the hopes of British abolitionists waned. The North did indeed, to British opinion, become identified with opposition to the expansion of slavery. But after the Great Compromise of 1850, where the elder American statesmen of both North and South proclaimed the finality of that measure, British sympathy for the North rapidly lessened. Moreover, after 1850, there was in Britain itself a decay of general humanitarian sentiment as regards slavery. The crusade had begun to seem hopeless, and the earlier vigorous agitators were dead. The British government still maintained its naval squadron for the suppression of the African slave trade, but the British official mind no longer keenly interested itself either in this effort or in the general question of slavery. Nevertheless, American slavery and slave conditions were still, after 1850, favorite matters for discussion, almost universally critical by English writers. Each renewal of the conflict in America, even though local, not national in character, drew out a flood of comment. In the public press, this blot upon American civilization was a steady subject for attack, and that attack was naturally directed against the South. The London Times, in particular, lost no opportunity of presenting the matter to its readers. In 1856, a Mr. Thomas Gladstone visited Kansas during the height of the border struggles there and reported his observations in letters to the Times. The writer was wholly on the side of the northern settlers in Kansas, though not hopeful that the Kansas struggle would expand to a national conflict. He constantly depicted the superior civilization, industry, and social excellence of the North as compared with the South. Mrs. Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin excited greater interest in England than in America itself. The first London edition appeared in May 1852, and by the end of the year over 1 million copies had been sold, as opposed to 150,000 in the United States. But if one distinguished writer is to be believed, this great British interest in the book was due more to English antipathy to America than to antipathy to slavery. This writer was Nassau W. Sr., who, in 1857, published a reprint of his article on American slavery in the 206th number of the Edinburgh Review, reintroducing in his book extreme language denunciatory of slavery that had been cut out by the editor of the review. Sr. had been stirred to write by the brutal attack upon Charles Sumner in the United States Senate after his speech of May 1920, 1856. Evidence, again, that each incident of the slavery quarrel in America excited British attention. Sr., like Thomas Gladstone, painted the North as all anti-slavery, the South as all pro-slavery. Similar impressions of British understanding, or misunderstanding, are received from the citations of the British provincial press, so favored by Garrison in his Liberator. Yet for intellectual Britain, at least that Britain which was vocal, and whose opinion can be ascertained in spite of this constant interest in American slavery, there was generally a fixed belief that slavery in the United States was so firmly established that it could not be overthrown. Of what use, then, the further expenditure of British sympathy or effort in a lost cause? Sr. himself, at the conclusion of his fierce attack on the Southern states, expressed the pessimism of British abolitionists. He wrote, "We do not venture to hope that we, or our sons, or our grandsons, will see American slavery extirpated or even materially mitigated." Footnotes. Footnote 1. State Department, Eng, Volume LX6, Number 135, March 27, 1862. Footnote 4. There was a revival of this fear at the end of the American Civil War. This will be commented on later. Footnote 5. This was the position of President and Congress. Yet the United States had not acknowledged the right of an American citizen to expatriate himself. Footnote 6. Between 1797 and 1801, of the sailors taken from American ships, 102 were retained, 1,042 were discharged, and 805 were held for further proof. Updike, The Diplomacy of the War of 1812, p. 21. Footnote 7. The people of the British North American provinces regarded the war as an attempt made by America, taking advantage of the European wars, at forcible annexation. In result, the fervor of the United Empire Loyalists was renewed, especially in Upper Canada. Thus, the same two wars which fostered militant patriotism in America against England had the same result in Canadian sentiment against America. Footnote 8. Temporally, later American policy of George Canning in Hist. Reverend Zi 783. Also Cambridge History of British Foreign Policy, Volume Roman II, ch. 2. Footnote 9. Much has recently been published on British policy in Texas. See my book, British Interests and Activities in Texas, 1838-1846, Johns Hopkins Press, Balt, 1910. Also Adams, editor, British Diplomatic Correspondence Concerning the Republic of Texas, The Texas State Historical Association, Austin, Texas, 1918. Footnote 10. In my studies on British-American relations, I have read the leading British reviews and newspapers and some 400 volumes by British travelers. For a summary of the British travelers before 1860, see my article, The Point of View of the British Traveler in America, in the Political Science Quarterly, Volume Roman 29, Number 2, June 1914. Footnote 12. Morris Birkbeck, Letters from Illinois, London, 1818, p. 29. Footnote 13. Letter in Edinburgh Scotsman, March, 1823. Cited by Niles Register, Volume Roman 25, p. 39. Footnote 15. Captain Thomas Hamilton, Men and Manners in America, Edinburgh and London, 1833. 2 vols. Footnote 16. Society in America, London, 1837. 3 vols. Retrospect of Western Travel, London, 1838. 2 vols. Footnote 17. Captain Frederick Marryat, A Diary in America, with Remarks on its Institutions, Volume Roman 6, p. 293. Footnote 18. James Silk Buckingham, America, Historical, Statistic, and Descriptive, London, 1841-43. 9 vols. Footnote 19. Notes on the United States of North America during a phrenological visit, 1830-8940, Edinburgh, 1841. 3 vols. Footnote 21. George William Featherstone, Excursion Through the Slave States, London, 1844. 2 vols. Footnote 22. William Kennedy, Texas. The Rise, Progress, and Prospects of the Republic of Texas, London, 1841. 2 vols. George Warburton Hochelaga, or England in the New World, London, 1845. 2 vols. Footnote 24. Alexander Mackay, The Western World, or Travels Through the United States in 1846-47, London, 1849. Footnote 25. This is clearly indicated in Parliament itself. In the debate on the dismissal by the United States in 1856 of Crampton, the British minister at Washington, for enlistment activities during the Crimean War, Hansard, 3rd. Sir, C.X. Lei, 14109 and 12203. Footnote 26. Gladstone's letters were later published in book form under the title The Englishman in Kansas, London, 1857. Footnote 27. The evil passions which Uncle Tom gratified in England were not hatred or vengeance, but national jealousy and national vanity. We have long been smarting under the conceit of America. We are tired of hearing her boast that she is the freest and the most enlightened country that the world has ever seen. Our clergy hate her voluntary system, our Tories hate her Democrats, our Whigs hate her parvenus, our Radicals hate her litigiousness, her insolence, and her ambition. All parties hailed Mrs. Stowe as a revolter from the enemy. Senior, American Slavery, p. 38. Footnote 28. The reprint is without date, but the context shows the year to be 1857. Footnote 29. For example, the many British expressions quoted in reference to John Brown's raid in The Liberator for February 10, 1860, and in succeeding issues. Chapter 2. First Knowledge of Impending Conflict, 1860-61. It has been remarked by the American historian, Schuyler, that immediately before the outbreak of the Civil War, diplomatic controversies between England and America had largely been settled, and that England, pressed from point to point, had sullenly yielded under American demands. This generalization, as applied to what were, after all, minor controversies, is in great measure true. In larger questions of policy, as regards spheres of influence or developing power or principles of trade, there was difference, but no longer any essential opposition or declared rivalry. In theories of government, there was sharp divergence, clearly appreciated, however, only in governing class Britain. This sense of divergence, even of a certain threat from America to British political institutions, united with an established opinion that slavery was permanently fixed in the United States to reinforce governmental indifference, sometimes even hostility, to America. The British public also was largely hopeless of any change in the institution of slavery, and its own active humanitarian interest was waning, though still dormant, not dead. Yet the two nations, to a degree not true of any other two world powers, were of the same race, had similar basic laws, read the same books, and were held in close touch at many points by the steady flow of British emigration to the United States. When, after the election of Lincoln to the presidency, in November 1860, the storm clouds of civil strife rapidly gathered, the situation took both British government and people by surprise. There was not any clear understanding either of American political conditions or of the intensity of feeling now aroused over the question of the extension of slave territory. The most recent descriptions of America had agreed in assertion that at some future time there would take place, in all probability, a dissolution of the Union, on lines of diverging economic interests, but also stated that there was nothing in the American situation to indicate immediate progress in this direction. Grattan, a long-time resident in America as British consul at Boston, wrote, "Day must no doubt come when clashing objects will break the ties of common interest which now preserve the Union, but no man may foretell the period of dissolution. The many restraining causes are out of sight of foreign observation. The Lilliputian threads binding the Man Mountain are invisible, and it seems wondrous that each limb does not act for itself independently of its fellows. A closer examination shows the nature of the network which keeps the members of this association so tightly bound. Any attempt to untangle the ties more firmly fastens them. When any one state talks of separation, the others become spontaneously knotted together. When a section blusters about its particular rights, the rest feel each of theirs to be common to all. If a foreign nation hint at hostility, the whole Union becomes in reality united. And thus in every contingency from which there can be danger, there is also found the element of safety." Yet, he added, all attempts to strengthen this federal government at the expense of the states' governments must be futile. The federal government exists on sufferance only. Any state may at any time constitutionally withdraw from the Union, and thus virtually dissolve it. Even more emphatically, though with less authority, wrote one Charles Mackay, styled by the American press as a distinguished British poet, who made the usual rapid tour of the principal cities of America in 1857-58, and as rapidly penned his impressions. Many persons in the United States talk of a dissolution of the Union, but few believe in it. All this is mere bravado and empty talk. It means nothing. The Union is dear to all Americans, whatever they may say to the contrary. There is no present danger to the Union, and the violent expressions to which overardent politicians of the North and South sometimes give vent have no real meaning. The Great West, as it is fondly called, is in the position even now to arbitrate between North and South, should the quarrel stretch beyond words, or should anti-slavery or any other question succeed in throwing any difference between them which it would take revolvers and rifles rather than speeches and votes to put an end to. The slavery controversy in America had, in short, come to be regarded in England as a constant quarrel between North and South, but of no immediate danger to the Union. Each outbreak of violent American controversy produced a British comment sympathetic with the North. The turmoil preceding and following the election of Lincoln in 1860, on the platform of no extension of slavery, was very generally noted by the British press and public as a sign favorable to the cause of anti-slavery, but with no understanding that Southern threat would at last be realized in definite action. Herbert Spencer, in a letter of May 15, 1862, to his American friend Yeomans, wrote, As far as I had the means of judging, the feeling here was at first very decidedly on the side of the North. The British metropolitan press, in nearly every issue of which for at least 2 years after December 1860, there appeared news items and editorial comment on the American crisis, was at first nearly unanimous in condemning the South. The Times, with accustomed vigor, led the field. On November 21, 1860, it stated, "When we read the speech of Mr. Lincoln on the subject of slavery and consider the extreme moderation of the sentiments it expresses, the allowance that is made for the situation, for the feelings, for the prejudices of the South, when we see how entirely he narrows his opposition to the single point of the admission of slavery into the territories, we cannot help being forcibly struck by the absurdity of breaking up a vast and glorious confederacy like that of the United States from the dread and anger inspired by the election of such a man to the office of Chief Magistrate. We rejoice, on higher and surer grounds, that the election has ended in the return of Mr. Lincoln. We are glad to think that the march of slavery, and the domineering tone which its advocates were beginning to assume over freedom, has been at length arrested and silenced. We rejoice that a vast community of our own race has at length given an authoritative expression to sentiments which are entertained by everyone in this country. We trust to see the American government employed in tasks more worthy of a state, founded on the doctrines of liberty and equality, than the invention of shifts and devices to perpetuate servitude. And we hear in this great protest of American freedom the tardy echo of those humane doctrines to which England has so long become a convert." Other leading journals, though with less of patronizing self-complacency, struck the same note as the Times. The Economist attributed Lincoln's election to a shift in the sympathies of the lower orders, in the electorate who had now deserted their former leaders, the slave-owning aristocracy of the South, and allied themselves with the refined and wise leaders of the North. Lincoln, it argued, was not an extremist in any sense. His plan of action lay within the limits of statesmanlike moderation. The Saturday Review was less sure that England should rejoice with the North. British self-esteem had suffered some hard blows at the hands of the Democratic Party in America, but at least England knew where Democrats stood and could count on no more discourtesy or injustice than that inflicted in the past. The Republican Party, however, had no policy except that of its leader, Seward, and from him might be expected extreme insolence. This was a very early judgment of Seward, and one upon which the Saturday Review preened itself later as wholly justified. The Spectator, the only one of the 4 journals thus far considered which ultimately remained constant in advocacy of the Northern cause, was at first lukewarm in comment regarding the 1860 election while fought on the slavery issue, as in reality a mere contest between parties for political power. Such was the initial attitude of the English press. Each press issue for several weeks harped on the same chord, though sounding varying notes. If the South really means forcible resistance, said the Times, it is doomed to quick suppression. A few 100,000 slave owners, trembling nightly with visions of murder and pillage, backed by a dissolute population of poor whites, are no match for the hardy and resolute populations of the free states, and if the South hoped for foreign aid, it should be undeceived promptly. Can any sane man believe that England and France will consent, as is now suggested, to stultify the policy of half a century for the sake of an extended cotton trade, and to purchase the favors of Charleston and Milledgeville by recognizing what has been called the isothermal law, which impels African labor toward the tropics on the other side of the Atlantic? Moreover, all Americans ought to understand clearly that British respect for the United States was not due to the attitude of the South with its ruffian demonstrations in Congress. All that is noble and venerable in the United States is associated with its federal constitution. Did the British public hold these same opinions? There is no direct evidence available in sufficient quantity in autobiography or letters upon which to base a conclusion. Such works are silent on the struggle in America for the first few months, and presumably public opinion, less informed even than the press, received its impressions from the journals customarily read. Both at this period and all through the war, also, it should be remembered clearly that most newspapers, all the reviews, in fact nearly all vehicles of British expression, were in the early 60s in the hands of the educated classes, and these educated classes corresponded closely with the privileged classes. The more democratic element of British society lacked any adequate press representation of its opinions. This body could express itself by such comparatively crude methods as public meetings and demonstrations, but it was hampered in literary and political expression. The opinion of the press was then, presumably, the opinion of the majority of the educated British public. Thus, British comment on America took the form, at first of moralizations, now severe toward the South, now indifferent, yet very generally asserting the essential justice of the Northern position. But it was early evident that the newspapers, one and all, were quite unprepared for the determined front soon put up by South Carolina and other Southern states. Surprised by the violence of Southern declarations, the only explanation found by the British press was that political control had been seized by the uneducated and lawless element. The Times characterized this element of the South as in a state of deplorable ignorance comparable with that of the Irish peasantry, a poor, proud, lazy, excitable, and violent class, ever ready with knife and revolver. The fate of the Union, according to the Saturday Review, was in the hands of the most ignorant, most unscrupulous, and most lawless in the world, the poor or mean whites of the slave states. Like judgments were expressed by The Economist and, more mildly, by The Spectator. Subsequently, some of these journals found difficulty in this connection, in swinging round the circle to expressions of admiration for the wise and powerful aristocracy of the South. But all, especially the Times, were skilled by long practice in the journalistic art of facing about while claiming perfect consistency. In denial of a Southern right of secession, also, they were nearly a unit, though the Saturday Review argued the case for the South, making a pointed parallel between the present situation and that of the American colonies in seceding from England. The quotations thus far made exhibit for the leading papers an initial confusion and ignorance difficult to harmonize with the theory of an enlightened press. The reviews, by the conditions of publication, came into action more slowly, and during 1860 there appeared but one article in the Edinburgh Review, giving any adequate idea of what was really taking place in America. The lesser British papers generally followed the tone of the leading journals, but without either great interest or much acumen. In truth, the depth of British newspaper ignorance, considering their positiveness of utterance, appears utterly astonishing if regarded from the viewpoint of modern historical knowledge. But is this, after all, a matter for surprise? Was there not equal confusion at least, possibly equal ignorance, in America itself, certainly among the press and people of the Northern states? They also had come by experience to discount Southern threats, and were slow to understand that the great conflict of ideals and interests was at last begun. The British press both influenced and reflected educated class opinion, and, in some degree, official opinion as well. Lord John Russell at the Foreign Office and Lord Lyon, British minister at Washington, were exchanging anxious letters, and the latter was sending home reports remarkable for their clear analysis of the American controversy. Yet even he was slow to appreciate the inevitability of secession. Illustration: Lord Lyon from a photograph taken at Boston, USA in 1860. From Lord Newton's Life of Lord Lyon, by kind permission. Other officials, especially those in minor positions in the United States, showed a lack of grasp of the situation similar to that of the press. An amusing illustration of this, furnishing a far-fetched view of causes, is supplied in a letter of February 2, 1860, from Consul Bunch at Charleston, SC, to Lord Lyon, the British minister at Washington. Bunch wrote describing a dinner which had been given the evening before by the Jockey Club of Charleston. Being called upon for a speech, he had alluded to the prizes of the turf at home, and had referred especially to the plates run for the various British colonies. Continuing, he said, "I cannot help calling your attention to the great loss you yourselves have suffered by ceasing to be a colonial dependency of Great Britain, as I am sure that if you had continued to be so, the Queen would have had great pleasure in sending you some plates too." Of course, this was meant for the broadest sort of joke, calculated to raise a laugh after dinner, but to my amazement, the company chose to take me literally, and applauded for about 10 minutes. In fact, I could not go on for some time. Bunch evidently hardly knew what to make of this demonstration. He could, with difficulty, believe that South Carolina wished to be reannexed as a colony of Great Britain, and comments upon the episode in a somewhat humorous vein. Nevertheless, in concluding his letter, he solemnly assures Lord Lyon that the Jockey Club is composed of the best people of South Carolina, rich planters, and the like. It represents, therefore, the gentlemanly interest and not a bit of universal suffrage. It would be idle to assume that either in South Carolina or in England there was, in February 1860, any serious thought of a resumption of colonial relations. Though W. H. Russell, correspondent of the Times, reported in the spring 1861 that he frequently heard the same sentiment in the South. For general official England, as for the press, the truth is that up to the time of the secession of South Carolina, no one really believed that a final rupture was about to take place between North and South. When, on December 20, 1860, that state in solemn convention declared the dissolution of the union now existing between South Carolina and the other states, under the name of the United States of America, and when it was understood that other southern states would soon follow this example, British opinion believed and hoped that the rupture would be accomplished peaceably. Until it became clear that war would ensue, the South was still damned by the press as seeking the preservation of an evil institution. Slavery was even more vigorously asserted as the ignoble and sole cause. In the number for April 1861, the Edinburgh Review attributed the whole difficulty to slavery, asserted that British sympathy would be with the anti-slavery party, yet advanced the theory that the very dissolution of the Union would hasten the ultimate extinction of slavery, since economic competition with a neighboring free state, the North, would compel the South itself to abandon its beloved domestic institution. Upon receipt of the news from South Carolina, the Times, in a long and carefully worded editorial, took up one by one the alleged causes of secession, dismissed them as inadequate, and concluded, "We cannot disguise from ourselves that, apart from all political complications, there is a right and a wrong in this question, and that the right belongs, with all its advantages, to the states of the North." 3 days later it asserted, "The North is for freedom of discussion. The South represses freedom of discussion with the tar brush and the pine faggot." And again, on January 10, "The Southern states expected sympathy for their undertaking from the public opinion of this country. The tone of the press has already done much to undeceive them." In general, both the metropolitan and the provincial press expressed similar sentiments, though there were exceptions. The Dublin News published with approval a long communication addressed to Irishmen at home and abroad. "There is no power on earth or in heaven which can keep in peace this unholy copartnership. I hope that the North will quietly permit the South to retire from the Confederacy and bear alone the odium of all mankind." The Saturday Review thought that deeper than declared differences lay the ruling social structure of the South, which now visioned a reopening of the African slave trade and the occupation by slavery of the whole southern portion of North America. A more ignoble basis for a great confederacy it is impossible to conceive, nor one in the long run more precarious. Assuredly, it will be the Northern Confederacy, based on principles of freedom, with a policy untainted by crime, with a free working class of white men, that will be the one to go on and prosper and become the leader of the New World. The London Chronicle was vigorous in denunciation. No country on the globe produces a blackguardism, a cowardice, or a treachery so consummate as that of the Negro-driving states of the new Southern Confederacy, a bit of editorial blackguardism in itself. The London Review more moderately stigmatized slavery as the cause, but was lukewarm in praise of Northern idealisms, regarding the whole matter as one of diverging economic systems, and in any case as inevitably resulting in dissolution of the Union at some time. The inevitable might as well come now as later, and would result in benefit to both sections, as well as to the world fearing the monstrous empire of power that had grown up in America. The great bulk of early expressions by the British press was, in truth, definitely antagonistic to the South, and this was particularly true of the provincial press. Garrison's Liberator, advocating extreme abolition action, had long made a practice of presenting excerpts from British newspapers, speeches, and sermons in support of its cause. In 1860, there were 39 such citations. in the first months of 1861, many more, all condemning slavery and the South. For the most part, these citations represented a comparatively unknown and uninfluential section, both in politics and literature, of the British people. Matthew Arnold was among the first of men of letters to record his faith that secession was final, and, as he hoped, an excellent thing for the North, looking to the purity of race and the opportunity for unhampered advance. If English writers were in any way influenced by their correspondence in the United States, they may, indeed, have well been in doubt as to the origin and prospects of the American quarrel. Hawthorne, but recently at home again after 7 years' consulship in England, was writing that abolition was not a Northern object in the war just begun. Whittier wrote to his English friends that slavery, and slavery alone, was the basic issue. But literary Britain was slow to express itself save in the reviews. These, representing varying shades of British upper-class opinion and presenting articles presumably more profound than the newspaper editorials, frequently offered more recondite origins of the American crisis. The Quarterly Review, organ of extreme conservatism, in its first article, dwelt upon the failure of democratic institutions, a topic not here treated at length since it will be dealt with in a separate chapter as deserving special study. The Quarterly is also the first to advance the argument that the protective tariff, advocated by the North, was a real cause for Southern secession, an idea made much of later by the elements unfriendly to the North, but not hitherto advanced. In these first issues of the reviews for 1861, there was frequently put forth the Southern gentleman theory. At a distance of 3,000 miles, the Southern planters did indeed bear a resemblance to the English country gentleman, which led to a feeling of kinship and sympathy with him on the part of those in England, who represented the old traditions of landed gentility. This Southern gentleman theory, containing as it did an undeniable element of truth, is much harped upon by certain of the reviewers, and one can easily conceive of its popularity in the London clubs. The American, so familiar to British readers during the first half of the century through the eyes of such travelers as Mrs. Trollope, now becomes the Yankee and is located north of Mason and Dixon's line. Such portrayal was not characteristic of all reviews, rather of the Tory organs alone, and the radical Westminster took pains to deny the truth of the picture, asserting again and again that the vital and sole cause of the conflict was slavery. Previous articles are summed up in that of October, 1863, as a profession of the Westminster's opinion throughout. The South are fighting for liberty to found a slave power. Should it prove successful, truer devil's work, if we may use the metaphor, will rarely have been done. Fortunate would it have been for the Northern cause if British opinion, generally sympathetic at first on anti-slavery grounds, had not soon found cause to doubt the just basis of its sympathy from the trend of events in America. Lincoln had been elected on a platform opposing the further territorial expansion of slavery. On that point, the North was fairly well united. But the great majority of those who voted for Lincoln would have indignantly repudiated any purpose to take active steps toward the extinction of slavery where it already existed. Lincoln understood this perfectly, and whatever his opinion about the ultimate fate of slavery if prohibited expansion, he from the first took the ground that the terms of his election constituted a mandate limiting his action. As secession developed, he rightly centered his thought and effort on the preservation of the Union, a duty imposed by his election to the presidency. Naturally, as the crisis developed, there were many efforts at still another great compromise. Among the friends of the outgoing president, Buchanan, whose term of office would not expire until March 4, 1861, there were still some Southern leaders, like Jefferson Davis, seeking either a complete surrender to Southern will or advantages for Southern security in case secession was accomplished. Buchanan appealed hysterically to the old-time love of the Union and to the spirit of compromise. Great congressional committees of both Senate and House of Representatives were formed seeking a solution. Crittenden for the border states between North and South, where, more than anywhere else, there was division of opinion, proposed pledges to be given to the South. Seward, longtime champion of the anti-slavery North, was active in the Senate in suggestion and intrigue seemingly intended to conciliate by concessions. Charles Francis Adams, early a free soiler, in the House of Representatives committee conducted his Republican colleagues along a path apparently leading to a guarantee of slavery as then established. A constitutional amendment was drafted to this effect and received Lincoln's preliminary approval. Finally, Lincoln, in his inaugural address, March 4, 1861, declared, "I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." It should be no matter for surprise, therefore, that, as these efforts were observed in Great Britain, a note of uncertainty began to replace the earlier unanimity of opinion that the future of slavery was at stake in America. This offered an easy excuse for a switch-about of sympathy as British commercial and other interests began to be developed, and even dismayed the ardent friends of the anti-slavery North. Meanwhile, the government of Great Britain, from the very first appearance of the cloud of civil war, had focused its attention on the point of what the events in America portended to British interests and policy. This is the business of governments, and their agents would be condemned as inefficient did they neglect it. But did British governmental policy go beyond this entirely justifiable first thought for immediate British interests, to the point of positive hope that England would find an advantage in the breaking up of the great American Republic? American opinion, both then and later, believed Great Britain guilty of this offense, but such criticism was tinged with the passions of the Civil War. Yet a more impartial critic, though possibly an unfriendly one because of his official position, made emphatic declaration to like effect. On January 1, 1861, Baron de Brunnow, Russian ambassador at London, reported to St. Petersburg that the English government, at the bottom of its heart, desires the separation of North America into two republics, which will watch each other jealously and counterbalance one the other. Then England, on terms of peace and commerce with both, would have nothing to fear from either, for she would dominate them, restraining them by their rival ambitions. If, however, one turns from the surmises of foreign diplomats as to the springs of British policy to the more authentic evidence of official and private diplomatic correspondence, there is found no proof for such accusations. Certainly neither Lord John Russell, Foreign Secretary, nor Lord Lyon, British Minister at Washington, reveal any animus against the United States. Considering his many personal ties with leaders of both factions, Lyon, from the first, reported events with wonderful impartiality and great clarity. On November 12, 1860, he sent to Russell a full description of the clamor raised in the South over the election of Lincoln, enumerated the resignation of federal officials, calling these ill-judged measures, and expressed the opinion that Lincoln was no radical. He hoped the storm would blow over without damage to the Union. Russell, for his part, was prompt to instruct Lyons and the British consuls not to seem to favor one party rather than the other, and not to express opinions or to give advice, unless asked for by the state governments, in which case the advice should be against all violent action as tending toward civil war. This bare statement may indeed be interpreted as indicating an eager readiness on Russell's part to accept as final the dissolution of the Union, but such an interpretation is not borne out by a reading of his instructions. Rather, he was perplexed, and anxious that British agents should not gain the ill will of either American faction, an ill will that would be alike detrimental in the future, whether the Union remained unbroken or was destroyed. Strict instructions against offering advice are therefore repeated frequently. Meanwhile, the first concrete problem requiring British action came from the seizure by South Carolina of the Federal Customs House at the port of Charleston, and the attempt of the state authorities to collect port dues customarily paid to federal officials. British shipowners appealed to Consul Bunch for instructions, he to Lyons, and the latter to the American Secretary of State, Judge Black. This was on December 31, 1860, while Buchanan was still president, and Black's answer was evasive, though asserting that the United States must technically regard the events in South Carolina as acts of violent rebellion. Black refused to state what action would be taken if Bunch advised British shipowners to pay, but a way out of the embarrassment was found by advising such payment to state authorities, under protest, as done under compulsion. To one of his letters to Bunch on this topic, Lyon appended an expression indicative of his own early attitude. The domestic slavery of the South is a bitter pill which it will be hard enough to get the English to swallow. But if the slave trade is to be added to the dose, the least squeamish British stomach will reject it. Nevertheless, the vigorous action of South Carolina, soon followed by other Southern states, made a deep impression on Russell, especially when compared with the uncertainty and irresolution manifested in the attempted compromise measures of Northern statesmen. In a private letter to Lyon, January 10, 1861, he wrote, "I do not see how the United States can be cobbled together again by any compromise. I cannot see any mode of reconciling such parties as these. The best thing now would be that the right to secede should be acknowledged. I hope sensible men will take this view, but above all I hope no force will be used." And again 12 days later, "I suppose the breakup of the Union is now inevitable." To Russell, as to most foreign observers, it seemed that if the South with its great wealth, its enormous extent of territory, and its 5.5 millions of population were determined to leave the Union, no force whatever could compel a return. History failed to record any revolution on so large a scale which had not succeeded. His desire, therefore, was that the North would yield to the inevitable, and would not plunge into a useless civil war disastrous alike to the prosperity of America and of foreign nations. Russell's first hope was that the South would forego secession. His second, this accomplished, that there would be no war, and in this sense he instructed Lyon. The latter, less expectant of peaceful separation, and more aware of the latent power of the North, maintained throughout his entire service at Washington that there was at least a chance that the North could subdue the South by might of arms. But he also, looking to British interests, saw his early duty, before war broke, in cautious suggestions against forcible Northern action. Thus, from January to March 1861, British effort and indirect advice were based on the hope that British trade interests might escape the tribulations inevitable from a civil conflict in America. Beyond that point, there was no grasp of the complications likely to arise in case of war, and no clear formulation of British policy. In fact, up to the middle of March 1861, both public and official British opinion discounted armed conflict, or at least any determined Northern effort to recover the South. Early British attitude was, therefore, based on a misconception. As this became clear, public opinion began to break from a united humanitarian pro-Northern sentiment and to show, in some quarters, quite another face. Even as early as January, The Economist expressed wonder that the Northern states had not availed themselves gladly of the chance to shake off such an incubus, and to purify themselves of such a stain. And a month later professed to believe that Great Britain would willingly permit the North to secure compensation for loss of territory by annexing Canada provided the Canadians themselves desired it. This, it was argued, would directly benefit England herself by cutting down military expenditures. The London press indulged in similar speculation, though from the angle of a Canadian annexation of the Northern states, whose more sober citizens must by now be weary of the sham of American democracy, and disgusted with the rowdyism of political elections, which combine the morals of a horse race, the manners of a dogfight, the passions of a taproom, and the emotions of a gambling house. Probably such suggestions had little real purpose or meaning at the moment, but it is interesting that this idea of a compensation in Canada should have been voiced thus early. Even in the United States, the same thought had occurred to a few political leaders. Charles Sumner held it, though too wise, politically, to advance it in the face of the growing Northern determination to preserve the Union. It lay at the bottom of his increasing bitterness toward his old friend Charles Francis Adams, now busy in schemes intended, apparently, to restore the Union by compromise, and it led Sumner to hope for appointment as minister to England. The chief organ of British upper-class opinion, the Times, was one of the first to begin the process of face-about, as civil war in America seemed imminent. Viewed from the later attitude of the Times, the earlier expressions of that paper, and in truth of many British journals, seem merely the customary platitudinous British holding up of horrified hands at American slavery. On January 19, 1861, a strong editorial still proclaimed the folly of South Carolina as acting without law, without justice, but displayed a real dismay at the possible consequences of war to British trade and commerce. On January 22, The Times reprinted an article from The Economist on a probable cessation of cotton supply and editorially professed great alarm, even advocating an early recognition of the Southern Confederacy if needed to maintain that supply. From this time on, there is no further note in the Times of the righteousness of the Northern cause. But while it is still asserted that war would be folly, the strength of the South, its superiority as a military nation, are depicted. A long break of nearly 6 weeks follows with little editorial comment. Soon the correspondence from New York, previously written by Bancroft Davis and extremely favorable to the Northern cause, was discontinued. W.H. Russell, the famous war correspondent of the Crimea, was summoned to London and, according to his own story, upon being given papers, clippings, and correspondence, largely articles from the New York Herald, supporting the right of the South to secede, hastily took his departure for America to report upon the situation. He sailed from Queenstown on March 3 and arrived in New York on March 16. At last, on March 12, the Times took positive ground in favor of the justice of the Southern cause. No treachery has been at work to produce the disruption, and the principles avowed are such as to command the sympathies of every free and enlightened people. Such are the widely different auspices under which the two rival republics start into existence. But mankind will not ultimately judge these things by sympathies and antipathies. They will be greatly swayed by their own interest, and the two republics must be weighed, not by their professions or their previous history, but by the conduct they pursue and the position they maintain among the powers of the earth. Their internal institutions are their own affair. Their financial and political arrangements are emphatically ours. Brazil is a slave-holding empire, but by its good faith and good conduct it has contrived to establish for itself a place in the hierarchy of nations far superior to that of many powers which are free from this domestic contamination. If the Northern Confederacy of America evinces a determination to act in a narrow, exclusive, and unsocial spirit, while its Southern competitor extends the hand of good fellowship to all mankind, with the exception of its own bondsmen, we must not be surprised to see the North, in spite of the goodness of its cause and the great negative merit of the absence of slavery, sink into a secondary position and lose the sympathy and regard of mankind. This, to Northern view, was a sad relapse from that high moral tone earlier addressed to the South, notifying slaveholders that England would not stultify the policy of half a century for the sake of an extended cotton trade. The Economist, with more consistency, still reported the violence and recklessness of the South, yet in logical argument proved to its own satisfaction the impossibility of Northern reconquest and urged a peaceful separation. The Spectator, even though pro-Northern, had at first small hope of reunion by force, and offered consolation in the thought that there would still remain a United States of America, strong, powerful, and free, all the stronger for the loss of the Black South. In short, from all quarters, the public press, whatever its sympathy, united in decrying war as a useless effort doomed to failure if undertaken in the hope of restoring the Union. Such public opinion, however, was not necessarily governmental opinion. The latter was indeed more slow to make up its mind and more considerate in expressing itself. When it became clear that in all probability the North would fight, there was still no conception, any more than in the United States itself, of the duration and intensity of the conflict. Indeed, Russell yet hoped, as late as the end of January, that no protracted war would occur. Nevertheless, he was compelled to face the situation in its relation to British commerce. On February 16, Russell addressed Lyon on that aspect of possible war which would at once call for a determination of British policy. Above all things, he wrote, endeavor to prevent a blockade of the southern coast. It would produce misery, discord, and enmity incalculable. Within a week, Forster, a thorough friend of the North throughout the whole war, was interrogating the ministry in the House of Commons in regard to the situation at Charleston, and expressing the hope that England would not in any way attempt to interfere. This was the first reference in Parliament, its sittings but just renewed after the long vacation, to the American conflict, but British commercial interests were being forced to a keener attention, and already men in many circles were asking themselves what should be the proper governmental attitude. How soon this new Southern Confederacy could justly claim European recognition. How far and how fast European governments ought to go in acknowledging such a claim. What ought to be the proper policy and position of a neutral power? Whether, indeed, a declaration of neutrality ought to be issued. With these questions rapidly coming to the front, it became important for British statesmen to know something about the leaders in this new Southern movement, the attitude of the people in general, and the purposes of the new government. Here, unfortunately, Lord Lyon could be no guide. The consuls in the South, however, were in a position to give their impressions. On February 28, 1861, Bunch wrote to Russell describing the election of Davis and Stevens to the presidency and vice presidency of the Confederacy and giving a personal characterization of many members of the government. He was rather caustic. Davis, he said, was the only able man, and he, unfortunately, was a confirmed manifest destiny leader. So much so, in fact, that Bunch prophesied a renewal of filibustering when once the North had acquiesced in a Southern state and the fear of the North had passed. Bunch had no faith in any future greatness of the South, asserting that it would be a state despised among nations for its maintenance of slavery, and that it could not hope for any encouragement or sympathy from the humane nations of Europe. In fact, his entire characterization was wholly damning to the South. Yet it is to be noted that he never for a moment questioned that the South had already actually established its independence. This he seems to take for granted. Thus again, and from another quarter, there was presented the double difficulty of England in regard to the Civil War, the difficulty of reconciling sentiments of humanity long preached by Great Britain, with her commercial interests and her certainty that a new state was being born. For men in the northern government, Lyon was in a position to report, but up to the end of January, he had not written in any great detail with regard to the new administration and its makeup, though on January 7, he had informed Russell that Seward would be the Secretary of State and had expressed the fear that with regard to Great Britain, he would be a dangerous foreign minister. Lincoln was still in Illinois, and the constituency of the cabinet was yet uncertain, but Seward's voice was sure to be a powerful one. Occasionally, Lyon found some opportunity to talk with him. On February 4, 1861, in an official letter to Russell, Lyons reported at length an interview with Seward, in which the latter had expressed his extreme confidence that the trouble in America was but superficial and that Union sentiment in the South would soon prevail. In a private letter of the same date, however, Lyons asserted that Seward was indeed likely to be a very dangerous Secretary of State. He had told Lyon that if European governments interfered to protect their commerce, he could unite America by a foreign war in order to resist such interference. Again, on February 12, while himself expressing hope that a solution might be found for the difficulties in America, Lyon warned Russell that there were those who would solve these difficulties by a foreign war, especially if foreign governments refused to acknowledge a United States declaration without formal blockade closing the southern ports. Writing privately, Lyons exhibited great anxiety in regard to Seward's attitude and suggested that the best safeguard would be close union by England and France, for if these two governments took exactly the same stand in regard to trade, Seward would hardly dare to carry out his threat. Lyon's letter of February 4 called out from Russell an instruction in which it was repeated that advice to either party should be withheld and a strictly neutral attitude maintained. And Russell concluded by an assertion that if the United States attempted a jingo policy toward England, the British cabinet would be tolerant because of its feeling of strength, but that blustering demonstrations must not be carried too far. Even as early as December 1860, Russell had foreseen the possibility of what he considered a mere jingo policy for home effect in America. Now, however, upon the repeated expression of fears from Lyons that this might be more than mere bunkum, Russell began to instruct Lyons not to permit English dignity to be infringed, while at the same time desiring him to be cautious against stirring American antagonism. Lyons' earlier disquietude seems, indeed, to have passed away for a time, and on February 26, he wrote that everyone was waiting to see what Lincoln would do when inaugurated, that there was still hope of compromise, and that in his own view this was still possible. In this letter, the tone is more important than the matter, and so far as Lyons is concerned, the tone is all distinctly hopeful, all favorable to a resumption of normal relations between the North and South. He at least had no hope of disruption and no happiness in it. Before this communication could reach England, Russell had thoroughly awakened to the seriousness of the American situation in relation to British foreign trade. On March 9, writing privately to Leon, he stated, "I hope you are getting on well with the new president. If he blockades the southern ports, we shall be in a difficulty. But according to all American doctrine, it must be an actual blockade kept up by an efficient force." Thus, before any act had really occurred in America, the matter of a blockade was occupying the attention of British statesmen. One difficulty at the time was that there was no one in England qualified to speak for the new administration at Washington. Dallas, the American minister appointed under the Buchanan administration, while, unlike some other diplomatic representatives abroad, faithful to the cause of the United States, was nevertheless not wholly trusted by Lincoln or by Seward, and was thus handicapped in representing to Russell American conditions or intentions. Indeed, he had very little communication with Russell. Adams' nomination to England was known to Leon on March 20, for on that day he telegraphed to Russell, "Mr. Charles Francis Adams of Massachusetts is appointed minister in London. I think it a very good appointment." This news was received in London on April 2, but over 6 weeks were yet to elapse before Adams reached his post. The appointment of Adams, however, seemed to Leon a matter of congratulation in his hope that no vicious anti-British policy would be indulged in by Seward. 10 days after his telegram, he wrote at length to Russell, making an excellent statement and analysis in regard to the character of Adams. Mr. Adams is son of John Quincy Adams, the 5th P of the U.S., and grandson of John Adams, the 2nd P. The grandfather was the 1st A.M., minister in England. The father was one of the plenipotentiaries who signed in London the Convention of the 3rd July, 1815. Mr. Adams, as a member of the H.R. for one of the districts of Mass, acted with the less violent section of the Republican Party. During the last session of Congress, he made a very remarkable speech on the state of the Union, denying the reasonableness of the complaints of the Southern states, but stating his desire that every concession not inconsistent with honor and principle should be made to them. He is considered to be a man of great independence of character, and has the reputation of being very tenacious of his own opinions. In manner, he is quiet and unassuming. He is a man of good fortune. Mrs. Adams comes of a considerable family in Mass, of the name of Brooks, the late wife of Mr. Edward Everett, who, as your L is aware, has held the offices of Minister in London and Secretary of State, was her sister. Similar characterizations were being forwarded at almost the same time by Bunch in regard to the Southern Commissioners, now being dispatched to London, but they were not so favorable. Man, wrote Bunch, was the son of a bankrupt grocer. His personal character was not good, yet he alone of the 3 commissioners appointed had had diplomatic experience. Yancey, it was stated, was an able lawyer, a stirring orator, and a recognized leader of the secession movement. But he was also extremely pro-slavery in his views, had expressed himself in favor of a renewal of the slave trade, and throughout his career had been a manifest destiny man. Of Rost, Bunch had no knowledge. In conclusion, Bunch described the extreme confidence expressed in the South in King Cotton, and in rather bitter criticism stated that the Southern commissioners thought even England, the foe of slavery, would now be compelled to bend the knee and recognize the South in order to get cotton. The Northern British consuls, on the other hand, took an astonishingly pro-Northern view of the whole situation. Archibald, consul at New York, wrote to Russell soon after the fall of Sumter, an exceedingly strong statement of his faith in the power of the North and its fixed and unalterable determination to force the South back into the Union, his confidence in Northern success, and his belief in the justice of the Northern cause. He ventured to suggest the proper policy for England to pursue, viz., to offer immediately her services in mediation, but wholly and clearly on the side of the North. He stated that if England did not feel free to offer mediation, she should at least show such a consistent and effective demonstration of sympathy and aid for the North as would help in shortening the war. The British consul at Boston wrote to Russell in much the same vein. So far, indeed, did these men go in expressing their sympathy with the North, that Leon, on April 27, commented to Russell that these consuls had taken the Northern war fever, and that he had mildly reproved Archibald. With the inauguration of Lincoln on March 4 and the installation of Seward as Secretary of State, it was possible for Lyon to become more active in his efforts to prevent a disruption of British trade. On March 20, he told Seward in a confidential conversation, "If the United States determined to stop by force so important a commerce as that of Great Britain with the cotton-growing states, I could not answer for what might happen. It was, however, a matter of the greatest consequence to England to procure cheap cotton. If a considerable rise were to take place in the price of cotton, and British ships were to be at the same time excluded from the southern ports, an immense pressure would be put upon Her Majesty's government to use all the means in their power to open those ports. If Her Majesty's government felt it to be their duty to do so, they would naturally endeavor to effect their object in a manner as consistent as possible, first with their friendly feelings towards both sections of this country, and secondly, with the recognized principles of international law. As regards the latter point in particular, it certainly appeared that the most simple, if not the only way, would be to recognize the Southern Confederacy." This was plain speaking, and Lyon's threat of recognizing the South did not at the moment stir Seward to any retort. But 5 days later, on March 25, Lyon gave a dinner to Seward and a number of the foreign ministers, and their Seward's violent talk about seizing any and all ships that tried to trade with the South, even if there was no blockade, made Lyon very anxious. As a host, he diverted the conversation lest it become too acrimonious, but he himself told Seward that it was really a matter so very serious that I was unwilling to discuss it, that his plan seemed to me to amount in fact to a paper blockade of the enormous extent of coast comprised in the seceding states, that the calling it an enforcement of the revenue laws appeared to me to increase the gravity of the measure, for it placed foreign powers in the dilemma of recognizing the Southern Confederation or of submitting to the interruption of their commerce. Lyon's advice to Russell was that no rebuff should be given the Southern commissioners when they arrived in London, but that they be treated well. This, he thought, might open Seward's eyes to his folly. Still, Lyons did not yet fully believe that Seward would be so vigorous as his language seemed to imply, and on March 29 he wrote that prudent counsels were in the ascendant, that there would be no interference with trade at present, and that a quieter tone was everywhere perceptible in Washington. From the point of view of the British minister at Washington, the danger spot in relations between the United States and Great Britain lay in this matter of interference with trade to southern ports. Naturally, and as in duty bound, he sought to preserve that trade. At first, indeed, he seems to have thought that even though a civil war really ensued, the trade might continue uninterrupted. Certainly he bore hard and constantly on this one point, seeking to influence not only officials at Washington, but the public press. Thus, in a letter to Bunch dated April 12, 1861, at a time when he knew that W.H. Russell, the Times correspondent, would shortly appear in Charleston, he instructed Bunch to remember that in talking to Russell, he must especially impress him with the idea that any interruption of trade might, and probably would, result in a British recognition of the South. Lyon wrote, "The only chance, if chance there still be, of preventing an interruption of the English commerce with the S is the fear entertained here, that it would lead to our recognizing the SC." In these words is revealed, however, as in other communications from Lyon, the fact that he was striving to prevent an interruption of trade rather than that he was convinced such interruption ought to result in a British recognition of the South. Indeed, as will be seen, when the blockade was at last declared, Lyon thought it no cause for recognition and was most tolerant of its early ineffectiveness. While Lyon was thus keeping in close touch with Seward, the relations between England and America at London were exceedingly meager. All that the American minister Dallas knew of Russell's intentions is summed up in his dispatches to Seward of March 22 and April 9, 1861. On the former date, he gave an account of an interview with Russell, in which the latter simply refused to pledge himself against a recognition of the Confederacy. In the latter, presenting a long memorial written by Seward to all of the larger European governments arguing in friendly spirit the cause of the North, Dallas reported that he drew from Russell merely a general expression of England's kindly feeling towards the United States and her hope that there might still be a peaceful solution. Russell again refused to make any pledge in regard to English policy. In this interview, it was tacitly agreed that it would be better for Great Britain to await Adams' arrival before taking any definite action. Or so at least Dallas understood Russell, though the latter later denied that any pledge of delay was given. There is no doubt, however, that in Russell's mind, whatever he might say to Dallas, the separation in America was an accomplished fact, and the hope of Great Britain was centered upon the idea of a peaceful separation. Up to and including April 1, indeed, Lyon had been reporting that no definite stand was yet being taken by the American government. At the same time, Russell was continuing his instructions to Lyon to recommend conciliation, but never to obtrude advice unasked. Yet Russell was not wholly undisturbed by the reports of Seward's quarrelsome attitude, for in a private letter of the same date as the preceding, he wrote to Lyons, "I rely upon your wisdom, patience, and prudence to steer us through the dangers of this crisis. If it can possibly be helped, Mr. Seward must not be allowed to get us into a quarrel. I shall see the Southerners when they come, but not officially, and keep them at a proper distance." It is an interesting query whether this fear thus expressed of Seward's temper was not of distinct benefit to the United States at the moment when the Southern commissioners arrived in England. The inference would seem to be clear, that in spite of Lyon's advice to treat them well, the effect upon Russell of Seward's attitude was to treat them coolly. Russell was indeed distinctly worried by Seward's unfriendly attitude. In the meantime, the British press and public, while still uncertain and divided as to the merits of the conflict, were now substantially a unit in accepting separation as final. The Times, with judicial ponderosity, declared, "The new nationality has been brought forth after a very short period of gestation, and the seceding states have now constituted themselves a nation." At the other end of the scale in newspaper tone, the London press jeered at the Northern American eagle as having had his tail pulled out, and his wings clipped, yet the meek bird now holds out his claws to be paired, with a resignation that would be degrading in the most henpecked of domestic fowls. Having now veered about to expressions of confidence in the permanency of the Southern Confederacy, the Times was also compelled to alter its opinion of Southern statesmen. An editorial gave high praise to the Confederate Congress sitting at Montgomery, stated its personnel to be far superior to that of the Congress at Washington, yet was unable to resist making the customary reference to manners traditionally American. With regard to the Congress itself, we cannot refrain from quoting the naive testimony of a visitor in its favor. Gentlemen here who have spent much time in Washington City declare that they have never witnessed such industry, care, propriety, courtesy, and pleasant congressional action. Not one member has appeared in his seat under the influence of liquors or wines, not a harsh word has been uttered in debate, and all exhibit the most unflagging energy and determination. The most of the British press quickly followed the lead of the Times, forgot its previous dictum that the South was in the control of ignorant ruffians, and dilated upon the statesman-like directness and sagacity of Southern leaders as contrasted with the stupidity of the North, displayed in its tariff policy. A few journals thought that the North might eventually win in a prolonged struggle, but that such a victory would be disastrous to the principles of federalism, and, in any case, that this civil war was one without a noble cause to sustain either side. By May, nearly all the older journals were aligned on the right of the South to secede, and on the fact of a successful secession, though still differing as to the basic causes and essential justice involved. In this same month, however, there emerged a few vigorous champions of the Northern cause and prospects. In April, the Spectator agreed that the Great Republic was at an end. In May, it urged the North to fight it out with hope, asserting a chance of ultimate victory because of superior resources and the sympathy of all European nations. A small newspaper of limited circulation, the Morning Star, organ of John Bright, had from the first championed the Northern cause. Now, as the armed conflict broke in America, it was joined by a more important paper, the Daily News, which set itself the task of controverting the Times. Moreover, the Daily News was all the more influential in that it was not uncritical of the North, yet consistently, throughout the war, expressed sympathy for the cause and principles behind the efforts of the Northern government. Selling for a low price, tuppence halfpenny, the Daily News, like the Westminster among the reviews, appealed to a broader and more popular constituency than the older publications, especially to a constituency not yet vocal, since still unrepresented in Parliament. The Daily News was fortunate in having, after 1862, the best-informed New York correspondent writing to the London press. This was an Irishman, E.L. Godkin, who, both at home and in America, was the intimate friend of literary men and himself, later, a great molder of public opinion. Harriet Martineau further aided the Daily News by contributing pro-Northern articles and was a power in radical circles. But literary England in general was slow to express itself with conviction, though Robert Browning, by April 1861, was firmly determined in his pro-Northern sentiment. In August, he was writing in Letters of the Good Cause. But Browning was a rare exception, and it was not until the Civil War had been underway for many months that men of talent in the non-political world were drawn to make comment or to take sides. Their influence at the outset was negligible. In spite of press utterances, or literary silence, alike indicative of a widespread conviction that Southern independence was assured, there still remained both in those circles where anti-slavery sentiment was strong, and in others more neutral in sympathy, a distaste for the newly born state as the embodiment of a degrading institution. Lincoln's inaugural address denying an intention to interfere with slavery was a weapon for the Friends of the South, but it could not wholly still that issue. Even in the Times, through the medium of W. H. Russell's descriptive letters, there appeared caustic criticisms. He wrote in his diary, "I declare that to me the more orderly, methodical, and perfect the arrangements for economizing slave labor are, the more hateful and odious does slavery become," and in his letter of May 8 from Montgomery, having witnessed an auction sale of slaves, he stated, "I am neither sentimentalist nor black Republican, nor Negro worshipper, but I confess the sight caused a strange thrill through my heart. I tried in vain to make myself familiar with the fact that I could, for the sum of $975, become as absolutely the owner of that mass of blood, bones, sinew, flesh, and brains as of the horse which stood by my side. There was no sophistry which could persuade me the man was not a man. He was, indeed, by no means my brother, but assuredly he was a fellow creature." This was hard printing for the Times, in its new advocacy of the South, and Russell's description was made much of by the Westminster Review and other publications that soon began to sound again the issue of slavery. Yet the Westminster itself in the same article decried the folly of the Northern attempt at reconquest. So also thought even John Bright at the moment, when expressing himself privately to friends in America. Slavery, then, still remained an issue before the British public, but of what use was it to upbraid the South if a new world state were in fact born? And if a state in power, why not give it prompt recognition? The extreme British anti-slavery opponents feared that this was just what the government was inclined to do, and with promptness. Here and there meetings were hurriedly called to protest against recognition. This fear was unfounded. Neither in London nor at Washington was there any official inclination to hasten recognition. Lyon had held up to Seward the logic of such action if British trade were illegally interfered with. By April 9, Lyon was aware that the so-called radical party in the cabinet would probably have its way, that conciliation would no longer be attempted, and that a coercive policy toward the South was soon to follow. On that date, he wrote to Russell stating that people in Washington seemed so convinced that Europe would not interfere to protect its trade that they were willing to venture any act embarrassing to that trade. He himself was still insisting, but with dwindling confidence, that the trade must not be interfered with under any circumstances. And in a second letter of this same date, he repeated to Russell his advice of treating the Southern commissioners with deference. Any rebuff to them, he asserts again, will but increase the Northern confidence that they may do anything without provoking the resistance of England. Like a good diplomat, Lyon was merely pushing the argument for all it was worth, hoping to prevent an injury to his country, yet if that injury did come, provided it were sanctioned by the law of nations, he did not see in it an injury sufficient to warrant precipitate action by Great Britain. When indeed the Southern capture of Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor finally brought the actual clash of arms, Lyons expressed himself with regard to other elements in the struggle previously neglected in his correspondence. On April 15, describing to Russell the fall of Sumter, he stated that civil war had at last begun. The North he believed to be very much more powerful than the South more eager and united as yet, but, he added, the taint of slavery will render the cause of the South loathsome to the civilized world. It was true that commercial intercourse with the cotton states is of vital importance to manufacturing nations. But Leon was now facing an actual situation rather than a possible one, and as will be seen later, he soon ceased to insist that an interruption of this commercial intercourse gave reasonable ground for recognition of the South. With the fall of Fort Sumter and the European recognition that a civil war was actually underway in America, a large number of new and vexing problems was presented to Russell. His treatment of them furnishes the subject matter of later chapters. For the period previous to April 1861, British official attitude may be summed up in the statement that the British minister at Washington hoped against hope that some solution might be found for the preservation of the Union, but that at the same time, looking to future British interests, and possibly believing also that his attitude would tend to preserve the Union, he asserted vehemently the impossibility of any northern interference with British trade to southern ports. Across the water, Russell also hoped faintly that there might be no separation. Very soon, however, believing that separation inevitable and the disruption of the Union final, he fixed his hope on peaceful rather than warlike secession. Even of this, however, he had little real expectation, but neither he nor anyone else in England, nor even in America, had any idea that the war would be a long and severe one. It is evident that he was already considering the arrival of that day when recognition must be granted to a new independent and slave-holding state. But this estimate of the future is no proof that the Russian ambassador's accusation of British governmental pleasure in American disruption was justified. Russell, cautious in refusing to pledge himself to Dallas, was using exactly such caution as a foreign secretary was bound to exercise. He would have been a rash man who, in view of the uncertainty and irresolution of Northern statesmen, would have committed Great Britain in March 1861 to a definite line of policy. On April 6, Russell was still instructing Leon to recommend reconciliation. April 8, Dallas communicated to Russell an instruction from Seward dated March 9, arguing on lines of traditional friendship against a British recognition of the Confederacy. Russell again refused to pledge his government, but on April 12, he wrote to Leon that British ministers were in no hurry to recognize the separation as complete and final. In the early morning of that same day, the armed conflict in America had begun, and on the day following, April 13, the first Southern victory had been recorded in the capture of Fort Sumter. The important question, which the man at the head of the British Foreign Office had now immediately to decide was, what was to be England's attitude, under international law, toward the two combatants in America? In deciding this question, neither sentiment nor ideals of morality, nor humanitarianism need play any part. England's first need and duty were to determine and announce for the benefit of her citizens the correct position, under international law, which must be assumed in the presence of certain definite facts. Footnotes. Footnote 31. Dr. Newton asserts that at the end of the 50s Great Britain made a sharp change of policy. Cambridge History of British Foreign Policy, Volume Roman II, p. 283. Footnote 32. Thomas Colley Grattan, Civilized America, 2 vols. 2nd ed. London, 1859, Volume I, pp. 280-487. The first edition was printed in 1859 and a third in 1861. In some respects, the work is historically untrustworthy, since internal evidence makes clear that the greater part of it was written before 1846, in which year Grattan retired from his post in Boston. In general, he wrote scathingly of America, and as his son succeeded to the Boston consulship, Grattan probably thought it wiser to postpone publication. I have found no review of the work which treats it otherwise than as an up-to-date description of 1859. This fact, and its wide sale in England in 1860-61, give the work importance as influencing British knowledge and opinions. Footnote 33. Charles Mackay, Life and Liberty in America, or Sketches of a Tour in the United States and Canada in 1857-8, 1 volume, New York, 1859 pp. 316-17. Mackay was at least of sufficient repute as a poet to be thought worthy of a dinner in Boston at which there were present Longfellow, Holmes, Agassiz, Lowell, Prescott, Governor Banks, and others. He preached hands across the seas in his public lectures, occasionally reading his poem, John and Jonathan, a sort of advance copy of Kipling's idea of the white man's burden. Mackay's concluding verse, John speaking, was, "And I have strength for nobler work than e'er my hand has done, and realms to rule and truths to plant beyond the rising sun. Take you the west and I the east. We'll spread ourselves abroad, with trade and spade and wholesome laws, and faith in man and God." Footnote 34. Duncan, Life and Letters of Herbert Spencer, Volume I, p. 140. Footnote 35. R.C. Hamilton, Manuscript Chapters and Notes on the English Press and the Civil War. Mr. Hamilton was at work on this subject as a graduate student, but left Stanford University before completing his thesis. His notes have been of considerable value, both for suggested citations from the English press and for points of interpretation. Footnote 36. Economist, November 24, 1860. 6 months later, however, the Economist pictured Lincoln as merely an unknown sectionalist, with no evidence of statesmanship. Economist, June 1, 1861. Footnote 42. R. L. Duffus, Contemporary English Popular Opinion on the American Civil War, p. 2. A thesis presented in fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Master of Arts, Stanford University, 1911. This thesis is in manuscript. It is a valuable study of the reviews and of the writings of men of letters. Hereafter cited as Duffus, English Opinion. Footnote 45. Economist, December 8, 1860. Spectator, January 19, 1861. Footnote 46. Spectator, December 1, 1860. Times, January 29, 1861. Economist, May 25, 1861. Footnote 50. Russell, My Diary North and South, Boston, 1863, p. 134. Then cropped out again the expression of regret for the rebellion of 1776, and the desire that if it came to the worst, England would receive back her erring children, or give them a prince under whom they could secure a monarchical form of government. There is no doubt about the earnestness with which these things are said. Russell's diary is largely a condensation of his letters to the Times. In the letter of April 30, 1861, published May 28, he dilates to the extent of a column on the yearning of South Carolina for a restoration of colonial relations. But Consul Bunch on December 14, 1860, reported a Charleston sentiment very different from that of the Jockey Club in February. He wrote to Leon, "The church bells are ringing like mad in celebration of a newly revived festival, called Evacuation Day, being the nefastus ille dies in which the bloody Britishers left Charleston 78 years ago. It has fallen into utter disuse for about 50 years, but is now suddenly resuscitated apropos de nothing at all." In this same letter, Bunch described a Southern patriotic demonstration. Returning to his home one evening, he met a military company, which from curiosity he followed, and which drew up in front of the residence of a young lawyer of my friends, after performing in whose honor, through the medium of a very brassy band, a secession schottish or palmetto polka, it clamorously demanded his presence. After a very brief interval he appeared, and although he is in private life an agreeable and moderately sensible young man, he succeeded, to my mind at any rate, in making most successfully what Mr. Anthony Weller calls an Egyptian mummy of himself. The amount of balderdash and rubbish which he evacuated, diastematos, about mounting the deadly breach, falling back into the arms of his comrades, and going off generally in a blaze of melodramatic fireworks, really made me so unhappy that I lost my night's rest. So soon as the speech was over, the company was invited into the house to pour a libation to the holy cause in the vernacular, to take a drink and spit on the floor. Evidently Southern eloquence was not tolerable to the ears of the British consul, or was it the din of the church bells rather than the clamor of the orator that offended him? Leon Papers. Footnote 53. Letter to Dublin News, dated January 26, 1861. Cited in the Liberator, March 1, 1861. Garrison, editor of the Liberator, was then earnest in advocating letting the South go in peace as a good riddance. Footnote 55, London Chronicle, March 14, 1861. Cited in the Liberator, April 12, 1861. Footnote 56, London Review, April 20, 1861. Cited in Little's Living Age, Volume L6, p. 495. The editor of the review was a Dr. Mackay, but I have been unable to identify him, as might seem natural from his opinions, as the Mackay previously quoted, p. 37, who was later New York correspondent of the Times. Footnote 57, Matthew Arnold Letters, Volume I, p. 150. Letter to Mrs. Forster, January 28, 1861. Footnote 58, Julian Hawthorne, Nathaniel Hawthorne and his wife, Volume Roman II, pp. 271-78. Life and Letters of John Greenleaf Whittier, Volume Roman II, pp. 439 sec. Footnote 62. Adams' course was bitterly criticized by his former intimate friend, Charles Sumner. But the probable purpose of Adams was, foreseeing the certainty of secession, to exhibit so strongly the arrogance and intolerance of the South as to create greater unity of Northern sentiment. This was a purpose that could not be declared, and both at home and abroad his action, and that of other former anti-slavery leaders, for the moment weakened faith that the North was in earnest on the general issue of slavery. Footnote 63. Services rendered by Russia to the American people during the War of the Rebellion, Petersburg, 1904, p. 5. Footnote 64. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States, No. 1. Footnote 66. Ibid, Russell to Leon, No. 9, January 5, 1861 and No. 17, February 20, 1861. Footnote 67. Parliamentary Papers, 1861, Lords, Volume Roman 18, Correspondence with U.S. Government respecting suspension of Federal Customs House at the Port of Charleston. Nos. 1 and 3. Footnote 69. Ibid. The same day official instructions were sent permitting Bunch to remain at Charleston, but directing him, if asked to recognize South Carolina, to refer the matter to England. FOAM, Volume 754, No. 6. Russell to Leon, January 10, 1861. Footnote 71. This view was not shared by Leon colleagues at Washington. The Russian minister, Stokel, early declared the Union permanently destroyed, and regretting the fact, yet hoped the North would soon accept the inevitable and seek close cooperation with the South in commerce and in foreign relations. This view was repeated by him many times, and most emphatically as late as the first month of 1863. Russian Archives, Stokel to FO, January 29, February 10, 1863. No. 342. It was not until September 1863 that Stokel ventured to hope for a northern reconquest of the South. I am indebted to Dr. Frank A. Golder of Stanford University for the use of his notes and transcripts covering all of the Russian diplomatic correspondence with the United States, 1860-1865. In the occasional use made of this material, the English translation is mine. Footnote 72. Stokel reported that at a dinner with Leon, at which he, Mercier, and Seward were the guests, Seward had asserted that if civil war came all foreign commerce with the South would be interrupted. To this, Leon protested that England could not get along without cot and that she would secure it in one way or another. Seward made no reply. Ibid. March 25, April 9, 1861, number 810. Footnote 75. London Press, March 23, 1861. Cited in Littell's Living Age, Volume L6, p. 438. Footnote 76. Before Adams' selection as minister to England was decided upon, Sumner's Massachusetts friends were urging him for the place. Longfellow was active in this interest. H.W. Longfellow, by Samuel Longfellow, Volume Roman II, pp. 412-13. Footnote 77. John Bright later declared his conviction that the leading journal had not published one fair, honorable, or friendly article toward the states since Lincoln's accession to office. Decent, Life of Delane, Volume Roman II, p. 38. The time is approximately correct, but the shift in policy began earlier, when it came to be feared that the North would not submit to peaceable secession. Footnote 83, Hansard, 3rd. Sir, CLXI, p. 814. February 22, 1861, William E. Forster was of Quaker descent and had early taken part in public meetings called to express humanitarian sentiment. From 1850 on, he was an acceptable public speaker in all matters liberal, as free trade, social reform, and anti-slavery. Elected to Parliament in 1859 and again in 1861 from Bradford, where he was engaged in business as a woolen manufacturer, he sought, after the fashion of new members, a cause to represent and found it in championship of the North. Having great native ability, as shown by his later distinguished career, it was the good fortune of the United States thus to enlist so eager a champion. Forster and John Bright were the two leading Friends of the North in Parliament. The latter already had established reputation, but was more influential out of Parliament than in it. Forster, with a reputation to make, showed skill in debate and soon achieved prestige for himself and his American cause. Henry Adams, son and private secretary of the American minister to England, once told the writer that he regarded Forster's services as, on the whole, the most valuable rendered by any Englishman to the North. Footnote 90, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States, No. 17. Russell to Lyons, February 20, 1861. Footnote 91, FOAM, Volume 761, No. 78. Received March 11. It is curious that in the first period of the war Lyon made no extended characterization of Lincoln. Probably his contacts with the new president were insufficient to justify it. The first record of personal impressions was that made by W. H. Russell and later printed in his diary, but not reproduced in his letters to the Times. Russell was taken to the White House. Soon afterwards there entered, with a shambling, loose, irregular, almost unsteady gait, a tall, lank, lean man, considerably over 6 feet in height, with stooping shoulders, long pendulous arms, terminating in hands of extraordinary dimensions, which, however, were far exceeded in proportion by his feet. The impression produced by the size of his extremities and by his flapping and wide-projecting ears may be removed by the appearance of kindliness, sagacity, and awkward bonhomie of his face. Eyes dark, full, and deeply set, are penetrating, but full of an expression which almost amounts to tenderness. A person who met Mr. Lincoln in the street would not take him to be what according to usages of European society is called a gentleman, but, at the same time, it would not be possible for the most indifferent observer to pass him in the street without notice. My Diary, I.P.P. 37-8. Footnote 94, FOAM, Volume 762, No. 122, March 30, 1861, received April 16. Footnote 95, FOAM, Volume 780, No. 37, March 21, 1861, received April 9. Footnote 98, Russell Papers. Lyon to Russell, March 26, 1861. Printed in Newton, Lord Lyon, Volume I, p. 31. Footnote 103, FOAM, Volume 754, No. 79. Russell to Lyon, April 6, 1861. Footnote 106. London Press, March 30, 1861, cited in Littell's Living Age, Volume 69, p. 379. Footnote 110. Examiner, January 5 and as quoted, April 27, 1861, cited in Littell's Living Age, Volume 68, p. 758 and Volume 69, p. 570. Footnote 113. These four publications, The Spectator, The Westminster, The Daily News, and The Morning Star, were the principal British pro-Northern organs. In addition, The Liberator names among the lesser and provincial press the following: Nonconformist, British Standard, Dial, Birmingham Post, Manchester Examiner, Newcastle Chronicle, Caledonian Mercury, and Belfast Whig. Duffus, English Opinion, p. 40. Footnote 114. Godkin had joined the staff of the Daily News in 1853. During the Crimea War, he was special war correspondent. He had traveled extensively in America in the late 50s and was thoroughly well informed. From 1862 to 1865, his letters to the Daily News were of great value in encouraging the British Friends of the North. In 1865, Godkin became editor of the New York Nation. Footnote 115. W. E. Forster said of her, "It was Harriet Martineau alone who was keeping English opinion about America on the right side through the press." The Daily News Jubilee edition, p. 46. Footnote 116. James, William Wetmore Story and His Friends, Volume 2 p. 92. Footnote 117. Moncure D. Conway's autobiography asserts that 2/3 of the English authors espoused the Union cause, some of them actively Professor Newman, Mill, Tom Hughes, Sir Charles Lyell, Huxley, Tyndall, Swinburne, Lord Houghton, Cairns, Fawcett, Frederick Harrison, Leslie Stephen, Allingham, the Rossettis, Volume I p. 406. This is probably true of ultimate, though not of initial, interest and attitude. But for many writers, their published works give no clue to their opinions on the Civil War as, for example, the works of Dickens, Thackeray, William Morris, or Ruskin. C. Duffus, English Opinion, p. 103. Footnote 120. Westminster Review, Volume 76, pp. 480-7509, October, 1861. Footnote 121. Bright to Sumner, September 6, 1861. Cited in Rhodes, United States, Volume 3, p. 509. Footnote 122. A meeting held in Edinburgh, May 9, 1861, declared that anti-slavery England ought never to recognize the South. Reported in Liberator, May 31, 1861. Footnote 126. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Nos. 24, 25, and 26. Chapter 3. The Development of a Policy, May, 1861. In June, 1859, a short-lived conservative government under the leadership of Lord Derby had been replaced by a coalition Liberal government, at the head of which stood Palmerston, but so constituted that almost equal influence was attributed to the Foreign Secretary, Lord John Russell. Both men had previously held the premiership, and, as they represented different wings of the Whig Liberal Party, it was prophesied by political wiseacres that personal friction would soon lead to a new disruption. Nor were the possible elements of discord confined to these two. Gladstone, formerly a Peelite Tory, and for a time uncertain whether to return to the Tory fold or to join the Liberals, had yielded to Palmerston's promise of a free hand in financial matters, and had joined the ministry as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Opposed to him in a certain sense, as the rival claimant for political leadership among the younger group, was Sir George Cornwall Lewis, Home Secretary until July 1861, thereafter until his death in April 1863, Secretary for War. Acting in some degree as intermediary and conciliator between these divergent interests stood Lord Granville, President of Council, then a conservative Liberal, especially valuable to the cabinet for the confidence reposed in him by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. In 1861, Palmerston was 77 years old. Long before this, he had built his popularity upon a vigorous British patriotism, assertive of England's honor and jealous for British advantage. Now, however, as head of a government requiring the most delicate handling to maintain itself, he devoted his energies to details of political management in which he had great skill. His ambition was, primarily, to retain office, and in this purpose he was fortunate because, unknown to his ministerial colleagues, he had received an indirect pledge from Lord Derby, the opposition leader, that there would be, for a time at least, no determined effort to unseat him so long as his ministry brought forward no bill for a further expansion of the franchise. In the unwillingness to make any further adventure toward an expanded democracy, Palmerston was wholly at one with Derby. Of like opinion, though less strongly so, was Russell, whose popular nickname, Finality John, gained by his assertion that the Reform Bill of 1832 was England's last step toward democracy, sufficiently indicates his stand on the franchise question. In fact, every member of the cabinet belonged to the conservative Liberal group, though with shades of political faith, and none were really liberals, far less radicals. The outspoken radicals in Parliament, like John Bright and his friend Cobden, who had refused to take office under Palmerston, gave a lukewarm support to the ministry, but would not pledge themselves to steadfast adherence. They had hopes of Gladstone, believed that he would ultimately come into their group, but meanwhile watched with anxiety his delighted immersion, as indeed Palmerston desired it, in the details of financial management to the exclusion of other questions. The matter of ministerial and general British attitude toward democracy as affecting British policy during the American Civil War will be considered in a later chapter. In the spring of 1861, it had not become a clear-cut British opinion and did not, so far as historical evidence can determine, affect early governmental policy toward America. The outstanding feature of the British government in 1861 is that it was made up of various so-called liberal elements, the representatives of each of which carried on the business of his own department much as he pleased. Palmerston's was, of course, the deciding opinion whenever he cared to express it, but this he did but rarely. His great concern was to keep his all-star associates running smoothly together and thus to give no occasion for parliamentary criticism and attack. It followed that Russell, 8 years the junior of Palmerston, was in foreign affairs more powerful and independent than is customary. Indeed, the government was at times spoken of as the Palmerston-Russell ministry. These two were the leaders of the team. Next came Gladstone and Cornwall Lewis, rivals of the younger generation, and each eager to lead when their elders should retire from harness. Gladstone's great ability was already recognized, but his personal political faith was not yet clear. Lewis, lacking his rival's magnetic and emotional qualities, cold, scholarly, and accurate in performance, was regarded as a statesman of high promise. Other cabinet members, as is the custom of coalitions, were more free in opinion and action than in a strict party ministry where one dominating personality imposes his will upon his colleagues. Lord John Russell, then in foreign policy, was more than the main voice of the government. Rather, save in times of extreme crisis, governmental foreign policy was Russell's policy. This was even more true as regards American than European affairs, for the former were little understood, and dependence was necessarily placed upon the man whose business it was to be familiar with them. Indeed, there was little actual parliamentary or governmental interest, before midsummer of 1861, in the American question, attention in foreign affairs being directed toward Italian expansion, to the difficulties related to the control of the Ionian Islands, and to the developing Danish troubles in Schleswig-Holstein. Neither did the opposition party venture to express a policy as regards America. Lord Derby, able but indolent, occasionally indulged in caustic criticism, but made no attempt to push his attack home. Malmesbury, his former foreign secretary, was active and alert in French affairs, but gave no thought to relations across the Atlantic. Disraeli, Tory leader in the Commons, skillfully led a strong minority in attacks on the government's policy, but never on the American question, though frequently urged to do so by the Friends of the South. In short, for the first year of the Civil War, 1861, the policy of Great Britain toward America was the policy of Lord John Russell, unhampered by friend or foe. This being the case, what did Russell know about the American crisis? Briefly, no more than has already been stated as derived from the reports of British officials in the United States and from the pages of the public press. The salient facts known to Russell were few. Lincoln's cabinet had been named. Lincoln himself was absolutely an unknown quantity, but it was unbelievable that a man of his origins and history could be more than a mere figurehead in opinion, then held as widely in America as in England. But someone must determine American policy, and by universal consent, this would be Seward. The new Secretary of State was at the moment better known in England than any other American statesman, with the possible exception of Charles Sumner, whose visits and personal contacts had established a circle of British friendships. Both men were accepted as champions of anti-slavery, Sumner for his vigorous denunciations and his so-called martyrdom under the physical violence of the South Carolinian Brooks, and Seward for his clever political anti-Southern leadership in the United States Senate. But Seward's reputation in this respect was offset by the belief that he was anti-British in his personal sentiments, or at least that he was very ready to arouse for political ends the customary anti-British sentiment of his Irish constituents in the state of New York. In 1860, on the occasion of the visit to the United States of the Prince of Wales, Seward is alleged to have stated to the Duke of Newcastle that in case he became Secretary of State, it would then become my duty to insult England, and I mean to do so, a threat, whether jocose or not, that aroused much serious and anxious speculation in British governmental circles. Moreover, Seward's reputation was that of a wily, clever politician, rather unscrupulous in methods which British politicians profess to disdain, a reputation serving to dim somewhat, as indeed it did in America also, the sincere idealisms and patriotism of the statesman. Altogether, Seward was regarded in Great Britain as a rather dangerous man, yet as the inevitable guiding power in the new Republican administration. This estimate was shared by many in the United States also, but not by all. The new American minister to London, Charles Francis Adams, himself a most stiffly upright politician, both regarded Seward as the only possible leader of Republican Party policy and rejoiced that this was so, having great confidence in his chief's integrity and wisdom. Adams himself was well suited to his new post. He was known as having early in 1849 fought the battle of anti-slavery as a Free Soil Whig, and later as a leading Republican member of Congress from Massachusetts. Principally, however, he was suited to his post by education, family, and character. He had been taken as a boy to Russia during his father's ministry at St. Petersburg, and later had been educated in England. His father and grandfather, John Quincy Adams and John Adams, both presidents of the United States, had both also been American ministers at London. Intensely patriotic, but having wide acquaintance through training and study with European affairs, especially those of Britain, and equipped with high intellectual gifts, Adams was still further fitted to his new post by his power of cool judgment and careful expression in critical times. His very coolness, sometimes appearing as coldness and stiff dignity, rendered him an especially fit agent to deal with Russell, a man of very similar characteristics. The two men quickly learned to respect and esteem each other, whatever clash arose in national policies. But meanwhile Adams, in April 1861, was not yet arrived in London. The Southern government organized at Montgomery, Alabama, but soon transferred to Richmond, Virginia, was headed by Jefferson Davis as president and Alexander Stephens as vice president. Neither man was well known in England, though both had long been prominent in American politics. The little British information on Davis, that he had served in the United States Senate and as a cabinet member, seemed to indicate that he was better fitted to executive duties than his rival, Lincoln. But Davis' foreign policy was wholly a matter for speculation, and his cabinet consisted of men absolutely unknown to British statesmen. In truth, it was not a cabinet of distinction, for it was the misfortune of the South that everywhere, as the Civil War developed, Southern gentlemen sought reputation and glory in the army rather than in political position. Nor did President Davis himself ever fully grasp the importance to the South of a well-considered and energetic foreign policy. At first, indeed, home controversy compelled anxious attention to the exclusion of other matters. Until war cemented Southern patriotism, Davis, himself regarded as an extremist, felt it necessary, in denial of an asserted unreasonableness of personal attitude, to appoint to office men known for their earlier moderate opinions on both slavery and secession. The single exception to this general policy was the appointment as agents to Europe of Yancey, Rost, and Mann, all of them extreme pro-slavery men and eager secessionists. Of these, Mann was the only one with any previous diplomatic experience. Yancey's choice was particularly inappropriate, for he at least was known abroad as the extreme fire-eating Southern orator, demanding for 10 years past that Southern action in defense of states' rights and Southern interests, which now, at last, the South was attempting. Yancey and Rost, starting on their journey on March 16, reached London on April 29. Meanwhile, in this same month of April, conditions in America, so long confused and uncertain, were being rapidly clarified. The South, earlier than the North, had come to a determined policy, for while during January and February, at the Montgomery Convention, there had been uncertainty as to actively applying the doctrinaire right of secession. By March, the party of action had triumphed, and though there was still talk of conferences with the North, and commissioners actually appointed, no real expectation existed of a favorable result. In the North, the determination of policy was more slowly developed. Lincoln was not inaugurated until March 4, and no positive pronouncement was earlier possible. Even after that date, uncertainty still prevailed. European correspondents were reporting men like Sumner as willing to let the South go in peace. The mayor of New York City was discussing the advisability of a separate secession by that financial center from nation and state alike and of setting up as a free town. Seward, just appointed Secretary of State, was repudiating in both official and private talk any intention to coerce the South by force of arms. It is no wonder that British statesmen were largely at sea over the American situation. But on April 13, 1861, the Stars and Stripes floating over Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor was lowered in surrender of a federal fortress under the armed attack of the newly born Confederacy. That event drove away, as by magic, the uncertainty of the North and removed the last vestiges of Southern doubt. A great wave of militant patriotism swept over both sections. Hurriedly, both North and South prepared for war, issuing calls for volunteers and organizing in all accustomed warlike preparations. The news of Sumter reached London on April 27, and that civil war seemed certain was known on April 29. On April 17, Davis, since the South lacked a navy, approved a proclamation offering to issue letters of marque and reprisal. On April 19, Lincoln proclaimed a Northern intention to treat as pirates any privateers acting under such letters, and also gave notice of a blockade of Southern ports, to be instituted later. Thus suddenly, so it seemed to British officials and public after the long delay and uncertainty of months, events in America had precipitated a state of war, though in fact there were still to elapse other months in which both North and South labored to transform a peaceful society into one capable of waging effective battle. The result of this sudden change in the American horizon was to alter, almost as quickly, the previous delay in outlining a British policy, though presumably the British government, while waiting the turn of events, had given careful consideration to the steps required of it in just such a situation as had now arisen. Certainly both Lyon and Russell had been deeply anxious for some time and had visualized a proper British policy. The movement in Great Britain now became rapid. On April 29, Malmesbury in the Lords spoke of the news of civil war which had arrived this morning, and asked if the government had tried to prevent it or had set on foot negotiations with other powers to check it. Wodehouse, replying for the government, stated that the United States as an independent state would have resented any suggestions from Great Britain, and that Lyon had been instructed to be extremely careful about offering advice unless asked for by the contending parties themselves. Both speakers commented on the ties of blood, rendering Britain especially anxious in this American quarrel, and regretted the conflict. Malmesbury's query as to the approach to another government, meaning France, was evaded. That some such approach, in accordance with the earlier advice of Lyon, had already been made, is evident from the fact that 3 days later, on May 1, Dallas learned from Russell of the plan of joint action with France, though what that action would be was not made clear. As Dallas' report was soon the basis of an American complaint shortly to be considered, the paragraph referring to this matter is important. The solicitude felt by Lord John Russell as to the effect of certain measures represented as likely to be adopted by the President induced him to request me to call at his private residence yesterday. I did so. He told me that the 3 representatives of the Southern Confederacy were here, that he had not seen them, but was not unwilling to do so unofficially, that there existed an understanding between this government and that of France which would lead both to take the same course as to recognition, whatever that course might be. And he then referred to the rumor of a meditated blockade of Southern ports and their discontinuance as ports of entry topics on which I had heard nothing. But as I informed him that Mr. Adams had apprised me of his intention to be on his way hither, in the steamship Niagara, which left Boston on the 1st May, and that he would probably arrive in less than 2 weeks, by the 12th or 15th instant, His lordship acquiesced in the expediency of disregarding mere rumor and waiting the full knowledge to be brought by my successor. The motion, therefore, of Mr. Gregory may be further postponed at his lordship's suggestion. May 3rd, Russell held an unofficial interview with the two Southern commissioners in fact arrived, Yancey and Rost. As reported by them, Russell listened with attention to their representation, but made no informing comment. They argued the constitutional right of secession, depicted the firm determination of the South, were confident of early acquiescence by the North, and especially laid stress on the Southern desire for free trade. Russell's own report to Leon on this interview, and on one held 6 days later, May 9, is in substantial agreement, but much more is made by him than by the commissioners of a question put by Russell as to a Southern plan of reviving the African slave trade. Yancey and Rost denied this and asserted that they had prohibited the slave trade and did not mean to revive it. Their report to Richmond does not depict this matter as of special significance in the interview. Russell's report to Leon lays stress upon it. The general result of the interview was that Russell listened, but refused, as to Dallas, to make any pledge on recognition. But the Southern commissioners came away with a feeling of confidence and were content to wait on British action. On this same day, May 3, Russell received from the Attorney General a memorandum in reply to a query as to recognizing the belligerency of the South and as to the right of the South to issue letters of marque and reprisal. The memorandum notes that Southern privateering would be dangerous to British commerce with the North, but sees no help for it. The best solution, wrote the Attorney General, would be for the European nations to determine that the war between the two confederacies shall be carried on the principles of justum bellum, and shall be conducted according to the rules of the Treaty of Paris. Recognize the Southern states as a belligerent on this condition only. The next day, referring to this memorandum, Russell wrote Leon that the law officers are of opinion that we must consider the Civil War in America as regular war. But he does not comment on the legal advice to press the South to abandon privateering before recognizing her belligerent rights. For this is the only meaning that can be attached to the last sentence quoted from the Attorney General's memorandum. This advice, however, in view of the opinion that there was no help for it, was presumably but a suggestion as to a possible diplomatic maneuver with little confidence that it would succeed. The best solution was not the probable one, for the South, without a navy, would not readily yield its only naval weapon. In these few days, British policy was rapidly matured and announced. The letter of May 4 to Leon, stating the Civil War to be a regular war, was followed on May 6 by a formal instruction giving Leon advance notice of the determination reached by the Cabinet to recognize the belligerent rights of the South. Russell indulged in many expressions of regret and sympathy, but Leon was not to conceal that this British action represented the government's view of the actualities of the American situation. Yet while Leon was not to conceal this opinion, he was not instructed to notify Seward, officially, of the recognition of Southern belligerency. Here was a correct understanding of the difficulty of the diplomatic position at Washington and a permitted avoidance by Leon of dangerous ground. Russell was not then aware of the tenacity with which Seward was to cling to a theory, not yet clearly formulated for foreign governments, that the Civil War was a rebellion of peoples rather than a conflict of governments, but he does appear to have understood the delicacy of formal notification to the constituted government at Washington. Moreover, his instructions were in line with the British policy of refusing, at present, a recognition of Southern sovereignty. On the same day, May 6, a copy of the instructions to Leon was sent to Cowley, British ambassador at Paris, directing him to request France to join, promptly, in recognizing Southern belligerent rights. Cowley was also instructed that the blockade and privateering required precautions by European governments, and it was suggested that France and England unite in requesting both belligerents to accede to the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris. These articles refer to the exemption from capture, except contraband, of enemy's goods under a neutral flag, and of neutral goods under an enemy's flag. This day, also, Russell stated in Parliament that England was about to recognize the belligerent rights of the South, and spoke of the measure as a necessary and inevitable one. May 7, Cowley notified Russell that Thuvenel, the French foreign minister, was in complete agreement with England's policy. And on May 9, in a more extended communication, Cowley sent word of Thuvenel's suggestion that both powers issue a declaration that they intended to abstain from all interference. And that M. de Flahault, French ambassador at London, had been given instructions to act in close harmony with Russell. The rapidity of movement in formulating policy in the 6 days from May 1 to May 6 seems to have taken the British public and press somewhat by surprise, for there is a lack of newspaper comment even after Russell's parliamentary announcement of policy on the last-named date. But on May 9, the Times set the fashion of general approval in an editorial stating that Great Britain was now coming to see the American conflict in a new light as a conflict where there were in fact no such ideals involved as had been earlier attributed to it. Southern rights were now more clearly understood, and in any case since war, though greatly to be regretted, was now at hand, it was England's business to keep strictly out of it and to maintain neutrality. This generalization was no doubt satisfactory to the public, but in the government and in Parliament men who were thinking seriously of specific difficulties realized that the two main problems immediately confronting a British neutral policy were privateering and blockade. The South had declared its intention to use privateers. The North had declared its intention, first to hang those who engaged in privateering, and second to establish a blockade. Neither declaration had as yet been put into effect. The first action of the British government was directed toward privateering. On May 1, Russell sent a note to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty calling attention to the Southern plan to issue letters of marque and reprisal, and directing that reinforcements be sent to the British fleet in American waters. This was prompt action on unofficial information, for Davis' proclamation bore date of April 17, and Lyon's dispatch containing copies of it, sent on April 22, was not received by Russell until May 10. Ordinary news from the United States required 10 days to get into print in London, but official messages might be sent more rapidly by way of telegraph to Halifax, thence by steamer to Liverpool, and by telegraph again to London. In case the telegram to Halifax coincided with the departure of a fast vessel, the time was occasionally reduced to 7 days, but never less. At the best, the exact information as to the contents of the Davis and Lincoln proclamations of April 17 and 19, respectively, could have been received only a few days before the order was issued to reinforce the British fleet. Illustration, photo, F. Hollier, Sir William Gregory, KCMG. From Lady Gregory's Sir William Gregory, KCMG, an autobiography by kind permission. The next day, May 2, Ewart in the Commons asked if privateers sailing under the flag of an unrecognized power will be dealt with as pirates, thus showing the immediate parliamentary concern at the Davis and Lincoln proclamations. Russell stated in reply that a British fleet had been sent to protect British interests and took occasion to indicate British policy by adding, "We have not been involved in any way in that contest by any act or giving any advice in the matter, and, for God's sake, let us if possible keep out of it." May 6, Gregory, a friend of the South, who had already given notice of a motion for the recognition of the Confederacy as an independent state, asked whether the United States had been informed that a blockade of southern ports would not be recognized unless effective, and whether there would be acquiescence in the belligerent right of the South to issue letters of marque and reprisal. Russell replied that Lincoln had not been informed that a blockade must be effective to be respected, since the Washington government did not need to be told of an international rule, which it had itself long proclaimed. As to the second point, he now announced what heretofore had not been clearly stated, that Southern privateers could not be regarded by Great Britain as pirates, for if so regarded, Britain would herself have to treat them as pirates and would thus be unneutral. This was in fact, in spite of Northern bitter accusations that Britain was exhibiting governmental sympathy with the South by her tolerance of the plan of Southern privateering, an inescapable conclusion. Russell added, however, that the matter of privateering involved some new questions under the Declaration of Paris, upon which the government had not yet decided what stand to take. It was on this same day, in fact, that Russell had instructed Cowley to take up with France the question of the Declaration of Paris, privateering and blockade, declared in America months before there was any possibility of putting them into effect, and months before there were any military operations in the field, forced this rapid European action, especially the action of Great Britain, which, more than any other European nation, feared belligerent interference with her carrying and export trade. How was the British government to know that Davis would not bend every energy in sending out privateers, and Lincoln to establish a blockade? The respective declarations of Davis and Lincoln were the first evidences offered of belligerent status. It was reasonable to assume that here would come the first energetic efforts of the belligerents. Nor was British governmental intelligence sufficiently informed to be aware that Davis, in fact, controlled few ships that could be fitted out as privateers, or that 2/3 of the Northern Navy was at the moment widely scattered in foreign seas, making impossible a prompt blockade. To the British view, the immediate danger to its commercial interests lay in this announced maritime war, and it felt the necessity of defining its neutral position with speed. The underlying fact of the fixity of Southern determination to maintain secession had in the last few weeks become clearly recognized. Moreover, the latest information sent by British officials in America, some of it received just before the issue of the Proclamation of Neutrality, some just after, was all confirmative of the rapid approach of a great war. A letter from Bunch, at Charleston, was received on May 10, depicting the united Southern will to resist Northern attack, and asserting that the South had no purpose save to conduct a strictly defensive war. Bunch was no longer caustic. He now felt that a new nation was in process of birth. May 4, Monson, writing from Washington, and just returned from a trip through the South, in the course of which he had visited Montgomery, stated no reconstruction of the Union is possible, and added that there was no danger of a servile insurrection, a matter that now somewhat began to disturb the British government and public. A few days later on, May 12, Lyons expressed his strong sympathy with the North for reasons of anti-slavery, law, and race, but added that he shrank from expressions of sympathy for fear of thus encouraging the Northern cabinet in its plan of prosecuting civil war, since such a war would be frightful in its consequences, both to America and to England. Such reports, if received before the issue of the Proclamation of Neutrality, must have strengthened the feeling that prompt action was necessary. If received later, they gave confidence that that action had been wise. May 9, Forster asked in the Commons a series of questions as to the application of the British Foreign Enlistment Act in the American crisis. What would be the status of British citizens serving on Confederate privateers? How would the government treat citizens who aided in equipping such privateers? Did not the government intend to take measures to prevent the infringement of law in British ports? Here was pressure by a friend of the North to hasten an official announcement of the policy already notified to Parliament. Sir George Lewis replied stating that the government was about to issue a general proclamation warning British subjects not to take any part in the war. Similar questions were asked by Derby and the Lords on May 10 and received a similar answer. The few days' delay following Russell's statement of May 6 was due to consideration given by the law officers to the exact form required. The proclamation as issued was dated May 13 and was officially printed in the London Gazette on May 14. In form and in substance, the Proclamation of Neutrality did not differ from customary usage. It spoke of the Confederacy as states styling themselves the Confederate States of America, prohibited to Englishmen enlistment on either side, or efforts to enlist others, or equipment of ships of war, or delivery of commissions to such ships. War vessels being equipped in British ports would be seized and forfeited to the British government. If a belligerent warship came into a British port, no change or increase of equipment was to be permitted. If a subject violated the proclamation, he was both punishable in British courts and forfeited any claim to British protection. The parliamentary discussion on May 16 brought out more clearly and in general unanimity of opinion the policy of the government in application of the proclamation. The South was definitely recognized as a belligerent, but recognition of independence was for the future to determine. The right of the South to send out privateers was regretfully recognized. Such privateers could not be regarded as pirates, and the North would have no right to treat them as such. But if the North, in defiance of international opinion, did so treat them, Great Britain had at least warned its subjects that they, if engaged in service on a Southern privateer, had no claim to British protection. A blockade of the South to be respected must be effective at least to the point where a vessel attempting to pass through was likely to be captured. The plan of blockading the entire southern coast, with its 3,000 miles of coastline, was on the face of it ridiculous evidence that members of Parliament were profoundly ignorant of the physical geography of the southern seaboard. The parliamentary discussion did not reveal any partiality for one side in the American quarrel above the other. It turned wholly on legal questions and their probable application. On May 15, Russell sent to Lyons the official text of the proclamation, but did not instruct him to communicate it officially to Seward, leaving this rather to Lyons' discretion. This was discretionary in diplomatic usage, since in strict fact the proclamation was addressed to British subjects and need not be communicated officially to the belligerents. In the result, the discretion permitted to Lyon had, an important bearing, for recognition of Southern belligerency was opposed to the theory upon which the Northern government was attempting to proceed. Lyon did not then, or later, make official communication to Seward of the proclamation. The fact soon appeared that the United States seriously objected to the proclamation of neutrality, protesting first, its having been issued at all, and, in the second place, resenting what was considered its premature announcement by a friendly nation. This matter developed so serious a criticism by both American government and public, both during and after the Civil War, that it requires a close examination. Did the British government exhibit an unfriendly attitude toward the North by a premature proclamation of neutrality? On May 13, the new American minister landed at Liverpool, and on the morning of the 14th, he was ready for business in London. But the interview with Russell arranged for that day by Dallas was prevented by the illness of Russell's brother, the Duke of Bedford. All that was immediately possible was to make official notification of arrival and to secure the customary audience with the Queen. This was promptly arranged, and on May 16 Adams was presented, Palmerston attending in the enforced absence of Russell. Adams' first report to Seward was therefore brief, merely noting that public opinion was not exactly what we would wish. In this, he referred to the utterances of the press, particularly those of the Times, which from day to day and with increasing vigor sounded the note of strict neutrality in a non-idealistic war. On May 30, the Times, asserting that both parties in America were bidding for English support, summed up public opinion as follows. We have been told, in fact, by Northern politicians that it does not become us to be indifferent, and by Southern leaders that they are half inclined to become British once more. Both sides are bidding for us, and both sides have their partisans over here. On such perilous ground, we cannot walk too warily. For our own part, we are free to confess that the march of events has induced us to regard the dispute as a more commonplace kind of quarrel than it at first appeared to be. The real motives of the belligerents, as the truth transpires, appear to be exactly such motives as have caused wars in all times and countries. They are essentially selfish motives that, is to say, they are based upon speculations of national power, territorial aggrandizement, political advantage, and commercial gain. Neither side can claim any superiority of principle or any peculiar purity of patriotism. We certainly cannot discover in these arguments anything to remove the case from the common category of national or monarchical quarrels. The representations of the North might be made word for word by any autocrat or conqueror desirous of rectifying his frontier, consolidating his empire, or retaining a disaffected province in subjection. The manifestos of the South might be put forth by any state desirous of terminating an unpleasant connection or exchanging union for independence. It is just such a question as has been left times out of mind in this old world to the decision of the sword. The sword will be the arbitrator in the New World too, but the event teaches us plainly enough that republics and democracies enjoy no exemption from the passions and follies of humanity. Under these impressions, Adams presented himself on May 18 for his first interview with Russell. He stated that he had come with the idea that there was little to do beyond the duty of preserving the relations actually existing between the two nations from the risk of being unfavorably affected by the unfortunate domestic disturbances prevailing in my own country. It was not without pain that I was compelled to admit that from the day of my arrival I had felt in the proceedings of both Houses of Parliament, in the language of Her Majesty's ministers, and in the tone of opinion prevailing in private circles, more of uncertainty about this than I had before thought possible. Adams then inquired whether the replies given by Russell to Dallas, refusing to indicate a policy as to recognition of the South, implied a British purpose to adopt a policy which would have the effect to widen, if not to make irreparable, a breach which we believed yet to be entirely manageable by ourselves. Russell here replied that there was no such intention. He had simply meant to say to Dallas that the British government were not disposed in any way to interfere. To this, Adams answered that it was deserving of grave consideration whether great caution was not to be used in adopting any course that might, even in the most indirect way, have an effect to encourage the hopes of the disaffected in America. It was in this view that I must be permitted to express the great regret I had felt on learning the decision to issue the Queen's proclamation, which at once raised the insurgents to the level of a belligerent state, and still more the language used in regard to it by Her Majesty's ministers in both Houses of Parliament before and since. Whatever might be the design, there could be no shadow of doubt that the effect of these events had been to encourage the friends of the disaffected here. The tone of the press and of private opinion indicated it strongly. Russell's answer was that Adams was placing more stress on recent events than they deserved. The government had taken the advice of the law officers and as a result had concluded that, as a question merely of fact, a war existed. Under such circumstances, it seemed scarcely possible to avoid speaking of this in the technical sense as justum bellum, that is, a war of two sides, without in any way implying an opinion of its justice, as well as to withhold an endeavor, so far as possible, to bring the management of it within the rules of modern civilized warfare. This was all that was contemplated by the Queen's proclamation. It was designed to show the purport of existing laws, and to explain to British subjects their liabilities in case they should engage in the war. To this Adams answered that under other circumstances, I should be very ready to give my cheerful assent to this view of his lordship's, but I must be permitted frankly to remark that the action taken seemed, at least to my mind, a little more rapid than was absolutely called for by the occasion. And furthermore, it pronounced the insurgents to be a belligerent state before they had ever shown their capacity to maintain any kind of warfare whatever, except within one of their own harbors and under every possible advantage. It considered them a marine power before they had ever exhibited a single privateer on the ocean. The rule was very clear that whenever it became apparent that any organized form of society had advanced so far as to prove its power to defend and protect itself against the assaults of enemies, and at the same time to manifest a capacity to maintain binding relations with foreign nations, then a measure of recognition could not be justly objected to on any side. The case was very different when such an interference should take place, prior to the establishment of the proof required, as to bring about a result which would not probably have happened but for that external agency. This representation by the American minister, thus early made, contains the whole argument advanced against the British proclamation of neutrality, though there were many similar representations made at greater length both by Adams later and by Seward at Washington. They are all well summarized by Bernard as a rejection of the proposition that the existence of war is a simple matter of fact, to be ascertained as other facts are an assertion. Of the dogma that there can be no war, so far as foreign nations are concerned, and therefore no neutrality so long as there is a sovereignty de jure. But in this first representation Adams, in the main, laid stress upon the haste with which the proclamation of neutrality had been issued, and, by inference, upon the evidence that British sympathies were with the South. One British journal was, indeed, at this very moment voicing exactly those opinions advanced by Adams. The Spectator declared that while the proclamation, on the face of it, appeared to be one of strict neutrality, it in reality tended directly to the benefit of the South. A fortnight later this paper asserted, "The quarrel, cover it with cotton as we may, is between freedom and slavery, right and wrong, the dominion of God and the dominion of the devil, and the duty of England, we submit, is clear. She should, even though forced to declare her neutrality, refuse for all time to recognize the slave-holding Confederacy. But the Spectator stood nearly alone in this view. The Saturday Review defended in every respect the issue of the proclamation, and added, "In a short time, it will be necessary further to recognize the legitimacy of the Southern government. But the United States have a right to require that the acknowledgement shall be postponed until the failure of the effort which they assert or believe that they are about to make has resulted in an experimental proof that subjugation is impossible." A few provincial papers supported the view of the Spectator, but they were of minor importance, and generally the press heartily approved the proclamation. At the time of Adams' interview with Russell on May 18, he has just received an instruction from Seward written under the impression aroused by Dallas' report of Russell's refusal on April 8 to make any pledge as to British policy on the recognition of Southern independence. Seward was very much disturbed by what Russell had said to Dallas. In this instruction, dated April 27, he wrote, "When you shall have read the instructions at large which have been sent to you, you will hardly need to be told that these last remarks of his lordship are by no means satisfactory to this government. Her Britannic Majesty's government is at liberty to choose whether it will retain the friendship of this government by refusing all aid and comfort to its enemies, now in flagrant rebellion against it, as we think the treaties existing between the two countries require, or whether the government of Her Majesty will take the precarious benefits of a different course. You will lose no time in making known to Her Britannic Majesty's government that the President regards the answer of his lordship as possibly indicating a policy that this government would be obliged to deem injurious to its rights and derogating from its dignity." Having promptly carried out these instructions, as he understood them, Adams soon began to report an improved British attitude, and especially in the government, stating that this improvement was due, in part, to the vigor now being shown by the Northern government, in part, to a sense that the preceding action of Her Majesty's ministers has been construed to mean more than they intended by it. But at Washington, the American irritation was not so easily allayed. Lyon was reporting Seward, and indeed, the whole North, as very angry with the proclamation of neutrality. On June 14, Lyon had a long conversation with Seward in which the latter stubbornly denied that the South could possess any belligerent rights. Lyon left the conference feeling that Seward was trying to divide France and England on this point, and Lyon was himself somewhat anxious because France was so long delaying her own proclamation. To meet the situation, he and Mercier, the French minister, went the next day, June 15, on an official visit to Seward with the intention of formally presenting the British proclamation and Thuvenel's instructions to Mercier to support it. But Seward said at once that he could not receive from us a communication founded on the assumption that the Southern rebels were to be regarded as belligerents, that this was a determination to which the cabinet had come deliberately, that he could not admit that recent events had in any respect altered the relations between foreign powers and the Southern states, that he would not discuss the question with us, but that he should give instructions to the United States ministers in London and Paris, who would thus be enabled to state the reasons for the course taken by their government to your lordship and to M. Thuvenel, if you should be desirous to hear them. He should not take official cognizance of the recognition of the belligerent rights of Southern rebels by Great Britain and France, unless he should be forced to do so by an official communication addressed to the government of the United States itself. In the result, the two ministers submitted their papers to Seward for his own use only. They did not regard the moment well chosen to be punctilious. Lyon reported that Seward's language and demeanor throughout the interview were calm, friendly, and good-humored. But the fact remained that the United States had not been officially notified of the proclamation of neutrality, and that the American government, sensitive to popular excitement in the matter and committed to the theory of a rebellion of peoples, was thus left free to continue argument in London without any necessity of making formal protest and of taking active steps to support such protest. The official relation was eased by the conciliatory acquiescence of Lyon. The public anger of America, expressed in her newspapers, astonished the British press and temporarily made them more careful in comment on American affairs. The Times told its readers to keep cool. It is plain that the utmost care and circumspection must be used by every man or party in England to avoid giving offense to either of the two incensed belligerents. In answer to the Northern outcry at the lack of British sympathy, it declared, "Neutrality, strict neutrality is all that the United States government can claim." While the burden of American criticism was thus directed toward the British recognition of Southern belligerency, there were two other matters of great moment to the American view: the attitude of the British government toward Southern privateers, and the hearing given by Russell to the Confederate envoys. On the former, Seward, on May 21, wrote to Adams, "As to the treatment of privateers in the insurgent service, you will say that this is a question exclusively our own. We treat them as pirates. They are our own citizens, or persons employed by our own citizens, preying on the commerce of our country. If Great Britain shall choose to recognize them as lawful belligerents and give them shelter from our pursuit and punishment, the law of nations affords an adequate and proper remedy." This was threatening language, but was for Adams' own eye, and in the next sentence of his letter Seward stated that avoidance of friction on this point was easy, since in 1856, Great Britain had invited the United States to adhere to the Declaration of Paris, everywhere abolishing privateering. And to this, the United States was now ready to accede. What Seward really meant to accomplish by this was not made clear, for the question of privateering did not constitute the main point of his belligerent letter of May 21. In fact, the proposed treatment of privateers as pirates might have resulted in very serious complications, for though the proclamation of neutrality had warned British subjects that they would forfeit any claim to protection if they engaged in the conflict, it is obvious that the hanging as a pirate of a British seaman would have aroused a national outcry, almost certain to have forced the government into protest and action against America. Fortunately, the cooler judgment of the United States soon led to quiet abandonment of the plan of treating privateers as pirates, while on the other point of giving shelter to Confederate privateers, Seward himself received from Lyon's assurance, even before Adams had made a protest, that no such shelter would be available in British ports. In this same letter of May 21, Seward, writing of the rumor that the Southern envoys were to be received by Russell, unofficially, instructed Adams that he must use efforts to stop this and that. "You will, in any event, desist from all intercourse whatever, unofficial as well as official, with the British government, so long as it shall continue intercourse of either kind with the domestic enemies of this country." Here was a positive instruction as to the American minister's conduct in a given situation, and a very serious instruction, nearly equivalent to taking leave after a rupture of diplomatic relations. But the method to be used in avoiding, if possible, the necessity of the serious step was left to Adams' discretion. Well might Adams comment, when reporting the outcome, that this was the most delicate portion of my task. Adams again went over with Russell the suspicion as to British intentions aroused in America by the Queen's proclamation, but added that he had not been able to convince himself of the existence of an unfriendly design. But it was not to be disguised that the fact of the continued stay of the pseudo-commissioners in this city, and still more the knowledge that they had been admitted to more or less interviews with his lordship, was calculated to excite uneasiness. Indeed, it had already given great dissatisfaction to my government. I added, as moderately as I could, that in all frankness any further protraction of this relation could scarcely fail to be viewed by us as hostile in spirit, and to require some corresponding action accordingly. Russell replied that both France and England had long been accustomed to receive such persons unofficially, as in the case of Poles, Hungarians, Italians, etc., to hear what they had to say. But this did not imply recognition in their case any more than in ours. He added that he had seen the gentlemen once some time ago, and once more some time since. He had no expectation of seeing them any more. For the moment, then, a matter which under Seward's instructions might have brought on a serious crisis was averted by the tact of Adams and the acquiescence of Russell. Yet no pledge had been given. Russell merely stated that he had no expectation of further interviews with the Southern commissioners. He was still ready to hear from them in writing. This caused a division of opinion between the commissioners. Yancey argued that Russell's concession to Adams was itself a violation of the neutrality the British government had announced, and that it should be met by a formal protest. but the other members insisted on a reference to Richmond for instructions. On the same day that Adams reported the result to Seward, he wrote privately to his son in Boston. "My position here thus far has not been difficult or painful. If I had followed the course of some of my colleagues in the diplomatic line, this country might have been on the high road to the Confederate camp before now. It did not seem to me to be expedient so to play into the hands of our opponents. Although there has been, and is more or less of sympathy with the slaveholders in certain circles, they are not so powerful as to overbear the general sentiment of the people. The ministry has been placed in rather delicate circumstances, when a small loss of power on either extreme would have thrown them out. In Adams' opinion, the Liberals were on the whole more friendly, at least, to the North than were the Conservatives, and he therefore considered it best not to press too harshly upon the government. But the concluding sentence of this same letter was significant. "I wait with patience, but, as yet, I have not gone so far as to engage a house for more than a month at a time." He might himself be inclined to view more leniently the proclamation of neutrality and be able to find excuses for the alleged haste with which it had been issued, but his instructions required strong representations, especially on the latter point. Adams' report to Seward of June 14, just noted, on the interview with Russell of June 12, after treating of privateering and the Southern commissioners, turns in greater length to the alleged pledge of delay given by Russell to Dallas, and to the violation of that pledge in a hasty issue of the proclamation. He renews attack on the line already taken on May 18. From this time on, throughout and after the war, this criticism was repeatedly made and with increasing bitterness. British friends of the North joined in the American outcry. By mere reiteration, it became in the popular mind on both sides of the Atlantic an accepted and well-founded evidence of British governmental unfriendliness in May 1861. At the conclusion of the Civil War, John Bright in Parliament, commenting on the causes of American ill will, declared that the government of 1861, knowing that Adams was on his way, should, in mere courtesy, have waited his arrival. Then, said Bright, the proclamation, entirely justifiable in itself, might have been issued without offense and without embittering the United States. Had in fact a pledge to wait been given to Dallas, and was the proclamation hasty and premature? Russell always denied he had given any such pledge, and the text of Dallas' report of the interview of May 1 would seem to support that denial. On that day, Russell for the second time told Dallas that England would not commit herself, as yet, as regards Southern recognition, clearly meaning a recognition of sovereignty, not of belligerency, and immediately asked Dallas what the rumors of a blockade meant. Dallas replied that he had no information on this point, and Russell acquiesced in the expediency of disregarding mere rumor and waiting the full knowledge to be brought by my successor. The motion, therefore, of Mr. Gregory may be further postponed, at his lordship's suggestion. The unprejudiced interpretation of this report is merely that Russell refrained from pressing Dallas about a matter blockade of which Dallas knew nothing, agreeing that this would be explained by Adams, and especially that he let Dallas understand that Gregory's motion, which was one for recognizing the independence and sovereignty of the South, would be postponed. If there was a pledge here, it was a pledge not to recognize Southern sovereignty until after Adams' arrival. But even if there was no promise of delay, there can be no question, writes the son of Adams in a brief biography of his father, that the proclamation of the 13th was issued with unseemly haste. The purpose was manifest. It was to have the status of the Confederacy as a belligerent and accomplished fact before the arrival of the newly accredited minister. This precipitate action was chiefly significant as indicating an animus, that animus being really based on the belief, already matured into a conviction, that the full recognition of the Confederacy as an independent power was merely a question of time, and probably of a very short time. The author does not, however, support the contemporary American contention that any proclamation was contrary to international custom, and that no recognition of belligerent status was permissible to neutrals until the insurgents had forced the mother country itself to recognize the division as fully accomplished even while war still continued. Indeed, American practice was flatly contradictory of the argument, as in the very pertinent example of the petty Canadian Rebellion of 1837, when President Van Buren had promptly issued a proclamation of neutrality. It is curious that in his several replies to Seward's complaints, Russell did not quote a letter from Stevenson, the American minister to London, addressed to Palmerston, May 22, 1838. Stevenson was demanding disavowal and disapproval of the Caroline affair, and incidentally he asserted as an incontrovertible principle that civil wars are not distinguished from other wars as to belligerent and neutral rights, that they stand upon the same ground and are governed by the same principles, that whenever a portion of a state seek by force of arms to overthrow the government and maintain independence, the contest becomes one de facto of war. This was as exact and correct a statement of the British view as could have been desired. The American minister, whatever his official representation, did not then hold privately the view of unfriendly animus. On July 2, 1861, his secretary son wrote, "The English are really on our side, of that I have no doubt whatever. But they thought that as a dissolution seemed inevitable, and as we seemed to have made up our minds to it, that their proclamation was just the thing to keep them straight with both sides, and when it turned out otherwise, they did their best to correct their mistake." The modern historical judgment of the best American writers likewise exonerates the British government of unfriendly animus, but is still apt to refer to the premature issue of the proclamation. This was also John Bright's view. But can Russell and the government be criticized even as exercising an unwise, not unfriendly, haste? Henry Adams wrote that the British thought the dissolution seemed inevitable, and we seemed to have made up our minds to it. Certainly, this was a justifiable conclusion from the events in America from Lincoln's election in November 1860 to his inauguration in March 1861, and even to a later date, almost in fact to the first week in April. During this period, the British ministry preserved a strictly hands-off policy. Then, suddenly, actual conflict begins, and at once each side in America issues declarations, Davis on privateering, Lincoln on blockade and piracy, indicative that maritime war, the form of war at once most dangerous to British interests and most likely to draw in British citizens, was the method first to be tried by the contestants. Unless these declarations were mere bluff and bluster, England could not dare wait their application. She must at once warn her citizens and make clear her position as a neutral. The proclamation was no effort to keep straight with both sides. It was simply the natural, direct, and prompt notification to British subjects required in the presence of a de facto war. Moreover, merely as a matter of historical speculation, it was fortunate that the proclamation antedated the arrival of Adams. The theory of the Northern administration, under which the Civil War was begun and concluded, was that a portion of the people of the United States were striving as insurgents to throw off their allegiance, and that there could be no recognition of any Southern government in the conflict. In actual practice in war, the exchange of prisoners and like matters, this theory had soon to be discarded. Yet it was a far-seeing and wise theory nevertheless in looking forward to the purely domestic and constitutional problem of the return to the Union, when conquered, of the sections in rebellion. This, unfortunately, was not clear to foreign nations, and it necessarily complicated relations with them. Yet under that theory Adams had to act. Had he arrived before the proclamation of neutrality, it is difficult to see how he could have proceeded otherwise than to protest, officially, against any British declaration of neutrality, declaring that his government did not acknowledge a state of war as existing and threatening to take his leave. It would have been his duty to prevent, if possible, the issue of the proclamation. Dallas, fortunately, had been left uninformed and uninstructed. Adams, fortunately, arrived too late to prevent and had, therefore, merely to complain. The premature issue of the proclamation averted an inevitable rupture of relations on a clash between the American theory of no state of war and the international fact that war existed. Had that rupture occurred, how long would the British government and people have remained neutral, and what would have been the ultimate fate of the United States? Footnotes. Footnote 1261, Bright to Sumner, Jan. 26, 1865, Mass Hist. Soch, Proceedings, Roman 46, p. 132. Footnote 1267, Mason to Benjamin, March 31, 1865. Richardson, Roman 2, pp. 709-17. Footnote 1269, Russian archives. Stokol to F.O. Jan. 24, 1865. No. 187. It is interesting that just at this time Gorchakov should have sent to Stokol the copy of a memorandum by one C. Catechese, employee of the Foreign Office and longtime resident in the United States, in which was outlined a plan of a Russian offer of mediation. The memorandum specified that such an offer should be based on the idea that the time had come for a complete restoration of the Union, and argued that both North and South regarded Russia as a special friend. It was Russia's interest to see the Union restored as a balance to Great Britain. Gorchakov's comment was favorable, but he left it wholly to Stokol's judgment and discretion to act upon the plan. Russian archives. F.O. to Stokol, Feb. 6, 1865. Footnote 1271. A cycle of Adams' letters, Roman 2, 254. To his son, Feb. 10, 1865. Footnote 1273. A cycle of Adams' letters, Roman 2, 256. To his son, Feb. 17, 1865. Footnote 1274. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1865-66, pt. I. p. 182, Adams to Seward, Feb. 23, 1865. Footnote 1280, Russell Papers. Burnley to Russell, Feb. 23 and March 13, 1865. Footnote 1281. The speech of Mr. Bright is universally admitted to have been one of the most brilliant specimens of his peculiar style of oratory. In its reminiscences, equally unwelcome to both sides of the House, it was yet received after the fashion of an unpleasant medicine, which has the aid of a strong and savory medium to overwhelm the nauseous taste. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1865-66, pt. I. p. 246. Adams to Seward, March 16, 1865. Footnote 1283, Ibid, p. 262. Adams to Seward, March 24, 1865. Adams wrote of his own situation that it seems at last to be getting easy and comfortable so far as freedom from anxiety is concerned. A cycle of Adams' letters, Roman 2, p. 258. To his son, March 24, 1865. Footnote 1284. Bruce, who succeeded Leon at Washington, reached New York on April 7. His first letter to Russell from Washington, dated April 14, stated that America was certainly preparing to oust Maximilian in Mexico, and that even the Southern prisoners were eager to join the United States troops in an expedition for this purpose. Russell Papers. Footnote 1285. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1865-66, Part 2, p. 323. Adams to Seward, April 20, 1865. Footnote 1291. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1865-66, pt. I. p. 331. Adams to Seward, April 28, 1865. Footnote 1298. Parliamentary Papers, 1865, Commons, Volume LVI. Correspondence respecting the assassination of the late President of the United States. Footnote 1301. A cycle of Adams' letters, Roman 2, 267. Charles Francis Adams to his son, April 28, 1865. Footnote 1302. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1865-66, pt. I. pp. 344, 361. Adams to Hunter, May 4 and May 11, 1865. Footnote 1306. Russian archives. Stokol to F.O., March 113, 1865, No. 523. Stokol was opposed to this. Footnote 1309. F.O., A.M., Volume 1018, Number 297. Bruce to Russell, May 16, 1865. Footnote 1311. Parliamentary Papers, 1865, Commons, Volume LVI. Further correspondence respecting the cessation of civil war in North America. Number 10. Footnote 1312. Ibid. Correspondence respecting the cessation of civil war in North America. Footnote 1313. Ibid. Further correspondence respecting the cessation of civil war in North America. Number 9. Footnote 1315. Parliamentary Papers, 1865, Commons, Volume LVI. Correspondence respecting President's proclamation of 22 May, 1865. Bruce to Russell, May 26, 1865. Footnote 1317. Ibid. Further correspondence respecting the cessation of civil war in North America. Number 9, Seward to Bruce, June 19, 1865. Footnote 1319. Parliamentary Papers, 1865, Commons, Volume LVI. Further correspondence respecting the cessation of civil war in North America. Number 10. Footnote 1320. Russian Archives, Stokel to F.O. Dec. 23 1859/Jan. 4 1860. Number 146. Footnote 1321. Ibid. Stokel to F.O. Jan. 1729, 1861. Number 267. He reports that he has seen a confidential letter from Thuvenel to Mercier outlining exactly his own ideas as to England being the sole gainer by the dissolution of the Union. Footnote 1322. For an analysis of this change, see the Cambridge History of British Foreign Policy, Vol. Roman II, p. 277, which also quotes a remarkable speech by Disraeli. Chapter 18. The Keynote of British Attitude. On May 8, 1865, the news was received in London of Johnston's surrender to Sherman. On that same day, there occurred in the Commons the first serious debate in 33 years on a proposed expansion of the electoral franchise. It was a dramatic coincidence, and no mere fortuitous one in the minds of thoughtful Englishmen who had seen in the Civil War a struggle as fateful in British domestic policy as in that of America herself. Throughout all British political agitation, from the time of the American Revolution in 1776, there had run the thread of the American example, as argument to some for imitation, to others for warning. Nearly every British traveler in America, publishing his impressions, felt compelled to report on American governmental and political institutions, and did so from his preconceived notions of what was desirable in his own country. In the 10 years immediately preceding the Civil War, most travelers were laudatory of American democracy, and one, the best in acute analysis up to the time of Lord Bryce's great work, had much influence on that class in England, which was discontented with existing political institutions at home. This was Mackay's Western World, which, first published in 1849, had gone through 4 editions in 1850, and in succeeding years was frequently reprinted. Republicanism, Mackay asserted, was no longer an experiment. Its success and permanence were evident in the mighty power of the United States. Canada would soon follow the American example. The injustice of British aristocrats to the United States was intentional, seeking to discredit democracy. Englishmen are too prone to mingle severity with their judgments whenever the Republic is concerned. It is the interest of aristocracy to exhibit republicanism, wherever it is found, in the worst possible light, and the mass of the people have too long, by pandering to their prejudice, aided them in their object. They recognize America as the stronghold of republicanism. If they can bring it into disrepute here, they know that they inflict upon it the deadliest blow in Europe. On the opposing side were other writers. Tremon here argued the inapplicability of American institutions to Great Britain. The theoretical bases of those institutions were in some respects admirable, but in actual practice, they had resulted in the rule of the mob and had debased the nation in the estimation of the world. Bribery in elections, the low order of men in politics and in Congress, were proofs of the evils of democracy. Those in England who clamored for a numerical, rather than a class representation, should take warning from the American experiment. Occasionally, though rarely, there appeared the impressions of some British traveler who had no political axe to grind. But from 1850 to 1860, as in every previous decade, British writing on America was colored by the author's attitude on political institutions at home. The example of America was constantly on the horizon in British politics. In 1860, the liberal movement in England was at its lowest ebb since the high tide of 1832. Palmerston was generally believed to have made a private agreement with Derby that both Whig and Tory parties would oppose any movement toward an expansion of the franchise. Lord John Russell, in his youth an eager supporter of the Reform Bill of 1832, had now gained the name of Finality John by his assertion that that reform was final in British institutions. Political reaction was in full swing, much to the discontent of radicals like Bright and Cobden and their supporters. When the storm broke in America, the personal characteristics of the two leaders north and south, Lincoln and Davis, took on, to many British eyes, an altogether extreme importance, as if representative of the political philosophies of the two sections. Lincoln's crudity was democratic. Davis' culture was aristocratic, nor is it to be denied that Davis had aristocratic views on government. But that this issue had any vital bearing on the quarrel between the American sections was never generally voiced in England. Rather, British comment was directed to the lesson, taught to the world by the American crisis, of the failure of democratic institutions in national power. Bright had long preached to the unenfranchised of England the prosperity and might of America, and these had long been denied by the aristocratic faction to be a result of democratic institutions. At first, the denial was now repeated. The Saturday Review, February 23, 1861, protesting that there was no essential connection between the shipwreck of American institutions and the movement in England for an expanded franchise. Even, the article continued, if an attempt were made to show such a connection, it would convince nobody, since Mr. Bright has succeeded in persuading a great number of influential persons that the admission of workingmen into the constituencies is chiefly, if not solely, desirable on the ground that it has succeeded admirably in America and has proved a sovereign panacea against the war, taxation, and confusion which are the curses of old governments in Europe. Yet that the denial was not sincere is shown by the further assertion that the shallow demagogues of Birmingham and other kindred platforms must bear the blame of the inference, drawn nearly universally at the present moment, that, if the United States become involved in hopeless difficulties, it would be madness to lower the qualification for the suffrage in England. This pretended disclaimer of any essential relation between the American struggle and British institutions was not long persisted in. A month later, the Saturday Review was strong in contemptuous criticism of the promiscuous democracy of the North. Less political journals followed suit. The Economist thought the people of England would now be convinced of the folly of aping America, and that those who had advocated universal suffrage would be filled with mingled alarm, gratitude, and shame. Soon W.H. Russell could write, while still at Washington, "The world will only see in it all the failure of Republican institutions in time of pressure, as demonstrated by all history, that history, which America vainly thought she was going to set right and re-establish on new grounds and principles. The English worshippers of American institutions," said the Saturday Review, "are in danger of losing their last pretext for preferring the Republic to the obsolete and tyrannical monarchy of England. It now appears that the peaceable completion of the secession has become impossible, and it will be necessary to discover some new ground of superiority, by which Mr. Buchanan or Mr. Lincoln may be advantageously contrasted with Queen Victoria." These expressions antedated the news of the actual opening of the war and may be regarded as jeers at Bright and his followers rather than as attempts to read a lesson to the public. No such expressions are to be found in the letters of leading officials, though minor ones occasionally indulged in them. As late as June 1861, Adams declared that while some in England welcomed American disunion as a warning to their countrymen, it was evident that but a small number as yet saw the cause of the North as identical with the world progress of free institutions. Evidently, he was disappointed that the followers of Bright were not exhibiting more courage and demanding public support of the North as fighting their battle at home. They were indeed strangely silent, depressed no doubt by American events and discouraged. It required time also to arouse intensity of feeling on the American question and to see clearly the issues involved. Aristocratic Britain was first to declare a definite lesson to be learned, thereby bringing out the fighting qualities of British democracy. Throughout 1861, the comment was relatively mild. In July, Blackwoods declared, "It is precisely because we do not share the admiration of America for her own institutions and political tendencies that we do not now see in the impending change an event altogether to be deplored. In those institutions and tendencies, we saw what our own might be if the most dangerous elements of our Constitution should become dominant. We saw democracy rampant, with no restriction upon its caprices. We saw a policy which received its impulses always from below. Nor need we affect particularly to lament the exhibition of the weak point of a constitution, the disruption of which leaves entirely untouched the laws and usages which America owes to England, and which have contributed so powerfully to her prosperity. With a rival government on the frontier, with great principles to be not vapored about but put to the proof, we should probably see the natural aristocracy rise from the dead level of the Republic, raising the national character with its own elevation. In the same month, the Quarterly, always more calm, logical, and convincing than Blackwood's, published Democracy on its trial. The example of America kept alive, as it had created, the party of progress. Now it has sunk from the decrepitude of premature old age. If England, after such an example, permits herself to be led into democracy, she will have perished by that willful infatuation which no warning can dispel. Adams had complained that few British friends of progress identified the cause of the North with their own, but this was true of Americans also. The Atlantic Monthly, for July 1861, discussed British attitude wholly in terms of cotton supply. But soon, there appeared in the British press so many preachments on the lesson of America that the aristocratic effort to gain an advantage at home became apparent to all. The Economist moralized on the untried character of American institutions and statesmen, the latter usually as ignorant as the masses, whom they represented, and if more intellectual, still more worthy of contempt because of their voluntary moral degradation to the level of their constituents. The upper and ruling class, wrote Bright to Sumner, were observing with satisfaction that democracy may get into trouble, and war, and debt, and taxes, as aristocracy has done for this country. Thus Bright could not deny the blow to democracy, nor could the Spectator, upbraiding its countrymen for lack of sympathy with the North. New England will be justified in saying that Old England's anti-slavery sympathies are mere hollow sentimental pretenses, since she can rest satisfied to stuff her ears with cotton against the cries of the slaves, and to compensate her gentle regret over the new impulse given to slavery by her lively gratification over the paralyzing shock suffered by democracy. This was no taking up of cudgels for the North, and progress, such as Adams had hoped for. Vigor rested with the opposing side and increased when hopes of a short war vanished. The Saturday Review asserted, in that reconstruction of political philosophy, which the American calamities are likely to inaugurate, the value of the popular element will be reduced to its due proportions. The true guarantee of freedom will be looked for more in the equilibrium of classes than in the equality of individuals. We may hope, at last, that the delusive confusion between freedom and democracy is finally banished from the minds of Englishmen. The real secret, wrote Motley, of the exultation which manifests itself in the Times and other organs over our troubles and disasters is their hatred, not to America, so much as to democracy in England. It was scarcely a secret in the columns of the journals already quoted, but no similar interpretation had as yet appeared in the Times, and Motley's implication was justified for it and other leading daily newspapers. The reviews and weeklies were for the moment leading the attack, possibly one reason for the slowness in reply of Bright and his followers. Not all reviews joined in the usual analysis. The Edinburgh at first saw in slavery the sole cause of the American dispute, then attributed it to the inevitable failure in power of a federal system of government, not mentioning democracy as in question. Blackwood's repeatedly pushed home its argument. Independent of motives of humanity, we are glad that the end of the Union seems more likely to be ridiculous than terrible. But for our own benefit and the instruction of the world, we wish to see the faults, so specious and so fatal, of their political system exposed in the most effective way. And the venerable Lincoln, the respectable Seward, the raving editors, the gibbering mob, and the swift-footed warriors of Bull's Run are no malicious tricks of fortune played off on an unwary nation, but are all of them the legitimate offspring of the great republic. Dandled and nursed, one might say, coddled by fortune, the spoiled child democracy, after playing strange pranks before high heaven and figuring in odd and unexpected disguises, dies as sheerly from lack of vitality as the oldest of worn-out despotisms. In the hope that this contest may end in the extinction of mob rule, we become reconciled to the much slighter amount of suffering that war inflicts on America. Equally outspoken were a few public men who early espoused the cause of the South. Beresford Hope, before a distinguished audience, used language insulting to the North, fawning upon the South and picturing the latter as wholly admirable for its aristocratic tendencies. For this, he was sharply taken to task by the Spectator. More sedately, the Earl of Shrewsbury proclaimed, "I see in America the trial of democracy and its failure. I believe that the dissolution of the Union is inevitable, and that men now before me will live to see an aristocracy established in America." In all countries, and at all times, there are men overeager in early prophecy on current events. But in such utterances as these there is manifest not merely the customary desire to stand in the limelight of assured knowledge and wisdom, but also the happy conviction that events in America were working to the undoing of the radicals of Great Britain. If they would not be supine, the radicals must strike back. On December 4, at Rochdale, where, as the Times asserted, he was sure of an audience sympathetic on purely personal grounds, Bright renewed his profession of faith in the American Republic and sang his accustomed praises of its great accomplishments. The battle, for England on American democracy, was joined, the challenge issued by aristocratic England accepted. But apart from extreme factions at either end of the scale, there stood a group holding a middle ground opinion, not yet sure of the historical significance of the American collapse. To this group belonged Gladstone, as yet uncertain of his political philosophy, and regretful, though vainly, it would appear, of the blow to democracy. He wrote his thought to Brougham, no doubt hoping to influence the viewpoint of the Edinburgh. This has without doubt been a deplorable year for poor democracy, and never has the old woman been at a heavier discount since 1793. I see no discredit to the founders of the American Constitution in the main fact of the rupture. On the contrary, it was a great achievement to strike off by the will and wit of man a constitution for 2 millions of men scattered along a seaboard, which has lasted until they have become more than 30 millions and have covered a whole continent. But the freaks, pranks, and follies, not to say worse, with which the rupture has been met in the northern states, down to Mr. Chase's financial, not exposition, but exposure, have really given, as I have said the old lady in question, such a heavy blow and great discouragement that I hope you will in the first vigor of your action be a little merciful and human lest you murder her outright. On this middle group of Englishmen and their moral conceptions, the American minister, Adams, at first pinned his faith, not believing in 1861 that the issues of democracy or of trade advantage would lead Great Britain from just rules of conduct. Even in the crisis of the Trent affair, he was firm in this opinion. Much as the commercial and manufacturing interests may be disposed to view the tariff as the source of all our evils, and much as the aristocratic classes may endeavor to make democracy responsible for them, the inexorable logic of events is contradicting each and every assertion based on these notions, and proving that the American struggle is, after all, the ever-occurring one in human affairs between right and wrong, between labor and capital, between liberty and absolutism. When such an issue comes to be presented to the people of Great Britain, stripped of all the disguises which have been thrown over it, it is not difficult to predict at least which side it will not consent to take. April 1861 saw the beginning of the aristocratic challenge on American democracy and December its acceptance by Bright. Throughout 1862, he practically deserted his seat in Parliament and devoted himself to stirring up labor and radical sentiment in favor of the North. In January 1862, a mass meeting at New Hall, Edgware Road, denounced the daily press and was thought of sufficient moment to be reported by Adams. A motion was carried. That, in the opinion of this meeting, considering the ill-disguised efforts of the Times and other misleading journals to misrepresent public opinion here on all American questions, to decry democratic institutions under the trials to which the Republic is exposed, it is the duty of the working men, especially as unrepresented in the National Senate, to express their sympathy with the United States in their gigantic struggle for the preservation of the Union. The daily press was, in fact, now joining more openly in the controversy. The Morning Post, stating with conviction its belief that there could be no reunion in America, added, "If the government of the United States should succeed in reannexing them to its still extensive dominions, democracy will have achieved its grandest triumph since the world began." It will have demonstrated to the ample satisfaction of its present and future proselytes that it is even more puissant in war than in peace, that it can navigate not only the smooth seas of unendangered prosperity, but can ride safely through the fiercest tempests that would engulf every other craft laden with human destinies, that it can descend to the darkest depths of adversity and rise from them all the stronger for the descent. And who can doubt that democracy will be more arrogant, more aggressive, more leveling and vulgarizing, if that be possible, than it ever had been before? By midsummer, 1862, Adams was more convinced than in 1861 that the political controversy in England had an important bearing on the attitude toward America. Even the alleged neutrality of Fraser's magazine seemed turning to one-sided presentation of the lesson of America. Mill's defense of the North, appearing in the February number, was soon followed in July by the first of a series of articles, Universal Suffrage in the United States and Its Consequences, depicting the war as the result of mob rule and predicting a military despotism as its inevitable consequence. The liberals were losing strength, wrote Adams. That the American difficulties have materially contributed to this result cannot be doubted. The fact that many of the leading liberals are the declared friends of the United States is a decided disadvantage in the contest now going on. The predominating passion here is the desire for the ultimate subdivision of America into many separate states, which will neutralize each other. This is most visible among the conservative class of the aristocracy, who dread the growth of liberal opinions, and who habitually regard America as the nursery of them. From all this controversy, government leaders kept carefully aloof, at least in public expression of opinion. Privately, Russell commented to Palmerston, "I have been reading a book on Jefferson by DeWitt, which is both interesting and instructive. It shows how the great Republic of Washington degenerated into the democracy of Jefferson. They are now reaping the fruit." Was it mere coincidence, or was there significance in an editorial in Palmerston's alleged organ, the Morning Post? That any Englishman has looked forward with pleasure to the calamities of America is notoriously and demonstrably false. But we have no hesitation in admitting that many thoughtful Englishmen who have watched, in the policy of the United States during the last 20 years, the foreshadowing of a democratic tyranny, compared with which the most corrupt despotisms of the Old World appear realms of idyllic happiness and peace, have gratefully recognized the finger of Providence in the strife, by which they have been so frightfully rent asunder. In October, the heavy artillery of the conservatives was again brought into action, and this time with more explicit diagnosis than heretofore. "For a great number of years," said the Quarterly, "a certain party among us, great admirers of America, have chosen to fight their English battles upon American soil. Now the American government has disgracefully and ignominiously failed at all points. It is evident that political equality is not merely a folly, it is a chimera." At last, in November, the Times openly took the position which its accusers declared to have been the basis of its editorial utterances almost from the beginning of the Civil War. These are the consequences of a cheap and simple form of government, having a rural attorney for sovereign and a city attorney for prime minister. We have already said that if such a terrible exposure of incapacity had happened in England, we should, at the earliest moment possible, have sent the incapables about their business, and put ourselves in the hands of better men. This republic has been so often proposed to us as a model for imitation that we should be unpardonable not to mark how it works now, when for the first time it has some work to do. We believe that if the English system of parliamentary action had existed in America, the war could not have occurred, but we are quite sure that such ministers would have long since been changed. In addition to a conservative ringing the changes upon the failure of democracy, the open friends of the South dilated also upon the gentlemanly characteristics of Southern leaders and society. This was the frequent burden of articles in the Index in the early weeks of its publication. To this was soon added a picture of Northern democracy as composed of and controlled by the immigrant element, which was the source of the enormous increase of population in the last 30 years, from revolutionary areas in Europe. Germans, Hungarians, Irish carried with them more than their strong arms. They imported also their theories of equality. The revolutionary party which represents them is at this moment master in the states of the North, where it is indulging in all its customary license. This fact, complained the index, was not sufficiently brought out in the English press. Very different was the picture painted by Anthony Trollope after a tour of the Western states. This man has his romance, his high poetic feeling, and above all his manly dignity. Visit him, and you will find him without coat or waistcoat, unshorn, in ragged blue trousers and old flannel shirt, too often bearing on his lantern jaws the signs of ague and sickness. But he will stand upright before you and speak to you with all the ease of a lettered gentleman in his own library. All the odious incivility of the Republican servant has been banished. He is his own master, standing on his own threshold, and finds no need to assert his equality by rudeness. He is delighted to see you, and bids you sit down on his battered bench, without dreaming of any such apology as an English cotter offers to a Lady Bountiful when she calls. He has worked out his independence, and shows it in every easy movement of his body. He tells you of it unconsciously in every tone of his voice. You will always find in his cabin some newspaper, some book, some token of advance in education. When he questions you about the old country, he astonishes you by the extent of his knowledge. I defy you not to feel that he is superior to the race from whence he has sprung in England or in Ireland. It is always the same story. With us there is no level of society. Men stand on a long staircase, but the crowd congregates near the bottom, and the lower steps are very broad. In America, men stand upon a common platform, but the platform is raised above the ground, though it does not approach in height the top of our staircase. If we take the average altitude in the two countries, we shall find that the American heads are the more elevated of the two. A comparison of dates shows that the unanimity of conservative and aristocratic expression on the failure of American democracy, and its lesson to England, was most marked and most open at the moment when the government was seriously considering an offer of mediation in the war. Meanwhile, the Emancipation Proclamation of September 1862 had appeared. It did not immediately affect governmental attitude, save adversely to the North, and it gave a handle for pro-Southern outcry on the score of a servile war. Indeed, the radicals were at first depressed by it. But when months passed with no appearance of a servile war, and when the Second Emancipation Proclamation of January 1863 further certified the moral purpose of the North, a great element of strength was added to the English advocates of democracy. The numerous addresses to Lincoln exhibited both a revived moral enthusiasm for the cause of anti-slavery and were frequently combined with a laudation of American political institutions. The great mass meeting at Exeter Hall, January 29, 1863, was described by the correspondent of an American paper as largely deriving its strength from the universal dissatisfaction of the lower orders of the English people with their existing conditions under the Crown. The descendants of the Roundhead commoners, chafing under the limitations of the franchise, burdensome taxation, the contempt with which they are regarded by the lords of the soil, the grievous effects of the laws of entail and primogeniture, whereby they are kept poor and rendered liable to starvation and pauperism, these have looked to America as the model democracy which proves the poor man's capacity for self-government. The meeting was called for 7 o'clock, but at 5:30 the hall was filled, and at 6 crowded. A second hall was filled, and outdoor meetings of 2,000 people organized in Exeter Street. All working-class England was up in arms, not so much against slavery as against British oligarchy. The correspondent further reported rumors that this meeting had caused anxious consideration to the managers of the Times, and the decision to step more warily. No doubt this was exaggeration of the political character and effect of the meeting, but certain it is that the political element was present joining hands with anti-slavery enthusiasm. Also, it is noteworthy that the last confident and vigorous expression of the failure of democracy, from sources professedly neutral, appeared immediately after the St. James Hall meeting, but was necessarily written before that meeting took place. Blackwood's, in its issue of February 1863, declared, as before, "Every sensible man in this country now acknowledges that we have already gone as far toward democracy as is safe to go. This is the great moral benefit which we have derived from the events in America." John Blackwood was an intimate friend of Delane, editor of the Times, holding similar views on political questions, but the Times was suddenly grown cautious in reading English political lessons from America. In truth, attack now rested with the radicals, and Bright's oratory was in great demand. He now advanced from the defensive position of laudation of the North to the offensive one of attacking the Southern aristocracy, not merely because it wished to perpetuate African slavery, but because it desired to make all the working classes as subservient to it as was the Negro. It was now radical purpose to keep the battle raging, and they were succeeding. Bigelow believed that the United States might well recognize its opportunity in this controversy and give aid to its friends. After all, this struggle of ours, both at home and abroad, is but a struggle between the principle of popular government and government by a privileged class. The people, therefore, all the world over, are in a species of solidarity, which it is our duty and interest to cultivate to the utmost. But Adams gave contrary advice. Wholly sympathetic with the democratic movement in England, as now, somewhat to his surprise, developed, he yet feared that the extremes to which Bright and others were going in support of the North might create unfortunate reactions in the government. Especially, he was anxious that the United States should not offer opportunity for accusation of interference in a British political quarrel. It is noteworthy that while many addresses to Lincoln were forwarded by him and many were printed in the annual publication of Diplomatic Correspondence, those that thus appeared dealt almost exclusively with emancipation. Yet Adams was also forwarding addresses and speeches harping on American democracy. A meeting at Edinburgh, February 19, found place in its emancipation aspect in the United States documents, but the burden of that meeting, democracy, did not. It was there proclaimed that the British press misrepresented conditions in America. Because the future of free political institutions, as sketched in the American Declaration of Independence and in the state constitutions of the northern states, would be a standing argument against the expansion of the franchise and the enjoyment of just political rights among us, as well as a convenient argument in favor of the continued domination of our aristocratic parties. The tide of democratic feeling was rising rapidly in England. On March 26, Adams wrote to Seward of a recent debate in Parliament that body was much more judicious in expressions on America than it had been before 1862. It will not escape your observation that the question is now felt to be taking a shape which was scarcely anticipated by the managers when they first undertook to guide the British mind to the overthrow of free institutions in America. On the evening of the day on which this was written, there occurred the greatest, most outspoken, and most denunciatory to the aristocracy of the meetings held to support the cause of the North. This was the spectacular gathering of the trades unions of London at St. James' Hall, on March 26, usually regarded as the culminating effort in Bright's tour of England for the cause of democracy, but whose origin is somewhat shrouded in mystery. Socialist tradition claims that Karl Marx conceived the idea of the meeting and was responsible for its organization. The press generally reported it as a Bright meeting. Adams wrote to Seward of the pressure put on him by Professor Beazley of the University of London to send a representative from the American ministry, Beazley expanding upon the importance and high standing of the trades unions. To this, Adams demurred, but finally sent his son to sit in the audience and report the proceedings. Whatever its origin, there can be no doubt that this was the most important of all pro-Northern meetings held in England during the Civil War, nor that its keynote was America fighting the battle of democracy. Save for some distinguished speakers, those in attendance consisted almost wholly of 3,000 picked representatives of the trades unions of London. Adams transmitted to Seward his son's report of the meeting, its character, composition, names of speakers, and their emphatic expressions of friendship for the North. But it is again noteworthy that Henry Adams' clear analysis of the real significance of the meeting was not printed in the published diplomatic correspondence. Giving due praise to the speeches of Bright and Beazley, and commenting on press assertions that the extraordinary numbers there were only brought together by their curiosity to hear Mr. Bright, Henry Adams continued, that this was not the case must have been evident to every person present. In fact, it was only after he closed that the real business of the evening began. Then followed speeches and the introduction of resolutions by Mr. Howell, a bricklayer, Mr. Odgers, a shoemaker, Mr. Mance, a compositor, Mr. Kremer, a joiner who was bitter against Lord Palmerston, Mr. Cannoli, a mason, and other laboring men, all asserting that the success of free institutions in America was a political question of deep consequence in England, and that they would not tolerate any interference unfavorable to the North. No one, the report emphasized, could doubt what was intended. The meeting was a demonstration of democratic strength, and no concealment of this fact was made. If it did not have a direct political bearing on internal politics in England, it needed little of doing so. There was not even a profession of faith in the government of England as at present constituted. Every hostile allusion to the aristocracy, the church, the opinions of the privileged classes, was received with warm cheers. Every allusion to the republican institutions of America, the right of suffrage, the right of self-taxation, the sunlight of republican influence, was caught up by the audience with vehement applause. It may therefore be considered, as fairly and authoritatively, announced that the class of skilled workmen in London that is the leaders of the pure popular movement in England have announced by an act almost without precedent in their history the principle that they make common cause with the Americans who are struggling for the restoration of the Union, and that all their power and influence shall be used on behalf of the North. Bright's words of most scarifying indictment of privilege and his appeal to workers to join hands with their fellows in America have been given in a previous chapter. Evidently, that appeal, though enthusiastically received for its oratorical brilliance, was unneeded. His was but an eloquent expression of that which was in the minds of his audience. Upon the American minister, the effect was to cause him to renew warnings against showing too keen an appreciation of the support of political radicalism in England. The meeting, he wrote, had at once stirred anxiety in Parliament and verged much too closely upon the minatory in the domestic politics of this kingdom to make it easy to recognize or sympathize with by foreign governments. Hence it seems to me of the greatest consequence that the treatment of all present questions between the two nations should be regulated by a provident forecast of what may follow it the political struggle in England hereafter. I am not sure that some parties here would not now be willing even to take the risk of a war in order the more effectually to turn the scale against us, and thus, as they think, to crush the rising spirit of their own population. That this is only a feeling at present, and has not yet risen to the dignity of a policy may be true enough, but that does not the less impose upon the government at home a duty so to shape its actions as, if possible, to defeat all such calculations and dissipate such hopes. We owe this duty not less to the great body of those who in this kingdom are friends to us and our institutions than to ourselves. Illustration: John Bright, from a photograph taken of him in the attitude in which he usually spoke, from Trevelyan's Life of John Bright. Thus Adams advised his government to tread lightly in respect to democratic agitation in England. Over a month later, he received a deputation headed by Bright, come to present to him the resolutions passed at the trades unions meeting. The deputation expressed fears that a rupture was imminent in the relations of Great Britain and America, and that this would have a disastrous influence on the aspirations of working-class Europe. Adams replied in general terms of appreciation for the sympathies expressed by the meeting but carefully avoided specific comment on its democratic purpose. He was too prudent, said the Times in reporting the deputation, to appraise the importance of the particular demonstration to which his notice was invited, and his reply was given favorable comment. This reply, wrote Adams, appears to have had a sedative effect. Meanwhile, Bright continued his preachment to the English people, though modifying his tone of fierce accusation against privilege, and confining himself to declaring the interest of the unenfranchised in the American conflict. In a speech before the Union and Emancipation Society of London on June 16, he asserted for the 20 millions of people in this country, as yet without representation in Parliament, "I say that these have an interest, almost as great and direct as though they were living in Massachusetts or New York, in the tremendous struggle for freedom which is now shaking the whole North American continent." Like utterances were repeated at further public meetings, and so insistent were they as to require reply by the conservative faction, even if, as was supposed, the effect of the trades union attitude had been to give a halt to the vehemence of those who had been sounding the lesson of American failure in democracy. Bright became the center of attack. The Times led. His is a political fanaticism. He used to idolize the Constitution of the United States as the one great dominant democracy of the world. He believes in it still, and, if it must go, he is ready to idolize its memory. For this, he gives up all his most cherished notions and all his less absorbing principles. Yet Mr. Bright is consistent. He has one master passion, and his breast, capacious as it is, can hold no more. That master passion is the love of that great dominant democracy. He worshipped it while rising to its culminating point, and he is obliged to turn right round to worship it while setting. He did not himself know, until tested by this great trial, how entirely his opinions as to war and peace, and slavery and freedom, and lust of conquest and hatred of oppression were all the mere accidents which hung loosely upon him, and were capable of being detached at once in the interest of the ruling passion of his soul for that great dominant democracy. Nor need we wonder, for if that great democracy has been a failure, then men will say that the life of Mr. John Bright up to this time has been but a foolish dream. Evidently Bright's speeches were causing anxiety and bitterness. But an if had crept into the estimate of the future of American democracy, caused less by the progress of the war than by the rising excitement of democratic England. The Times editorial just quoted appeared when the faith was generally professed that Lee was about to end the war through the invasion of Pennsylvania. In the reaction created by the arrival of the news of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, Adams still again warned his government against either a belligerent or interfering attitude toward Great Britain, but stated plainly that Northern victory was of supreme importance in Europe itself. We have a mission to fulfill. It is to show, by our example to the people of England in particular, and to all nations in general, the value of republican institutions. There was still a general belief in the incompetency of those institutions. The greatest triumph of all would be to prove these calculations vain. In comparison with this, what would be the gain to be derived from any collision with the powers of Europe? It is strange that with so clearly expressed a division of English opinion on American democracy, few in America itself appreciated the significance of the British controversy. J.M. Forbes, who had been on a special mission to England, wrote to Lincoln on his return. Our friends abroad see it. John Bright and his glorious band of English Republicans see that we are fighting for democracy, or, to get rid of the technical name, for liberal institutions. The Democrats and the liberals of the Old World are as much and as heartily with us as any supporters we have on this side. Our enemies too see it in the same light. The aristocrats and the despots of the Old World see that our quarrel is that of the people against an aristocracy. But there are few similar expressions, and these few nearly always came from men who had been abroad and had thus come into direct contact with British political movements. Meanwhile, Lee's retreat from Pennsylvania had produced a like retreat in the opinions on the failure of democracy earlier confidently held by the professedly neutral press. In September, having arrived at the point by the usual process of gradually facing about, the Times was bold enough to deny that England had any personal feeling or concern about democracy in America, or that this had anything to do with English attitude on the war. Thenceforth, neither the Times nor any of the leading papers saw fit to revive with vigor the cry of democracy's failure, no matter how persistent, in proclaiming ultimate victory for the South. Aristocratic exultation had given place to alarm, and it seemed wiser, if possible, to quiet the issue. Not so the radicals, who made every effort to keep the issue alive in the minds of the British public, and whose leaders with less violence but increased firmness debated the question in every public meeting favorable to the North. Many conservatives, Adams reported, were now anxiously sitting on the fence, yet finding the posture a difficult one because of their irritation at Bright's taunts. Bright's star was rising. The very moment the war comes to an end, wrote Adams, and a restoration of the Union follows, it will be the signal for a reaction that will make Mr. Bright perhaps the most formidable public man in England. The continuation of the controversy was not, however, wholly one-sided. In the silence of the daily press, it seemed incumbent upon the more eager and professed friends of the South to take up the cudgels. Hence, in part, came the organization of the Southern Independence Association and the attempt to hold public meetings favorable to the South in the early months of 1864. Much talk had been spent on the British issue involved in the war. There was now to be vigorous work to secure it. The index plunged into vigorous denunciation of the Manchester School, which, for convenience and truth, we had better for the future call the American School. Even the government was attacked for its complacence under the American danger, and for retaining as a member Milner Gibson, who, in a recent speech, had shown that he shared Bright's views on democracy. That gentleman could not be asked to enter the cabinet in person. The country abhorred him, Parliament despised him. His inveterate habits of slander and vituperation, his vulgarity, and his incurable want of veracity had made him so hateful to the educated classes that it would have required no common courage to give him office. His insolent sneers at royalty would have made his appointment little less than a personal insult to the Queen, and his bad temper would have made him an intolerable colleague in the council. But Mr. Bright had another self, a faithful shadow which had no ideas, no soul, no other existence but what it borrowed from him, while its previous life and education had accustomed it to the society of statesmen and of gentlemen. Such expressions gained nothing for the conservative cause. They were too evidently the result of alarm at the progress of radical and pro-Northern sentiment. Goldwin Smith, in a letter to the Southern Independence Association, analyzed with clarity the situation. Answering criticisms of the passionate mob spirit of Northern press and people, he accused the Times of having pandered to the hatred of America among the upper classes of this country during the present war. Some of us at least had been taught by what we have lately seen not to shrink from an extension of the suffrage, if the only bad consequence of that measure of justice would be a change in government from the passions of the privileged class to the passions of the people. History will not mistake the meaning of the loud cry of triumph, which burst from the hearts of all who openly or secretly hated liberty and progress, at the fall, as they fondly supposed, of the great republic. British working men are for the most part as well aware that the cause of those who are fighting for the right of labor is theirs, as any nobleman in your association can be that the other cause in his. The question of democracy as a political philosophy and as an institution for Great Britain was, by 1864, rapidly coming to the front in politics. This was very largely a result of the American Civil War. Roebuck, after the failure of his effort for mediation in 1863, was obsessed with a fear of the tendency in England. "I have great faith in my countrymen," he wrote, "but the experience of America frightens me. I am not ashamed to use the word frightened. During my whole life, I have looked to that country as about to solve the great problem of self-government, and now, in my old age, the hopes of my youth and manhood are destroyed, and I am left to reconstruct my political philosophy, and doubt and hesitation beset me on every point." More philosophically, Matthew Arnold, in 1864, characterized the rule of aristocracy as inevitably passing, but bent his thought to the discovery of some middle ground or method. Some influence may help us to prevent the English people from becoming, with the growth of democracy, Americanized. "There is no longer any sort of disguise maintained," wrote Adams, "as to the wishes of the privileged classes. Very little genuine sympathy is entertained for the rebels. The true motive is apparent enough. It is the fear of the spread of democratic feeling at home in the event of our success." The year 1864 had witnessed a rapid retreat by wiser conservative elements in proclaiming the lesson of American democracy, a retreat caused by alarm at the vigor with which radicals had taken up the challenge. Conservative hopes were still fixed upon Southern success and conservative confidence loudly voiced. Even the pride of the Times in the accuracy of its news and in its military forecasts was subordinated to the purpose of keeping up the courage of the faction it represented. Small wonder, then, that Delane, on receiving the news of Sherman's arrival before Savannah, should be made physically ill and write to Dasent, "The American news is a heavy blow to us as well as to the South." The next day he added, "I am still sore vexed about Sherman, but Chenery did his best to attenuate the mischief." Attenuation of Northern progress in arms was, indeed, attempted, but the facts of the military situation were too strong for continued concealment. From January 1865, only the most stubborn of Southern friends could remain blind to the approaching Northern victory. Lord Acton, a hero worshipper of the great Confederate military leader, broke his heart over the surrender of Lee, but was moved also by keen insight as to the political meaning of that surrender. So assured were all parties in England that the Great Civil War in America was closing in Northern victory that the final event was discounted in advance, and the lines were rapidly being formed for an English political struggle on the great issue heralded as involved in the American conflict. Again, on the introduction of a motion in Parliament for expansion of the franchise, the ultra-conservatives attempted to read a lesson from America. The Quarterly for April 1865 asserted that even yet, the mass of educated men in England retain the sympathy for the South which they have nourished ever since the conflict assumed a decided shape. America was plainly headed in the direction of a military despotism. Her example should warn England from a move in the same direction. The classes which govern this country are in a minority and should beware of majority rule. But events discredited the prophecy of a military despotism. The assassination of Lincoln gave opportunity not merely for a general outpouring of expressions of sympathy, but also to the radicals a chance to exalt Lincoln's leadership in democracy. In July, Great Britain was holding elections for a new parliament. Not a single member who had supported the cause of the North failed of re-election. Several additional Northern friends were chosen, and some outspoken members for the South were defeated. Adams thought this a matter deserving special notice in America and prophesied a new era approaching in England. As it is, I cannot resist the belief that this period marks an era in the political movement of Great Britain. Pure old-fashioned conservatism has so far lost its hold on the confidence of the country that it will not appear in that guise anymore. Unless some new and foreign element should interpose, I look for decided progress in enlarging the popular features of the Constitution and diminishing the influence of the aristocracy. It is impossible not to perceive traces of the influence of our institutions upon all these changes. The progress of the liberal cause, not in England alone, but all over the world, is, in a measure, in our hands. The liberal progress was more rapid, even than Adams anticipated. Palmerston, ill for some months past, died on October 18, 1865. Russell succeeded him as head of the ministry and almost immediately declared himself in favor of parliamentary reform, even though a majority in both houses was still opposed to such a measure. Russell's desertion of his earlier attitude of finality on franchise expansion correctly represented the acceptance, though unwillingly, by both political parties of the necessity of reform. The battle, long waged, but reaching its decisive moment during the American Civil War, had finally gone against conservatism when Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Russell's Reform Bill of 1866 was defeated by Tory opposition in combination with a small Whig faction, which refused to desert the principle of aristocratic government, the government by the wise. But the Tories who came into power under Derby were forced by the popular demand voiced even to the point of rioting, themselves to present a reform bill. Disraeli's measure, introduced with a number of fancy franchises, which, in effect, sought to counteract the giving of the vote to British workingmen, was quickly subjected to such caustic criticism that all the planned advantages to conservatism were soon thrown overboard, and a bill presented so radical as to permit a transfer of political power to the working classes. The Reform Bill of 1867 changed Great Britain from a government by aristocracy to one by democracy. A new nation came into being. The Friends of the North had triumphed. Thus, in addition to the play of diplomatic incidents, the incidental frictions, the effect on trade relations, the applications of British neutrality, and the general policy of the government, there existed for Great Britain a great issue in the outcome of the Civil War, the issue of the adoption of democratic institutions. It affected at every turn British public attitude, creating an intensity and bitterness of tone on both sides, unexampled in the expressions of a neutral people. In America, this was little understood, and American writers both during the war and long afterwards gave little attention to it. Immediately upon the conclusion of the war, Goldwin Smith, whose words during the conflict were bitter toward the aristocracy, declared that the territorial aristocracy of this country and the clergy of the established church would have been excusable if they could only have said frankly that they desired the downfall of institutions opposed to their own, instead of talking about their sympathy for the weak, and their respect for national independence and their anxiety for the triumph of free trade. This was stated before the democratic hope in England had been realized. 3 years later, the same staunch friend of the North, now removed to America and occupying a chair of history at Cornell University, wrote of the British aristocracy in excuse of their attitude. "I fought these men hard. I believed, and believe now, that their defeat was essential to the progress of civilization. But I dare say we should have done pretty much as they did, if we had been born members of a privileged order, instead of being brought up under the blessed influence of equality and justice." Such judgment and such excuses will appear to the historian as well-founded. But to Americans who conceived the Civil War as one fought first of all for the preservation of the nation, the issue of democracy in England seemed of little moment, and little to excuse either the cold neutrality of the government or the tone of the press. To Americans, Great Britain appeared friendly to the dissolution of the Union and the destruction of a rival power. Nationality was the issue for the North. That democracy was an issue in America was denied, nor could it, in the intensity of the conflict, be conceived as the vital question determining British attitude. The Reform Bill of 1867 brought a new British nation into existence. The nation decrying American institutions was dead, and a sister democracy, holding out hands to the United States, had replaced it. But to this, the men who had won the war for the North long remained blind. Not during the generation when Americans, immersed in a life and death struggle for national existence, felt that, "He who is not for me is against me," could the generally correct neutrality of the British government and the wholehearted support of radical England be accepted at their true value to the North. For nearly half a century after the American Civil War, the natural sentiments of friendship, based upon ties of blood and a common heritage of literature and history and law, were distorted by bitter and exaggerated memories. Footnotes. Footnote 1323, see my article, The Point of View of the British Traveler in America, Paul, Sci. Quarterly, June 1914. Footnote 1324, Alexander Mackay, The Western World, or Travels in the United States in 1846-47. Footnote 1326, Hugh Seymour Tremenhere, The Constitution of the United States Compared with Our Own, London, 1854. Footnote 1327, E. G. William Kelly, Across the Rocky Mountains from New York to California, London, 1852. He made one acute observation on American democracy. The division of parties is just the reverse in America to what it is in England. In England, the stronghold of democracy is in the large towns, and aristocracy has its strongest supporters in the country. In America, the ultra-democrat and leveler is the Western farmer, and the aristocratic tendency is most visible amongst the manufacturers and merchants of the eastern cities. p. 181. Footnote 1328, Montepenny, Disraeli, Roman 4 pp. 293-4, states a Tory offer to support Palmerston on these lines. Footnote 1332, to John Bigelow, April 14, 1861. Bigelow Retrospections, I. p. 347. Footnote 1334. Bunch wrote to Russell, May 15, 1861, that the war in America was the natural result of the much vaunted system of government of the United States. It had crumbled to pieces, and this result had long been evident to the public mind of Europe. F.O. A.M., Volume 780, Number 58. Footnote 1335, State Department, Eng, Volume 77, Number 9. Adams to Seward, June 21, 1861. Footnote 1336. I have made an effort to identify writers in Blackwoods, but am informed by the editors that it is impossible to do this for the period before 1870, old correspondence having been destroyed. Footnote 1338. The Atlantic Monthly for November, 1861, takes up the question, denying that democracy is in any sense on trial in America so far as the permanence of American institutions is concerned. It still does not see clearly the real nature of the controversy in England. Footnote 1340, Sept. 6, 1861, Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings Roman 46 p. 94. Footnote 1343, Motley Correspondence Roman 2 p. 35, to his mother Sept. 22, 1861. Chapter 4. British Suspicion of Seward. The incidents narrated in the preceding chapter have been considered solely from the point of view of a formal American contention as to correct international practice and the British answer to that contention. In fact, however, there were intimately connected these formal arguments and instructions of the American Secretary of State a plan of possible militant action against Great Britain and a suspicion in British governmental circles that this plan was being rapidly matured. American historians have come to stigmatize this plan as Seward's foreign war panacea, and it has been examined by them in great detail, so that there is no need here to do more than state its main features. That which is new in the present treatment is the British information in regard to the plan and the resultant British suspicion of Seward's intentions. The British public, as distinguished from the government, deriving its knowledge of Seward from newspaper reports of his career and past utterances, might well consider him as traditionally unfriendly to Great Britain. He had, in the 50s, vigorously attacked the British interpretation of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty and characterized Great Britain as the most grasping and the most rapacious power in the world. He had long prophesied the ultimate annexation of Canada to the United States. He had not disdained, in political struggles in the state of New York, to whip up, for the sake of votes, Irish antagonism to Great Britain. And more especially and more recently, he had been reported to have expressed to the Duke of Newcastle a belief that civil conflict in America could easily be avoided, or quieted, by fomenting a quarrel with England and engaging in a war against her. Earlier expressions might easily be overlooked as emanating from a politician never over-careful about wounding the sensibilities of foreign nations and peoples, for he had been even more outspoken against the France of Louis Napoleon. But the Newcastle conversation stuck in the British mind as indicative of a probable animus when the politician had become the statesman responsible for foreign policy. Seward might deny, as he did, that he had ever uttered the words alleged, and his friend Thurlow Weed might describe the words as badinage in a letter to the London Times, but the Newcastle story continued to be matter for frequent comment both in the press and in private circles. British ministers, however, would have paid little attention to Seward's speeches intended for home political consumption or to a careless bit of social talk had there not been suspicion of other and more serious evidences of unfriendliness. Lyon was an unusually able and well-informed minister, and from the first, he had pictured the leadership of Seward in the new administration at Washington and had himself been worried by his inability to understand what policy Seward was formulating. But in fact, he did not see clearly what was going on in the camp of the Republican Party, now dominant in the North. The essential feature of the situation was that Seward, generally regarded as the man whose wisdom must guide the ill-trained Lincoln, and himself thinking this to be his destined function, early found his authority challenged by other leaders, and his policies not certain of acceptance by the president. It is necessary to review, briefly, the situation at Washington. Illustration: William Henry Seward from Lord Newton's Life of Lord Lyons, by kind permission. Lincoln was inaugurated as president on March 4. He had been elected as a Republican by a political party never before in power. Many of the leading members of this party were drawn from the older parties and had been in administrative positions in either state or national governments, but there were no party traditions, save the lately created one of opposition to the expansion of slavery to the territories. All was new, then, to the men now in power in the national government, and a new and vital issue, that of secession already declared by 7 Southern states, had to be met by a definite policy. The important immediate question was as to whether Lincoln had a policy, or, if not, upon whom he would depend to guide him. In the newly appointed cabinet were 2 men who, in popular estimate, were expected to take the lead: Chase, of Ohio, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Seward of New York, Secretary of State. Both were experienced in political matters, and both stood high in the esteem of the anti-slavery element in the North, but Seward, all things considered, was regarded as the logical leading member of the cabinet. He had been the favored candidate for Republican presidential nomination in 1860, making way for Lincoln only on the theory that the latter, as less radical on anti-slavery, could be more easily elected. Also, he now held that position which by American tradition was regarded as the highest in the cabinet. In fact, everyone at Washington regarded it as certain that Seward would determine the policy of the new administration. Seward's own attitude is well summed up in a dispatch to his government, February 18, 1861, by Rudolf Schladen, minister from the Republic of Bremen. He described a conversation with Seward in regard to his relations with Lincoln. Seward, however, consoled himself with the clever remark that there is no great difference between an elected president of the United States and an hereditary monarch. The latter is called to the throne through the accident of birth, the former through the chances which make his election possible. The actual direction of public affairs belongs to the leader of the ruling party, here as well as in any hereditary principality. The future president is a self-made man, and there is therefore as little doubt of his energy as of his proverbial honesty, honest old Abe. It is also acknowledged that he does not lack common sense, but his other qualities for the highest office are practically unknown. His election may therefore be readily compared with a lottery. It is possible that the United States has drawn the first prize. On the other hand, the gain may only have been a small one. But unfortunately, the possibility is not excluded that it may have been merely a blank. The first paragraph of this quotation reports Seward's opinion. The second is apparently Schladen's own estimate. 2 weeks later, Schladen sent home a further analysis of Lincoln. He makes the impression of a natural man of clear and healthy mind, great good-naturedness, and best intentions. He seems to be fully conscious of the great responsibility which rests upon him. But at the same time, it appears as if he had lost some of his famous firmness and resoluteness through the novelty of the conditions which surround him and the hourly renewed attempts from various sides to gain influence over him. He is therefore at present inclined to concede double weight to the superior political experience of his Secretary of State. This was written on March 4, and the situation was correctly described. Seward led for the moment, but his supremacy was not unchallenged, and soon a decision was called for that in its final solution was to completely overthrow his already matured policy towards the seceding states. Buchanan had been pressed by South Carolina to yield possession of federal property in that state, and especially to withdraw federal troops from Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. After some vacillation, he had refused to do this, but had taken no steps to reinforce and resupply the weak garrison under the command of Major Anderson. On March 5, Lincoln learned that Sumter would soon have to be yielded unless reinforcements were sent. There followed 10 days of delay and indecision. Then on March 15, Lincoln requested from each member of his cabinet an opinion on what should be done. This brought to an issue the whole question of Seward's policy and leadership. For Seward's policy, like that of Buchanan, was one of conciliatory delay, taking no steps to bring matters to an issue, and trusting to time and a sobering second thought to bring Southern leaders and people to a less violent attitude. He sincerely believed in the existence of an as yet unvoiced strong Union sentiment in the South, especially in those states which were wavering on secession. He was holding communications, through intermediaries, with certain Confederate commissioners in Washington, and he had agents in Virginia attempting to influence that state against secession. To all these Southern representatives, he now conveyed assurances quite without warrant from Lincoln that Sumter would be evacuated, acting solely in the belief that his own policy would be approved by the president. His argument in reply to Lincoln's call for an opinion was positive against reinforcing Fort Sumter, and it seemed to meet, for the moment, with the approval of the majority of his cabinet colleagues. Lincoln himself made no pertinent comment, yet did not commit himself. There the matter rested for a time, for the Confederate commissioners, regarding Seward's policy of delay as wholly beneficial to the maturing of Southern plans, and Seward, as their catspaw, did not care to press for a decision. Moreover, Seward had given a personal pledge that in case it were, after all, determined to reinforce Sumter, notification of that determination would at once be given to South Carolina. The days went by, and it was not until the last week of March that Lincoln, disillusioned as to the feasibility of Seward's policy of conciliation, reached the conclusion that in his conception of his duty as President of the United States, he must defend and retain federal forts, or attempt to retain them, for the preservation of the Union, and decided to reinforce Fort Sumter. On March 29, the cabinet assembled at noon and learned Lincoln's determination. This was a sharp blow to Seward's prestige in the cabinet. It also threatened his peaceful policy. Yet he did not as yet understand fully that either supreme leadership or control of policy had been assumed by Lincoln. On April 1, he drafted that astonishing document entitled Some Thoughts for the President's Consideration, which at once reveals his alarm and his supreme personal self-confidence. This document begins, "We are at the end of a month's administration, and yet without a policy either domestic or foreign." It then advocates as a domestic policy, change the question before the public from one upon slavery or about slavery for a question upon union or disunion. Then, in a second section, headed for foreign nations, there followed, "I would demand explanations from Spain and France, categorically, at once. I would seek explanations from Great Britain and Russia, and send agents into Canada, Mexico, and Central America to rouse a vigorous continental spirit of independence on this continent against European intervention. And, if satisfactory explanations are not received from Spain and France, would convene Congress and declare war against them. But whatever policy we adopt, there must be energetic prosecution of it. For this purpose, it must be somebody's business to pursue and direct it incessantly. Either the President must do it himself and be all the while active in it, or devolve it on some member of his cabinet. Once adopted, debates on it must end, and all agree and abide. It is not in my especial province. But I neither seek to evade nor assume responsibility." Lincoln's reply of the same day, April 1, was characteristically gentle, yet no less positive and definite to any save one obsessed with his own superior wisdom. Lincoln merely noted that Seward's domestic policy was exactly his own, except that he did not intend to abandon Fort Sumter. As to the warlike foreign policy, Lincoln pointed out that this would be a sharp reversal of that already being prepared in circulars and instructions to ministers abroad. This was indeed the case, for the first instructions, soon dispatched, were drawn on lines of recalling to foreign powers their established and long-continued friendly relations with the United States. Finally, Lincoln stated as to the required guiding hand, "I remark that if this must be done, I must do it. I wish, and suppose I am entitled to have, the advice of all the cabinet." This should have been clear indication of Lincoln's will to direct affairs, and even to Seward would have been sufficient had he not, momentarily, been so disturbed by the wreck of his Pacific policy toward the South, and as yet so ignorant of the strength of Lincoln's quiet persistence. As it was, he yielded on the immediate issue, the relief of Sumter, though attempting to divert reinforcements to another quarter, but did not as yet wholly yield either his policy of conciliation and delay, nor give up immediately his insane scheme of saving the Union by plunging it into a foreign war. He was, in fact, still giving assurances to the Confederate commissioners, through indirect channels, that he could and would prevent the outbreak of civil war, and in this confidence that his ideas would finally control Lincoln, he remained up to the second week in April. But on April 8, the first of the ships dispatched to the aid of Sumter left New York, and on that day Governor Pickens of South Carolina was officially notified of the Northern purpose. This threw the burden of striking the first blow upon the South. If Southern threats were now made good, civil war seemed inevitable, and there could be no peaceful decision of the quarrel. The reinforcements did not arrive in time. Fort Sumter, after a day and a half of dogged fighting, was surrendered to the enemy on April 13, for as an enemy in arms the South now stood. The fall of Sumter changed, as in a moment, the whole attitude of the Northern people. There was now a nearly unanimous cry for the preservation of the Union by force. Yet Seward still clung, privately, to his belief that even now the sober second thought of the South would offer a way out toward reunion without war. In official utterances and acts, he was apparently in complete harmony with the popular will to reconquer the South. Davis' proclamation on marque and privateering of April 17 was answered by the Lincoln Blockade Proclamation of April 19. But Virginia had not yet officially seceded, and until this occurred there seemed to Seward at least one last straw of conciliation available. In this situation, Schladen, minister for Bremen, came to Seward on the morning of April 24 and offered his services as a mediator. Schleden's idea was that an armistice be agreed upon with the South until the Northern Congress should meet in July, thus giving a breathing spell and permitting saner second judgment to both sides. He had consulted with his Prussian colleague, who approved, and he found Seward favorable to the plan. Alexander H. Stephens, vice president of the Confederacy, was then at Richmond, and to him, as an old friend, Schleden proposed to go and make the same appeal. Seward at once took Schleden to see Lincoln. The three men, with Chase and the Prussian minister, were the only ones in the secret. Lincoln's first comment was that he was willing to make an attempt of contributing to the prevention of bloodshed and regretted that Schleden had not gone to Richmond without consulting him or Seward. Lincoln further stated that he did not have in mind any aggression against the Southern states, but merely the safety of the government in the capital and the possibility to govern everywhere. A concluding phrase that should have enlightened Schleden as to Lincoln's determination to preserve the Union. Lincoln said he could neither authorize negotiations nor invite proposals, but that he would gladly consider any such proposals voluntarily made. Schleden asked for a definite statement as to whether Lincoln would recall the blockade proclamation and sign an armistice if Davis would recall the letters of marque proclamation, but Lincoln refused to commit himself. This was scant encouragement from the president, but Seward still thought something might result from the venture. And on that evening, April 24, Schleden started for Richmond, being provided by Seward with a pass through the Union lines. He arrived on the afternoon of the 25th, but even before reaching the city was convinced that his mission would be a failure. All along his journey, at each little station, he saw excited crowds assembled enthusiastic for secession, bands of militia training, and every indication of preparation for war. Already, on that same day, the Virginia Secession Ordinance had been published, and the state convention had ratified the provisional constitution of the Southern Confederacy. Schleden immediately notified Stephens of his presence in Richmond and desire for an interview, and was at once received. The talk lasted 3 hours. Stephens was frank and positive in asserting the belief that all attempts to settle peacefully the differences between the two sections were futile. Formal letters were exchanged after this conference, but in these, the extent to which Stephens would go was to promise to use his influence in favor of giving consideration to any indication made by the North of a desire for an amicable adjustment of the questions at issue, and he was positive that there could be no return of the South to the Union. On the afternoon of April 27, Schleden was back in Washington. He found that 3 days had made a great change in the sentiment of the capital. During my short absence, he wrote, many thousands of volunteers had arrived from the North. There was not only a feeling of security noticeable, but even of combativeness. He found Seward not at all disposed to pursue the matter, and was not given an opportunity to talk to Lincoln. Therefore, he merely submitted copies of the letters that had passed between him and Stephens, adding for himself that the South was arming because of Lincoln's proclamation calling for volunteers. Seward replied on April 29, stating his personal regards and that he had no fault to find with Schleden's efforts, but concluding that Stephens' letters gave no ground for action since the union of these states is the supreme as it is the organic law of this country, and must be maintained. This adventure to Richmond by the minister of Bremen may be regarded as Seward's last struggle to carry out his long-pursued policy of conciliatory delay. He had not officially sent Schleden to Richmond, but he had grasped eagerly at the opening and had encouraged and aided Schleden in his journey. Now, by April 27, hope had vanished and Seward's domestic policy, as set forth in his thoughts for the president's consideration on April 1, was discredited, and inevitably, in some measure, their author also. The dates are important in appreciating Seward's purposes. On April 27, the day of Schleden's return to Washington, there was sent to Adams that sharp dispatch taking issue with British action as foreshadowed by Dallas on April 9, and concluding by instructing Adams to lose no time in warning Russell that such action would be regarded by the United States as injurious to its rights and derogating from its dignity. It appears, therefore, that Seward, defeated on one line of policy, eager to regain prestige, and still obsessed with the idea that some means could yet be found to avert domestic conflict, was, on April 27, beginning to pick at those threads which, to his excited thought, might yet save the Union through a foreign war. He was now seeking to force the acceptance of the second, and alternative, portion of his thoughts for the president. Seward's theory of the cementing effect of a foreign war was no secret at Washington. As early as January 26, he had unfolded to Sladen this fantastic plan. If the Lord would only give the United States an excuse for a war with England, France, or Spain, he said, that would be the best means of re-establishing internal peace. Again, on February 10, he conversed with Sladen on the same topic and complained that there was no foreign complication offering an excuse for a break. Lyons knew of this attitude, and by February 4 had sent Russell a warning, to which the latter had replied on February 20 that England could afford to be patient for a time, but that too much blustering demonstration must not be indulged in. But the new administration, as Lincoln had remarked in his reply to Seward on April 1, had taken quite another line, addressing foreign powers in terms of high regard for established friendly relations. This was the tone of Seward's first instruction to Adams, April 10, in the concluding paragraph of which Seward wrote, "The United States are not indifferent to the circumstances of common descent, language, customs, sentiments, and religion, which recommend a closer sympathy between themselves and Great Britain than either might expect in its intercourse with any other nation." True, on this basis, Seward claimed a special sympathy from Great Britain for the United States, that is to say, the North, but most certainly the tone of this first instruction was one of established friendship. Yet now, April 27, merely on learning from Dallas that Russell refuses to pledge himself on British policy, Seward resorts to threats. What other explanation is possible except that, seeking to save his domestic policy of conciliation and to regain his leadership, he now was adventuring toward the application of his foreign war panacea idea. Lyons quickly learned of the changed tone, and that England, especially, was to hear American complaint. On May 2, Lyon wrote to Russell in cipher characterizing Seward as arrogant and reckless toward foreign powers. Evidently, Seward was making little concealment of his belligerent attitude, and when the news was received of the speeches in Parliament of the first week in May, by which it became clear that Great Britain would declare neutrality and was planning joint action with France, he became much excited. On May 17, he wrote a letter home exhibiting, still, an extraordinary faith in his own wisdom and his own foreign policy. A country so largely relying on my poor efforts to save it had refused me the full measure of its confidence, needful to that end. I am a chief reduced to a subordinate position, and surrounded by a guard, to see that I do not do too much for my country, lest some advantage may revert indirectly to my own fame. They have misunderstood things fearfully. In Europe, Great Britain is in danger of sympathizing so much with the South, for the sake of peace and cotton, as to drive us to make war against her as the ally of the traitors. I am trying to get a bold remonstrance through the cabinet before it is too late. The bold remonstrance was the famous Dispatch No. 10 of May 21, already commented upon in the preceding chapter. But as sent to Adams, it varied in very important details from the draft submitted by Seward to Lincoln. Seward's draft was not merely a remonstrance, it was a challenge. Its language implied that the United States desired war, and Seward's plan was to have Adams read the dispatch to Russell, give him a copy of it, and then discontinue diplomatic relations so long as Russell held either official or unofficial intercourse with the Southern commissioners. This last instruction was, indeed, retained in the final form of the dispatch, but here, as elsewhere, Lincoln modified the stiff expressions of the original. Most important of all, he directed Adams to consider the whole dispatch as for his own guidance, relying on his discretion. The dispatch, as amended, began with the statement that the United States neither means to menace Great Britain nor to wound the sensibilities of that or any other European nation. The paper itself is not to be read or shown to the British Secretary of State, nor any of its positions to be prematurely, unnecessarily, or indiscreetly made known. But its spirit will be your guide. Thus were the teeth skillfully drawn from the threat of war. Even the positive instructions, later in the dispatch, as to the Southern commissioners, need not have been acted upon by Adams had he not thought it wise to do so. But even with alterations, the American remonstrance was so bold as to alarm Adams. On first perusal, he wrote in his diary, June 10, "The government seems almost ready to declare war with all the powers of Europe, and almost instructs me to withdraw from communication with the ministers here in a certain contingency. I scarcely know how to understand Mr. Seward. The rest of the government may be demented for all I know, but he surely is calm and wise. My duty here is in so far as I can do it honestly to prevent the irritation from coming to a downright quarrel. It seems to me like throwing the game into the hands of the enemy." Adams, a sincere admirer of Seward, was in error as to the source of American belligerent attitude. Fortunately, his judgment of what was wise at the moment coincided with that of Lincoln's, though of this he had no knowledge. In the event, Adams' skillful handling of the situation resulted favorably even to the cessation of intercourse between Russell and the Southern commissioners. For his part, Lincoln, no more than earlier, was to be hurried into foreign complications, and Seward's foreign war panacea was stillborn. The incident was a vital one in the Northern administration, for Seward at last realized that the president intended to control policy, and though it was yet long before he came to appreciate fully Lincoln's customary calm judgment, he did understand the relation now established between himself and his chief. Henceforth, he obeyed orders, though free in suggestion and criticism, always welcome to Lincoln. The latter, avowedly ignorant of diplomacy, gladly left details to Seward, and the altered dispatch, far from making relations difficult, rendered them simple and easy by clearing the atmosphere. But it was otherwise with foreign ministers at Washington, for even though there was soon a leak of gossip informing them of what had taken place in regard to Dispatch No. 10, they one and all were fearful of a recovery of influence by Seward and of a resumption of belligerent policy. This was particularly true of Lord Lyon, for rumor had it that it was against England that Seward most directed his enmity. There resulted for British diplomats both at Washington and in London a deep-seated suspicion of Seward, long after he had made a complete face-about in policy. This suspicion influenced relations greatly in the earlier years of the Civil War. On May 20, the day before Seward's No. 10 was dated, Lyon wrote a long 12-page dispatch to Russell, anxious and very full of Seward's warlike projects. The president is, of course, wholly ignorant of foreign countries and of foreign affairs. Seward, having lost strength by the failure of his peace policy, is seeking to recover influence by leading a foreign war party. No one in the cabinet is strong enough to combat him. Britain, Lyon thought, should maintain a stiff attitude, prepare to defend Canada, and make close contacts with France. He was evidently anxious to impress upon Russell that Seward really might mean war, but he declared the chief danger to lie in the fact of American belief that England and France could not be driven into war with the United States, and that they would submit to any insult. Lyons urged some action, or declaration, he did not know what, to correct this false impression. Again, on the next day, May 21, the information in his official dispatch was repeated in a private letter to Russell, but Lyon here interprets Seward's threats as mere bluster. Yet he is not absolutely sure of this, and in any case insists that the best preventative of war with the United States is to show that England is ready for it. It was an anxious time for the British minister in Washington. May 22, he warned Sir Edmund Head, Governor of Canada, urging him to make defensive preparation. The following day he dilated to Russell, privately, on the difficulty of keeping Mr. Seward within the bounds of decency, even in ordinary social intercourse. And in an official communication of this same day, he records Washington rumors of a belligerent dispatch read by Seward before the cabinet, of objections by other members, and that Seward's insistence has carried the day. That Seward was, in fact, still smarting over his reverse is shown by a letter, written on the same May 23, to his intimate friend and political advisor, Thurlow Weed, who had evidently cautioned him against precipitate action. Seward wrote, "The European phase is bad. But your apprehension that I may be too decisive alarms me more. Will you consent, or advise us to consent, that Adams and Dayton have audiences and compliments in the minister's audience chamber, and Toombs' emissaries have access to his bedroom?" Two interpretations are possible from this. Either that Seward, knowing himself defeated, was bitter in retrospect, or that he had not yet yielded his will to that of Lincoln, in spite of the changes made in his dispatch No. 10. The former interpretation seems the more likely, for though Seward continued to write for a time, vigorous dispatches to Adams, they none of them approached the vigor of even the amended dispatch. Moreover, the exact facts of the cabinet of May 21 and the complete reversal of Seward's policy were sufficiently known by May 24 to have reached the ears of Schladen, who reported them in a letter to Bremen of that date. And on the same day, Seward himself told Schladen that he did not fear any longer that it would come to a break with England. On May 27, Lyon himself, though still suspicious that an attempt was being made to separate France and England, was able to report a better tone from Seward. British ministers in London were not so alarmed as was Lyon, but they were disturbed, nevertheless, and long preserved a suspicion of the American Secretary of State. May 23, Palmerston wrote to Russell in comment on Lyon dispatch of May 2. These communications are very unpleasant. It is not at all unlikely that either from foolish and uncalculating arrogance and self-sufficiency, or from political calculation, Mr. Seward may bring on a quarrel with us. He believed that more troops ought to be sent to Canada as a precautionary measure, but he added, the main force for defense must, of course, be local, a situation necessarily a cause for anxiety by British ministers. Russell was less perturbed. He had previously expressed appreciation of Adams' conduct, writing to Lyon, Mr. Adams has made a very favorable impression on my mind as a calm and judicious man, and he now wrote, I do not think Mr. Seward's colleagues will encourage him in a game of brag with England. I am sorry Seward turns out so reckless and ruthless. Adams seems a sensible man. But at Washington, Lyon was again hot on the trail of warlike rumors. As a result of a series of conversations with Northern politicians, not cabinet members, he sent a cipher telegram to Russell on June 6, stating, no new event has occurred, but sudden declaration of war by the United States against Great Britain appears to me by no means impossible, especially so long as Canada seems open to invasion. This was followed 2 days later by a dispatch dilating upon the probability of war, and ending with Lyon opinion of how it should be conducted. England should strike at once with the largest possible naval force and bring the war to an end before the United States could prepare. Otherwise, the spirit, the energy, and the resources of this people would make them difficult to overcome. England, on her part, must be prepared to suffer severely from American privateers, and she would be forced to help the South, at least to the extent of keeping southern ports open. Finally, Lyon concluded, all of this letter and advice were extremely distasteful to him, yet he felt compelled to write it by the seriousness of the situation. Nevertheless, he would exert every effort and use every method to conciliate America. In truth, it was not any further belligerent talk by Seward that had so renewed Lyon anxiety. Rather, it was the public and press reception of the news of the Queen's proclamation of neutrality. The Northern people, counting beyond all reasonable expectation upon British sympathy on anti-slavery grounds, had been angrily disappointed, and were at the moment loudly voicing their vexation. Had Seward not already been turned from his foreign war policy, he now would have received strong public support in it. But he made no effort to utilize public excitement to his own advantage in the cabinet. In England, Adams was able to report on June 14 that Russell had no intention of holding further interviews with the Southern commissioners. But before anyone in Washington could learn of this, there was general knowledge of a changed tone from the Secretary of State, and Lyon fears were considerably allayed. On June 15 occurred that interview between Seward, Lyon, and Mercier, in which Seward had positively refused to receive the Queen's proclamation, but had throughout evinced the greatest courtesy and goodwill. Lyon so reported the conversation. June 15 may, in fact, be taken as the date when Lyon ceased to be alarmed over an immediate war. Possibly he found it a little difficult to report so sudden a shift from stormy to fair weather. June 21, he wrote that the lull was still continuing. June 24, he at last learned and described at length the details of Lincoln's alteration of Dispatch No. 10. He did not know the exact date, but he expressed the opinion that, a month or 3 weeks ago, war was very near a misjudgment, since it should be remembered that war seemed advisable to one man only, Seward, and that on this issue he had been definitely cast down from his self-assumed leadership into the ranks of Lincoln's lieutenants. Lyon was, then, nearly a month behindhand in exact knowledge of American foreign policy toward England, and he was in error in thinking that an American attack on England was either imminent or intended. Nevertheless, he surely was excusable, considering Seward's prestige and Lincoln's lack of it, in reporting as he did. It was long, indeed, before he could escape from suspicion of Seward's purposes, though dropping, abruptly, further comment on the chances of war. A month later, on July 20, he wrote that Seward had himself asked for a confidential and unofficial interview, in order to make clear that there never had been any intention of stirring agitation against England. Personally, Seward took credit for avoiding trouble by refusing to take official cognizance of the recognition of the belligerent rights of the South. And he asked Lyon to explain to Russell that previous strong language was intended merely to make foreign powers understand the intensity of Northern feeling. Lyon put no faith in all this, but was happy to note the change, mistakenly attributing it to England's stiff tone, and not at all to the veto of the president. Since Lyon himself had gone to the utmost bounds in seeking conciliation, so he had reported, and, in London, Russell also had taken no forward step since the issue of the Queen's proclamation indeed, had rather yielded somewhat to Adams' representations. It is not clear in what the stiff tone consisted. Indeed, the cause of Seward's explanation to Lyon was the receipt of a dispatch from Adams, dated June 28, in which the latter had reported that all was now smooth sailing. He had told Russell that the knowledge in Washington of the result of their previous interviews had brought satisfaction, and Russell, for his part, said that Lyon had learned through another member of the diplomatic corps that no further expression of opinion on the subject in question would be necessary. This referred, presumably, to the question of British intention, for the future, in relation to the proclamation of neutrality. Adams wrote, "This led to the most frank and pleasant conversation which I have yet had with his lordship. I added that I believed the popular feeling in the United States would subside the moment that all the later action on this side was known. My own reception has been all that I could desire. I attach value to this, however, only as it indicates the establishment of a policy that will keep us at peace during the continuance of the present convulsion." In reply to Adams' dispatch, Seward wrote on July 21, the day after his interview with Lyon, arguing at great length the American view that the British proclamation of neutrality in a domestic quarrel was not defensible in international law. There was not now, nor later, any yielding on this point. But for the present, this was intended for Adams' eye alone, and Seward prefaced his argument by a disclaimer, much as stated to Lyon, of any ill will to Great Britain. I may add, also for myself, that however otherwise I may at any time have been understood, it has been an earnest and profound solicitude to avert from foreign war. That alone has prompted the emphatic, and sometimes, perhaps, impassioned remonstrances I have hitherto made against any form or measure of recognition of the insurgents by the government of Great Britain. I write in the same spirit now, and I invoke on the part of the British government, as I propose to exercise on my own, the calmness which all counselors ought to practice in debates which involve the peace and happiness of mankind. Diplomatic correspondence couched in the form of platform oratory leads to the suspicion that the writer is thinking, primarily, of the ultimate publication of his dispatches. Thus Seward seems to have been laying the ground for a denial that he had ever developed a foolish foreign war policy. History pins him to that folly. But in another, respect the interview with Lyon on July 20 and the letter to Adams of the day following overthrow for both Seward and for the United States, the accusations sometimes made that it was the Northern disaster at Bull Run, July 21, in the first pitched battle with the South, which made more temperate the Northern tone toward foreign powers. It is true that the dispatch to Adams was not actually sent until July 26, but internal evidence shows it to have been written on the 21st before there was any news from the battlefield, and the interview with Lyon on the 20th proves that the military setback had no influence on Seward's friendly expressions. Moreover, these expressions officially made were but a delayed voicing of a determination of policy arrived at many weeks earlier. The chronology of events and dispatches cited in this chapter will have shown that the refusal of Lincoln to follow Seward's leadership and the consequent lessening of the latter's high tone preceded any news whatever from England, lightening the first impressions. The administration at Washington did not on May 21 even know that England had issued a proclamation of neutrality. It knew merely of Russell's statement that one would have to be issued. And the friendly explanations of Russell to Adams were not received in Washington until the month following. In itself, Seward's foreign war panacea policy does not deserve the place in history usually accorded it as a moment of extreme crisis in British-American relations. There was never any danger of war from it, for Lincoln nipped the policy in the bud. The public excitement in America over the Queen's proclamation was, indeed, intense, but this did not alter the governmental attitude. In England, all that the public knew was this American irritation and clamor. The London press expressed itself a bit more cautiously, for the moment merely defending the necessity of British neutrality. But if regarded from the effect upon British ministers, the incident was one of great, possibly even vital, importance in the relations of the two countries. Lyon had been gravely anxious to the point of alarm. Russell, less acutely alarmed, was yet seriously disturbed. Both at Washington and in London, the suspicion of Seward lasted throughout the earlier years of the war, and to British ministers, it seemed that at any moment he might recover leadership and revert to a dangerous mood. British attitude toward America was affected in two opposite ways. Britain was determined not to be bullied, and Russell himself sometimes went to the point of arrogance in answer to American complaints. This was an unfortunate result. But more fortunate, and also a result, was the British government's determination to step warily in the American conflict and to give no just cause, unless on due consideration of policy, for a rupture of relations with the United States. Seward's folly in May of 1861, from every angle but a short-lived brainstorm, served America well in the first years of her great crisis. Footnotes. Footnote 198. Barnes, Life of Thurlow Weed, Roman II, p. 378. Seward to Weed, December 27, 1861. Footnote 199. Ibid, p. 355. Weed's letter was on the Trent affair, but he went out of his way to depict Seward as attempting a bit of humor with Newcastle. Footnote 200. Schleden, a native of Schleswig, was educated at the University of Berlin and entered the Danish customs service. In the German Revolution of 1848, he was a delegate from Schleswig-Holstein to the Frankfurt Parliament. After the failure of that revolution, he withdrew to Bremen and in 1853 was sent by that republic to the United States as minister. By 1860, he had become one of the best-known and socially popular of the Washington diplomatic corps, holding intimate relations with leading Americans both North and South. His reports on events preceding and during the Civil War were examined in the archives of Bremen in 1910 by Dr. Ralph H. Lutz when preparing his doctor's thesis, Die Beziehungen zwischen Deutschland und den Vereinigten Staaten während des Secessionskrieges. Heidelberg, 1911. My facts with regard to Schleden are drawn in part from this thesis, in part from an article by him, Rudolf Schleden and the Visit to Richmond, April 25, 1861, printed in the Annual Report of the American Historical Association for 1915, pp. 207-16. Copies of some of Schleden's dispatches are on deposit in the Library of Congress among the papers of Carl Schurz. Through the courtesy of Mr. Frederick Bancroft, who organized the Schurz papers, I have been permitted to take copies of a few Schleden dispatches relating to the visit to Richmond, an incident apparently unknown to history until Dr. Lutz called attention to it. Footnote 204. For references to this whole matter of Schleden's visit to Richmond, see ante, p. 116, note 1. Footnote 205. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1861-2, p. 82. This and other dispatches have been examined at length in the previous chapter in relation to the American protest on the Queen's proclamation of neutrality. In the present chapter, they are merely noted again in their bearing on Seward's foreign war policy. Footnote 207. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1861-2, p. 80. This dispatch was read by Seward on April 8 to W. H. Russell, correspondent of the Times, who commented that it contained some elements of danger to good relations, but it is difficult to see to what he could have had objection. Russell, My Diary, I. p. 103. Footnote 210. Yet at this very time Seward was suggesting, May 14, to Prussia, Great Britain, France, Russia, and Holland, a joint naval demonstration with America against Japan because of anti-foreign demonstrations in that country. This has been interpreted as an attempt to tie European powers to the United States in such a way as to hamper any friendly inclination they may have entertained toward the Confederacy, treat Japan, and the United States, 1853-1921 pp. 4950. Also Dennett, Seward's Far Eastern Policy, in A.M. Hist. Rev. Volume Roman 28, No. 1 Dennett, however, also regards Seward's overture as in harmony with his determined policy in the Far East. Like Seward's overture, made a few days before, to Great Britain for a convention to guarantee the independence of San Domingo, F.O. A.M. Volume 763, No. 196. Lyons to Russell, May 12, 1861. The proposal on Japan seems to me to have been an erratic feeling out of international attitude, while in the process of developing a really serious policy, the plunging of America into a foreign war. Footnote 211. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1861 p. 88. The exact facts of Lincoln's alteration of Dispatch No. 10, though soon known in diplomatic circles, were not published until the appearance in 1890 of Nicolay and Hayes Lincoln, where the text of a portion of the original draft, with Lincoln's changes, were printed, Roman 4, p. 270. Gideon Welles, Secretary of the Navy in Lincoln's cabinet, published a short book in 1874, Lincoln and Seward, in which the story was told, but without dates and so vaguely that no attention was directed to it. Apparently the matter was not brought before the cabinet, and the contents of the dispatch were known only to Lincoln, Seward, and the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, Sumner. Footnote 212. C.F. Adams, Seward and the Declaration of Paris, p. 21, reprint from Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings, Roman 46 pp. 2381. Footnote 214. Russell Papers. This letter has been printed in part in Newton, Leon, I. 41. Footnote 217. F.O. A.M. Volume 764, No. 209, Confidential, Leon to Russell, May 23, 1861. A brief extract from this dispatch was printed in the British Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States, No. 48. The extract in question consists of 2 short paragraphs only, printed, without any indication of important elisions in each of the paragraphs. Footnote 219. Lutz, notes. The source of Schladen's information is not given in his dispatch. He was intimate with many persons closely in touch with events, especially with Sumner, chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and with Blair, a member of the cabinet. Footnote 221. Bancroft, Seward, Roman 2, p. 179, sets the date as June 8 when Seward's instructions for England and France show that he had recovered his balance. This is correct for the change in tone of dispatches, but the acceptance of Lincoln's policy must have been immediate. C.F. Adams places the date for Seward's complete change of policy much later, describing his war mania as lasting until the northern defeat of Bull Run, July 21. I think this an error, and evidence that it is such appears later in the present chapter. See Charles Francis Adams, Seward and the Declaration of Paris, Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings, Roman 46 pp. 2381. Footnote 228. See Ante, p. 102. Bancroft, Seward, Roman 2, p. 181, using Seward's description to Adams, U.S. Messages and Documents, 1861 p. 106, of this interview expands upon the Secretary's skill in thus preventing a joint notification by England and France of their intention to act together. He rightly characterizes Seward's tactics as diplomatic skill of the best quality. But in Leon report, the emphasis is placed upon Seward's courtesy in argument, and Leon felt that the knowledge of British-French joint action had been made sufficiently clear by his taking Mercier with him and by their common though unofficial representation to Seward. Footnote 230, Ibid to Russell. Leon's source of information was not revealed. Footnote 234, C.F. Adams, Seward and the Declaration of Paris, p. 29, and so argued by the author throughout this monograph. I think this an error. Footnote 235. The Spectator, Friend of the North, argued, June 15, 1861, that the Queen's proclamation was the next best thing for the North to a definite British alliance. Southern privateers could not now be obtained from England, and the United States was surely too proud to accept direct British aid. Chapter 5. The Declaration of Paris Negotiation. If regarded merely from the viewpoint of strict chronology, there accompanied Seward's foreign war policy a negotiation with Great Britain, which was of importance as the first effort of the American Secretary of State to bring European nations to a definite support of the Northern cause. It was also the first negotiation undertaken by Adams in London, and as a man new to the diplomatic service, he attached to it an unusual importance, even, seemingly, to the extent of permitting personal chagrin at the ultimate failure of the negotiation to distort his usually cool and fair judgment. The matter in question was the offer of the United States to accede by a convention to the Declaration of Paris of 1856, establishing certain international rules for the conduct of maritime warfare. This negotiation has received scant attention in history. It failed to result in a treaty, therefore it has appeared to be negligible. Yet it was, at the time, of very great importance in affecting the attitude toward each other of Great Britain and the United States, and of the men who spoke for their respective countries. The bald facts of the negotiation appear with exactness in Moore's Digest of International Law, but without comment as to motives, and, more briefly, in Bernard's Neutrality of Great Britain during the American Civil War, at the conclusion of which the author writes, with sarcasm, "I refrain from any comment on this negotiation." Nicolay and Hayes Lincoln and Rhodes United States give the matter but passing and inadequate treatment. It was reviewed in some detail in the American argument before the Geneva Court of Arbitration in the case of the Alabama, but was there presented merely as a part of the general American complaint of British neutrality. In fact, but 3 historical students, so far as the present writer has been able to discover, have examined this negotiation in detail and presented their conclusions as to purposes and motives so important to an understanding of British intentions at the moment, when the flames of civil war were rapidly spreading in America. These 3, each with an established historical reputation, exhibit decided differences in interpretation of diplomatic incidents and documents. The first careful analysis was presented by Henry Adams, son of the American minister in London during the Civil War, and then acting as his private secretary in his historical essays published in 1891. The second study is by Bancroft in his Life of Seward, 1900. While the third is by Charles Francis Adams, also son of the American minister, who, in his Life of his father published 1900, gave a chapter to the subject and treated it on lines similar to those laid down by his brother Henry, but who, in 1912, came to the conclusion through further study that he had earlier been in error and developed a very different view in a monograph entitled Seward and the Declaration of Paris. Illustration: C.F. Adams from a photograph in the United States Embassy, London, by kind permission. If these historiographic details seem unduly minute, partaking as they do of the nature of a footnote, in a work otherwise general in treatment, the author's answer is that the personality of 2 of the writers mentioned and their intimate knowledge of the effect of the negotiation upon the mind of the American minister in London are themselves important historical data. A further answer is the fact that the materials now available from the British Foreign Office archives throw much new light both on the course of the negotiation and on British purposes. It is here planned, therefore, first to review the main facts as previously known. Second, to summarize the arguments and conclusions of the 3 historians. Third, to re-examine the negotiation in the light of the new material. And, finally, to express an opinion on its conduct and conclusions as an evidence of British policy. In 1854, during the Crimean War, Great Britain and France, the chief maritime belligerents engaged against Russia, voluntarily agreed to respect neutral commerce under either the neutral's or the enemy's flag. This was a distinct step forward in the practice of maritime warfare. the accepted international rules of which had not been formally altered since the Napoleonic period. The action of Great Britain was due in part, according to a later statement in Parliament by Palmerston, March 18, 1862, to a fear that unless a greater respect were paid than formerly to neutral rights, the Allies would quickly win the ill will of the United States, then the most powerful maritime neutral, and would run the danger of forcing that country into belligerent alliance with Russia. No doubt there were other reasons, also, for the barbarous rules and practices of maritime warfare in earlier times were by now regarded as semi-civilized by the writers of all nations. Certainly, the action of the belligerents in 1854 met with general approval, and in the result was written into international law at the Congress of Paris in 1856, where, at the conclusion of the war, the belligerents and some leading neutrals were gathered. The Declaration of Paris on Maritime Warfare covered 4 points. 1. Privateering is, and remains, abolished. 2. The neutral flag covers enemies' goods, with the exception of contraband of war. 3. Neutral goods, with the exception of contraband of war, are not liable to capture under enemy's flag. 4. Blockades, in order to be binding, must be effective, that is to say, maintained by a force sufficient really to prevent access to the coast of the enemy. This agreement was adopted by Austria, France, Great Britain, Prussia, Russia, Sardinia, and Turkey, and it was further agreed that a general invitation to accede should be extended to all nations, but with the proviso that the powers which shall have signed it, or which shall accede thereto, shall not in future enter into any arrangement concerning the application of the law of neutrals in time of war, which does not rest altogether upon the 4 principles embodied in the said declaration. In other words, it must be accepted in whole, and not in part, and the powers exceeding pledging themselves not to enter into any subsequent treaties or engagements on maritime law, which did not stipulate observance of all 4 points. Within a short time, nearly all the maritime nations of the world had given official adherence to the Declaration of Paris. But the United States refused to do so. She had long stood in the advance guard of nations demanding respect for neutral rights. Little by little her avowed principles of international law as regards neutrals, first scoffed at, had crept into acceptance in treaty stipulations. Secretary of State Marcy now declared, in July 1856, that the United States would accede to the declaration if a 5th article were added to it protecting all private property at sea, when not contraband. This covered not only cargo, but the vessel as well, and its effect would have been to exclude from belligerent operations non-contraband enemies' goods under the enemy's flag, if goods and ship were privately owned. Maritime warfare on the high seas would have been limited to battles between governmentally operated warships. Unless this rule were adopted also, Secretary Marcy declared that the United States could not forego the right to send out privateers, which in the past had proved her most effective maritime weapon in time of war, and which, since she had no large navy, were essential to her fighting power. War on private property, said the Americans, had been abolished on land. Why should it not be abolished also on the sea? The American proposal met with general support among the smaller maritime nations. It was believed that the one great obstacle to the adoption of Marcy's amendment lay in the naval supremacy of Great Britain, and that obstacle proved insurmountable. Thus, the United States refused to accede to the declaration, and there the matter rested until 1861. But on April 17, Jefferson Davis proclaimed for the Southern Confederacy the issue of privateers against Northern commerce. On April 24, Seward instructed representatives abroad, recounting the Marcy proposal and expressing the hope that it still might meet with a favorable reception, but authorizing them to enter into conventions for American adherence to the Declaration of 1856 on the 4 points alone. This instruction was sent to the ministers in Great Britain, France, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Belgium, Italy, and Denmark, and on May 10 to the Netherlands. Having received this instruction, Adams, at the close of his first meeting with Russell on May 18, after having developed at length the American position relative to the issue of the British proclamation of neutrality, briefly added that he was directed to offer adherence by means of a convention to the Declaration of Paris. Russell replied that Great Britain was willing to negotiate, but seemed to desire to leave the subject in the hands of Lord Lyon, to whom he intimated that he had already transmitted authority. Adams therefore did not press the matter, waiting further information and instruction from Washington. Nearly 2 weeks earlier, Russell had, in fact, approached the government of France with a suggestion that the two leading maritime powers should propose to the American belligerents adherence to the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris. France had agreed, and the date of Russell's instruction to Lyon was May 18, the day of the interview with Adams. Confusion now arose in both London and Washington as to the place where the arrangement was to be concluded. The causes of this confusion will be considered later in this chapter. Here it is sufficient to note that the negotiation was finally undertaken at London. On July 18, Russell informed Adams that Great Britain was ready to enter into a convention with the United States, provided a similar convention was signed with France at the same time. This convention, as submitted by Adams, simply recorded an agreement by the two powers to abide by the 4 points of the Declaration of Paris, using the exact wording of that document. Adams' draft had been communicated to Russell on July 13. There then followed a delay required by the necessity of securing similar action by Dayton, the American minister at Paris. But on July 29, Adams reported to Russell that this had been done and that he was ready to sign. 2 days later, July 31, Russell replied that he also was ready, but concluded his letter. I need scarcely add that on the part of Great Britain the engagement will be prospective and will not invalidate anything already done. It was not until August 8, however, that Cowley, the British ambassador to France, reported that Dayton had informed Thuvenel, French foreign minister, that he was ready to sign the similar convention with France. With no understanding, apparently, of the causes of further delay, and professing complete ignorance of the meaning of Russell's phrase, just quoted, Adams waited the expected invitation to an official interview for the affixing of signatures. Since it was a condition of the negotiation that this should be done simultaneously in London and Paris, the further delay that now occurred caused him no misgivings. On August 19, Russell requested Adams to name a convenient day in the course of this week, and prefaced this request with the statement that he enclosed a copy of a declaration which he proposed to make in writing upon signing the convention. You will observe, he wrote, that it is intended to prevent any misconception as to the nature of the engagement to be taken by Her Majesty. The proposed declaration read, in affixing his signature to the convention of this day between Her Majesty, the Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, and the United States of America, the Earl Russell declares, by order of Her Majesty, that Her Majesty does not intend thereby to undertake any engagement which shall have any bearing, direct or indirect, on the internal differences now prevailing in the United States. Under his instructions to negotiate a convention for a pure and simple adherence to the Declaration of Paris, Adams could not now go on to official signature, nor was he inclined to do so. Sincerely believing, as he stated to Russell in a communication of August 23, that the United States was acting with the single purpose of aiding to establish a permanent doctrine for all time, and with the object of ameliorating the horrors of warfare all over the globe. He objected to accompany the act with a proceeding somewhat novel and anomalous, which on the face of it seemed to imply a suspicion on the part of Great Britain that the United States was desirous at this time to take a part in the declaration, not from any high purpose or durable policy, but with the view of securing some small temporary object in the unhappy struggle which is going on at home. He also pointed out that Russell's proposed declaration either was or was not a part of the convention. If it was a part, then the Senate of the United States must ratify it as well as the convention itself, and he would have gone beyond his instructions in submitting it. If not a part of the convention, there could be no advantage in making the declaration since, unratified by the Senate, it would have no force. Adams therefore declined to proceed further with the matter until he had received new instructions from Washington. To this Russell answered, August 28, with a very explicit exposition of his reasons. Great Britain, he said, had declared her neutrality in the American conflict, thereby recognizing the belligerent rights of the South. It followed that the South might by the law of nations arm privateers, and that these must be regarded as the armed vessels of a belligerent. but the United States had refused to recognize the status of belligerency, and could therefore maintain that privateers issued by the southern states were in fact pirates, and might argue that a European power signing a convention with the United States, embodying the principles of the Declaration of Paris, would be bound to treat the privateers of the so-called Confederate States as pirates. Hence, Russell pointed out, the two countries, arguing from contradictory premises as to the status of the conflict in America, might become involved in charges of bad faith and of violation of the convention. He had therefore merely intended by his suggested declaration to prevent any misconception by the United States. It is in this spirit that Her Majesty's government declined to bind themselves, without a clear explanation on their part, to a convention which, seemingly confined to an adoption of the Declaration of Paris of 1856, might be construed as an engagement to interfere in the unhappy dissensions now prevailing in the United States, an interference which would be contrary to Her Majesty's public declarations, and would be a reversal of the policy which Her Majesty has deliberately sanctioned. Thus the negotiation closed. Seward, in declining to accept the proposed declaration, gave varying reasons in his instructions to Adams, in London, and to Dayton, in Paris, for an exactly similar declaration had been insisted upon by France, but he did not argue the question save in generalities. He told Dayton that the supposed possible intervention, which Great Britain and France seemed to fear they would be called upon to make, was exactly the action which the United States desired to forestall, and he notified Adams that he could not consent since the proposed declaration would be virtually a new and distinct article incorporated into the projected convention. The first formal negotiation of the United States during the Civil War and of the new American minister in London had come to an inglorious conclusion. Diplomats and foreign secretaries were, quite naturally, disturbed and were even suspicious of each other's motives. But the public, not at the moment informed save on the American offer and the result, paid little attention to these inner circle controversies. What then were the hidden purposes, if such existed, of the negotiating powers? The first answer in historical writing was that offered by Henry Adams in an essay entitled The Declaration of Paris, 1861, in the preparation of which the author studied with care all the diplomatic correspondence available in print. His treatment presents Russell as engaged in a policy of deception with the view of obtaining an ultimate advantage to Great Britain in the field of commercial rivalry and maritime supremacy. Following Henry Adams' argument, Russell, on May 9, brought to the attention of France a proposal for a joint request on the American belligerents to respect the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris, and received an acquiescent reply. After some further exchanges of proposed terms of instructions to the British and French ministers at Washington, Russell, on May 18, sent a dispatch to Lyons with instructions for his action. On this same day, Russell, in his first interview with Adams, before these dispatches could have left the Foreign Office, and replying to Adams' proposal to negotiate on the Declaration of Paris as a whole, that is to say, on all four articles, intimated that instructions had already gone to Lyons, with directions to assent to any modification of the article on privateering that the United States might desire. Adams understood Russell to prefer that the negotiation, for such Adams thought it was to be, should take place in Washington, and did not press the matter. This was deliberate deceit. First, in a statement of fact, since the interview with Adams took place at noon on May 18, at Russell's country house 9 miles from London, and in all reasonable supposition, the dispatch to Lyon would not have been sent until the Foreign Secretary's return to his office. Second, because Lyon was not instructed to negotiate on the declaration. The interpretation is justified, therefore, that Russell evaded the offer of the United States government. The result of this evasion was delay, but when Seward learned from Lyon that he had no authority to negotiate a convention, and Adams received renewed instructions to proceed, the latter kept his temper, but the affair made a lasting impression on his mind and shook his faith in the straightforwardness of the British government. In renewing his overtures at London, Adams made explanations of the previous misunderstanding, and to these Russell replied with further inaccuracies as to what had been said at the first interview. thus beginning his survey with an assertion of British deceit and evasion from the very outset, and incidentally remarking that Lyon, at Washington, made little disguise of his leanings. Toward the south, Henry Adams depicts Russell as leading France along a line of policy distinctly unfriendly to the North. Examining each point in the negotiation as already narrated, he summarized it as follows. The story has shown that Russell and his colleagues induced the French government to violate the pledge in the Protocol of the Declaration of Paris in order to offer to both belligerents a partial adhesion, which must exclude the United States from a simple adhesion to the Declaration of Paris, while it placed both belligerents on the same apparent footing. These steps were taken in haste before Adams could obtain an interview. When Adams, by an effort unexpected to Russell, obtained an interview at Pembroke Lodge at noon of Saturday, May 18, and according to Russell's report of May, said that the United States were disposed to adhere to the Declaration of Paris, Russell evaded the offer, saying that he had already sent sufficient instructions to Lyon, although the instructions were not sufficient, nor had they been sent. When this evasion was afterward brought to his notice by Adams, Russell, revising his report to Lyon, made such changes in it as should represent the first proposal as coming from himself, and the evasion to have come from Adams. When at last obliged to read the American offer, Russell declared that he had never heard of it before, although he had himself reported it to Lyon and Lyon had reported it to him. When compelled to take the offer for consideration, Russell, though always professing to welcome adhesion pure and simple, required the cooperation of Dayton. When Adams overcame this last obstacle, Russell interposed a written proviso, which, as he knew from Lyon, would prevent ratification. When Adams paid no attention to the proviso, but insisted on signature of the treaty, Russell at last wrote a declaration in the nature of an insult, which could not be disregarded. In this presentation of the case to the jury certain minor points are insisted upon to establish a ground for suspicion as the question of who first made the proposal that are not essential to Henry Adams' conclusions. This conclusion is that, from the delays interposed by Russell, Adams must conclude that the British cabinet was trying one device after another to evade the proposition. And finally, from the written declaration of August 19, he could draw no other inference than that Russell had resorted to the only defensive weapon left to him, in order to avoid the avowal of his true motives and policy. The motive of this tortuous proceeding, the author believed to have been a deep-laid scheme to revive, after the American War was ended, the earlier international practice of Great Britain in treating as subject to belligerent seizure enemies' goods under the neutral flag. It was the American stand, argues Henry Adams, that in 1854 had compelled Great Britain to renounce this practice. A complete American adherence, now to the Declaration, would forever tie Britain's hands, but if there were no such complete adherence and only temporary observation of the second article, after the war had resulted in the disruption of the United States, thus removing the chief supporter of that article, Great Britain would feel free to resume her old-time practice when she engaged in war. If Great Britain made a formal treaty with the United States, she would feel bound to respect it. The Declaration of Paris as it stood constituted, a mere agreement, which was binding, as Lord Malmesbury declared, only so long as it was convenient to respect it. Thus, the second article of the Declaration of Paris, not the first on privateering, was in the eye of the British cabinet in the negotiation of 1861. Henry Adams ends his essay. After the manner in which Russell received the advances of President Lincoln, no American minister in London could safely act on any other assumption than that the British government meant, at the first convenient opportunity, to revive the belligerent pretensions dormant since the War of 1812. This analysis was published in 1891. Still more briefly summarized, it depicts an unfriendly, almost hostile attitude on the part of Russell and Lyon, deceit and evasion by the former, selfish British policy, and throughout a blind following on by France, yielding to Russell's leadership. The American proposal is regarded merely as a simple and sincere offer to join in supporting an improved international practice in war times. But when Frederick Bancroft, the biographer of Seward, examined the negotiation, he was compelled to ask himself whether this was all indeed that the American Secretary of State had in view. Bancroft's analysis may be stated more briefly. Seward's general instruction, Bancroft notes, bore date of April 24, nearly a month before any foreign power had recognized Southern belligerent rights. It indicates a plan by which he hoped to remove all excuse for such action. In dispatches to Dayton, Seward asserted a twofold motive: a sincere desire to cooperate with other progressive nations in the amelioration of the rigors of maritime war, and to remove every cause that any foreign power could have for the recognition of the insurgents as a belligerent power. This last result was not so clear to Dayton at Paris, nor was the mechanism of operation ever openly stated by Seward. But he did write, later, that the proposal of accession to the Declaration of Paris was tendered, as the act of this federal government, to be obligatory equally upon disloyal as upon loyal citizens. It did not, writes Bancroft, require the gift of prophecy to tell what would result in case the offer of accession on the part of the United States should be accepted. Seward's object was to place the European nations in a position where they, as well as the United States, would be forced to regard Southern privateers as pirates and treat them as such. This was a conceivable result of the negotiation before European recognition of Southern belligerency. But even after that recognition, and after Dayton had pointed out the impossibility of such a result, Seward pressed for the treaty and instructed Dayton not to raise the question with France. He still had in mind this main object. If Seward, says Bancroft, had not intended to use the adherence of the United States to the Declaration as a lever to force the other powers to treat the Confederates as pirates, or at least to cease regarding them as belligerents, he might easily and unofficially have removed all such suspicions. In an interview with Lyon on July 6, Seward urged a quick conclusion of the treaty, arguing that its effect upon the revolted states could be determined afterwards. Naturally, Lyon was alarmed and gave warning to Russell. Probably it was this advice that caused Russell to insist on the explanatory declaration. It would appear, then, that Seward much underestimated the acuteness of Russell and Thuvenel and expected them to walk into a trap. Nor could his claim that there was no difference between a nation entirely at peace and one in circumstances like those of the United States at this time be taken seriously. He was furnishing his opponent with evidences of his lack of candor. This clouded the effect that would have followed, a wise and generous policy toward neutrals, which had doubtless been in Seward's mind from the beginning. In the end, he concluded the negotiation gracefully, writing to Adams a pledge of American respect for the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris, exactly that which Lyon had originally been instructed by Russell to secure. We regard Great Britain as a friend. Her Majesty's flag, according to our traditional principles, covers enemies' goods, not contraband of war. Goods of Her Majesty's subjects, not contraband of war, are exempt from confiscation, though found under a neutral or disloyal flag. No depredations shall be committed by our naval forces or by those of any of our citizens, so far as we can prevent it, upon the vessels or property of British subjects. Our blockade, being effective, must be respected. Thus Bancroft regards Seward's proposals of April 24 as in part the result of humanitarian motives and in part as having a concealed purpose of northern advantage. This last he calls a trap, and it is to be noted that in Seward's final pledge to Adams the phrase, "those of any of our citizens," reserves, for the North, since the negotiation had failed, the right to issue privateers on her own account. But Russell also, says Bancroft, was not altogether artless and frank. He had in view a British commercial advantage during the war, since if the United States respected the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris, and if Confederate privateers should roam the ocean and seize the ships and goods of citizens of the North, all the better for other commercial nations. For it would soon cause the commerce of the United States to be carried on under foreign flags, especially the British and French. Ulterior motive is, therefore, ascribed to both parties in the negotiation, and that of Seward is treated as conceived at the moment when a policy of seeking European friendship was dominant at Washington, but with the hope of securing at least negative European support. Seward's persistence after European recognition of Southern belligerency is regarded as a characteristic obstinacy without a clear view of possible resulting dangerous complications. This view discredits the acumen of the American Secretary of State and it does not completely satisfy the third historian to examine the incident in detail. Nor does he agree on the basis of British policy. Charles Francis Adams, in his Life of his Father, writing in 1899, followed in the main the view of his brother, Henry Adams. But in 1912, he reviewed the negotiation at great length with different conclusions. His thesis is that the Declaration of Paris negotiation was an essential part of Seward's foreign war policy. In that case, a treaty was signed with Great Britain and France, and then those powers refused to aid in the suppression of Southern privateering, or at least permitted them access to British and French ports. A good ground of complaint leading to war would be established. This was the ultimate ulterior purpose in Seward's mind. The negotiation was but a method of fixing a quarrel on some foreign power, in case the United States should seek, as Seward desired, a cementing of the rift at home by a foreign war. In the details of the negotiation, C.F. Adams agrees with Bancroft, but with this new interpretation. The opening misunderstanding he ascribed, as did Lyon, to the simple fact that Seward had refused to see the dispatch in which Russell's proposals were made. Seward's instructions of July 6, after the misunderstanding was made clear to him, pushing the negotiation, were drawn when he was still riding a very high horse, the No. 10 Charger. In fact, he had mounted on the 21st of the previous May. And this warlike charger he continued to ride until the sobering Northern defeat at Bull Run, July 21, put an end to his folly. If that battle had been a Northern victory, he would have gone on with his project. Now, with the end of a period of brainstorm and the emergence of sanity in foreign policy, Secretary Seward in due time, September 7, pronounced the proposed reservation quite inadmissible. And here the curtain fell on this somewhat prolonged and not altogether creditable diplomatic farce. Incidentally, C.F. Adams examined also British action and intention. Lyons is wholly exonerated. Of him, it may be fairly said that his course throughout seems to furnish no ground for criticism. And Lyons is quoted as having understood, in the end, the real purpose of Seward's policy in seeking embroilment with Europe. He wrote to Russell on December 6 upon the American publication of dispatches, accompanying the President's annual message. Little doubt can remain, after reading the papers, that the accession was offered solely with the view to the effect it would have on the privateering operations of the Southern states, and that a refusal on the part of England and France, after having accepted the accession, to treat the Southern privateers as pirates, would have been made a serious grievance, if not a ground of quarrel. As to Russell, combating Henry Adams' view, it is asserted that it was the great good fortune of the United States that the British Foreign Secretary, having declared a policy of neutrality, was not to be driven from its honest application by irritations, nor seduced into a position where the continuation of that policy would be difficult. Before entering upon an account of the bearing of the newly available British materials on the negotiation materials, which will in themselves offer sufficient comment on the theories of Henry Adams, and in less degree of Bancroft, it is best to note here the fallacy in C.F. Adams' main thesis. If the analysis given in the preceding chapter of the initiation and duration of Seward's foreign war policy is correct, then the Declaration of Paris negotiation had no essential relation whatever to that policy. The instructions to Adams were sent to 8 other ministers. Is it conceivable that Seward desired a war with the whole maritime world? The date, April 24, antedates any deliberate proposal of a foreign war, whatever he may have been brooding, and in fact stamps the offer as part of that friendly policy toward Europe which Lincoln had insisted upon. Seward's frenzy for a foreign war did not come to a head until the news had been received of England's determination to recognize Southern belligerency. This was in the second week of May, and on the 21st dispatch No. 10 marked the decline, not the beginning, of a belligerent policy, and by the President's orders. By May 24 probably, by the 27th certainly, Seward had yielded and was rapidly beginning to turn to expressions of friendship. Yet it was only on May 18 that Russell's first instructions to Lyon were sent, and not until late in June that the misunderstanding cleared away. Instructions were dispatched by Seward to push the Declaration of Paris negotiations at London and Paris. The Battle of Bull Run had nothing to do with a new policy. Thus chronology forbids the inclusion of this negotiation, either in its inception, progress, or conclusion, as an agency intended to make possible, on just grounds, a foreign war. A mere chronological examination of documents, both printed and in archives, permits a clearer view of British policy on the Declaration of Paris. Recalling the facts of the American situation known in London, it will be remembered that on May 1 the British government and Parliament became aware that a civil war was inevitable and that the South planned to issue privateers. On that day, Russell asked the Admiralty to reinforce the British fleet in West Indian waters that British commerce might be adequately protected. 5 days later, May 6, he announced in the Commons that Great Britain must be strictly neutral, and that a policy of close harmony with France was being matured. And on this day, he proposed through Cowley, in Paris, that Great Britain and France each ask both the contending parties in America to abide by the second and third articles of the Declaration of Paris. If there was ulterior motive here, it does not appear in any dispatch either then or later, passing between any of the British diplomats concerned Russell, Cowley, and Lyon. The plain fact was that the United States was not an adherent to the Declaration, that the South had announced privateering and the North a blockade, and that the only portions of the Declaration in regard to which the belligerents had as yet made no statement were the second and third articles. It was, indeed, an anxious time for the British government. On May 9, Forster asked in the Commons what would be the government's attitude toward a British subject serving on a Southern privateer. The next day in the Lords, there occurred a debate the general burden of which was that privateering was in fact piracy, but that under the conditions of the American previous stand, it could not be treated as such. Both in the Commons and the Lords speakers were referred to the forthcoming proclamation of neutrality, but the uncertainty developed in both debates is very probably reflected in the new dispatch now sent to Cowley, on May 11. By that dispatch, France was asked to send an instruction to Mercier in Washington similar to a draft instruction intended for Lyon, a copy of which was enclosed to Cowley, the object being to secure from the American belligerents adherence to all the articles, privateering included, of the Declaration of Paris. Whatever Russell's purpose in thus altering his original suggestion, it met with a prompt check from France. On May 9, Thouvenel had agreed heartily to the proposal of May 6, adding the practical advice that the best method of approach to the Confederacy would be through the consuls in the South. Now, on May 13, Russell was informed that Thouvenel feared that England and France would get into serious trouble if the North agreed to accede on privateering and the South did not. Cowley reported that he had argued with Thouvenel that privateers were pirates and ought to be treated as such, but that Thouvenel refused to do more than instruct Mercier on the second and third articles. For the moment, Russell appears to have yielded easily to this French advice. On May 13, he had that interview with the Southern Commissioners, in which he mentioned a communication about to be made to the South. And on May 15, the London Times, presumably reflecting governmental decision, in commenting on the proclamation of neutrality, developed at some length the idea that British citizens, if they served on Southern privateers, could claim no protection from Great Britain if the North chose to treat them as pirates. May 16, Cowley reported that Thouvenel had written Mercier in the terms of Russell's draft to Lyon of the 11th, but omitting the part about privateering, and on this same day, Russell sent to Cowley a copy of a new draft of instructions to Lyon, seemingly in exact accord with the French idea. On the 17th, Cowley reported this as highly satisfactory to Thouvenel. Finally, on May 18, the completed instruction was dispatched. It was on this same day, May 18, that Adams had his first interview with Russell. All that had been planned by Great Britain and France had been based on their estimate of the necessity of the situation. They had no knowledge of Seward's instructions of April 24. When therefore Adams, toward the conclusion of his interview, stated his authority to negotiate a convention, he undoubtedly took Russell by surprise. So far as he was concerned a suggestion to the North, the result of an agreement made with France after some discussion and delay was in fact completed, and the draft finally drawn 2 days before, on the 16th. Even if not actually sent, as Henry Adams thinks, it was a completed agreement. Russell might well speak of it as an instruction already given to Lyon. Moreover, there were 2 points in Adams' conversation of the 18th likely to give Russell cause for thought. The first was Adams' protest against the British recognition of a status of belligerency. If the North felt so earnestly about this, had it been wise to instruct Lyon to make an approach to the South? This required consideration. And in the second place, did not Adams offer again open up the prospect of somehow getting from the North at least a formal and permanent renunciation of privateering? For if an examination is made of Russell's instruction to Lyon of May 18, it appears that he had not, after all, dropped that reference to privateering which Thuvenel had omitted in his own instructions to Mercier. Adams understood Russell to have said that he had already transmitted authority to assent to any modification of the only point in issue which the government of the United States might prefer. On that matter, he believed that there would be no difficulty whatever. This clearly referred to privateering. Russell's instructions to Lyon took up the points of the Declaration of Paris in reverse order. That on blockades was now generally accepted by all nations. The principle of the third article had long been recognized as law, both in Great Britain and in the United States. The second article, sanctioned by the United States in the earliest period of the history of their independence, had been opposed, formerly, by Great Britain, but having acquiesced in the Declaration of 1856, she means to adhere to the principle she then adopted. Thus, briefly stating his confidence that the United States would agree on 3 of the articles, Russell explained at length his views as to privateering in the American crisis. There remains only to be considered Article I, namely, that relating to privateering, from which the government of the United States withheld their assent. Under these circumstances, it is expedient to consider what is required on this subject by the general law of nations. Now it must be borne in mind that privateers bearing the flag of one or other of the belligerents may be manned by lawless and abandoned men, who may commit, for the sake of plunder, the most destructive and sanguinary outrages. There can be no question, however, but that the commander and crew of a ship bearing a letter of marque must, by the law of nations, carry on their hostilities according to the established laws of war. Her Majesty's government must, therefore, hold any government issuing such letters of marque responsible for, and liable to make good, any losses sustained by Her Majesty's subjects in consequence of wrongful proceedings of vessels sailing under such letters of marque. In this way, the object of the Declaration of Paris may to a certain extent be attained without the adoption of any new principle. You will urge these points upon Mr. Seward. What did Russell mean by this cautious statement? The facts known to him were that Davis had proclaimed the issue of letters of marque, and that Lincoln had countered by proclaiming Southern privateering to be piracy. He did not know that Seward was prepared to renounce privateering, but he must have thought it likely from Lincoln's proclamation, and have regarded this as a good time to strike for an object desired by all the European maritime nations since 1856. Russell could not, while Great Britain was neutral, join the United States in treating Southern privateers as pirates, but he here offered to come as close to it as he dared, by asserting that Great Britain would use vigilance in upholding the law of nations. This language might be interpreted as intended for the admonition of the North also, but the facts of the then known situation make it applicable to Southern activities alone. Russell had desired to include privateering in the proposals to the United States and to the South, but Thuvenel's criticisms forced him to a half measure of suggestion to the North, and a full statement of the delicacy of the situation in the less formal letter to Lyon accompanying his official instructions. This was also dated May 18. In it, Russell directed Lyon to transmit to the British consul at Charleston or New Orleans a copy of the official instruction to be communicated at Montgomery to the President of the so-styled Confederate States. And he further explained his purpose and the British position. You will not err in encouraging the government to which you are accredited to carry into effect any disposition which they may evince to recognize the Declaration of Paris in regard to privateering. You will clearly understand that Her Majesty's government cannot accept the renunciation of privateering on the part of the government of the United States, if coupled with the condition that they should enforce its renunciation on the Confederate States, either by denying their right to issue letters of marque, or by interfering with the belligerent operations of vessels holding from them such letters of marque. so long as they carry on hostilities according to the recognized principles and under the admitted liabilities of the law of nations. Certainly, this was clear enough and was demanded by the British policy of neutrality. Russell had guarded against the complication feared by Thuvenel, but he still hoped by a half-pledge to the north and a half-threat to the south to secure from both belligerents a renunciation of privateering. In short, he was not yet fully convinced of the wisdom of the French limitation. Moreover, he believed that Thuvenel might yet be won to his own opinion. For in an unprinted portion of this same private letter to Lyon of May 18, Russell wrote, "I have further to state to you, with reference to my dispatch of this day, that H.M. Govt. were in the first instance inclined to propose to both of the contending parties to adopt the first clause of the Declaration of Paris, by which privateering is renounced. But after communication with the French Govt, it appeared best to limit our propositions in the manner explained in my dispatch. I understand, however, from Lord Cowley that, although M. Mercier is not absolutely instructed to advert to the abolition of privateering, yet that some latitude of action is left to him on that point, should he deem it advisable to exercise it." Lyon and Mercier saw more clearly than did Russell what was in Seward's mind. Lyon had been instructed in the dispatch, just cited, to use his own discretion as to joint action with the French minister so long only as the two countries took the same stand. He was to pursue whatever method seemed most conciliatory. His first private comment on receiving Russell's instruction was, "Mr. Seward will be furious when he finds that his adherence to the Declaration of Paris will not stop the Southern privateering." And, in an official confidential dispatch of the same day, June 4, he gave Russell clear warning of what Seward expected from his overture through Adams. So delicate did the matter appear to Lyon and Mercier that they agreed to keep quiet for a time at least about their instructions, hoping to be relieved by the transfer of the whole matter to London and Paris. But in London, Russell was at this moment taking up again his favored purpose. On June 6, he wrote to Grey, temporarily replacing Cowley at Paris, that he understood a communication had been made in Paris, as in London, for an American adherence to the Declaration of Paris. It may open the way to the abolition of privateering all over the world, but we ought not to use any menace to the Confederate States with a view of obtaining this desirable object. Evidently, in his opinion, the South would not dare to hold out, and no menace would be required. 6 days later, however, having learned from the French ambassador that Dayton in Paris had made clear to Thuvenel the expectation of the United States that France would treat Southern privateers as pirates, Russell wrote that England, of course, could not agree to any such conclusion. Nevertheless, this did not mean that Russell yet saw any real objection to concluding a convention with the United States. Apparently, he could not believe that so obvious an inconsistency with the declared neutrality of Great Britain was expected to be obtained by the American Secretary of State. Others were more suspicious. Lyon reported on June 13 that Seward had specifically informed Mercier of his belief that a convention signed would bind England and France to aid in suppressing Southern privateering. The effect of this on Lyon and Mercier was to impress upon them the advisability of an official notification to Seward of English and French neutrality, a step not yet taken and which was still postponed, awaiting further instructions. On June 15, the two ministers finally concluded they could no longer delay and made that joint visit to Seward which resulted in his refusal to receive them as acting together, or to receive officially their instructions, though he read these for his private information. The remainder of June was spent by Lyon in attempting to put matters on a more formal basis, yet not pushing them unduly for fear of arousing Seward's anger. June 17, Lyons told Seward privately and alone that Great Britain must have some intercourse with the South if only for the protection of British interests. Seward's reply was that the United States might shut its eyes to this, but that if notified of what England and France were doing, the United States would be compelled to make protest. Lyons thereupon urged Seward to distinguish between his official and personal knowledge, but Lyon and Mercier again postponed beginning the negotiation with the Confederacy. Yet while thus reporting this postponement in one letter, Lyon, in another letter of the same date, indicated that the two ministers thought that they had found a solution of the problem of how to approach, yet not negotiate with, the Confederacy. The idea was Mercier's. Their consuls in the South were to be instructed to go, not to the Southern president, but to the governor of the state selected, thus avoiding any overture to the Confederate government. Even with this solution possible, they still hesitated, feeling, as Leon wrote, a little pusillanimous, but believing they had prevented an explosion. Moreover, Leon was a bit uneasy because of an important difference, so it seemed to him, in his formal instructions and those of Mercier. The latter had no orders, as had Leon, to notify Seward, if the agreement on maritime law was made in Washington, that such agreement would not affect the belligerent right of the South to issue privateers. Apparently, Mercier had been given no instructions to make this clear, let alone any latitude, to deal with privateering, although, as a matter of fact, he had already given Seward his personal opinion in accord with Leon instructions. But this was not an official French stand. Leon was therefore greatly relieved, the misunderstanding now cleared away, that new instructions were being sent to Adams to go on with the convention in London. His only subsequent comment of moment was sent to Russell on July 8, when he learned from Seward that Dayton, in Paris, had been directed to raise no further question as to what would or would not be demanded of France in case a convention were signed for an American adherence to the Declaration of Paris. Leon now repeated his former advice that under no circumstances should a convention be signed without a distinct declaration of no British responsibility or duty as regards Southern privateers. The entire matter was now transferred to London and Paris. Leon's report of the misunderstanding and that new instructions were being sent to Adams was received on June 30. Russell replied to Leon on July 5 that Adams had never made any proposition on the Declaration of Paris and that he would now await one. July 11, Adams made his formal offer to sign a convention and communicated a draft of it on the 13th. On the day intervening, the 12th, Russell took a very important step indicative of his sincerity throughout, of his lack of any ulterior motive, and of his anxiety to carry through the negotiation with no resulting irritations or complications with the United States. He recalled his instructions to Leon about communicating with the Confederacy, stating that in any case he had never intended that Lyons should act without first officially notifying Seward. This recall was now made, he wrote, because to go on might create fresh irritation without any adequate result. But if in the meantime Leon had already started negotiations with the South, he might proceed in them to the end. Having taken this step in the hope that it might avert friction with the United States, Russell, now distinctly eager to secure American adherence to the Declaration in full, was ready to conclude the convention at once. The warnings received from many sources did not dismay him. He probably thought that no actual difficulties would ensue, believing that the South would not venture to continue privateering. Even if France were disinclined to make a convention, he appears to have been ready for signature by Great Britain alone, for on July 15 he telegraphed Cowley, "I conclude there can be no objection to my signing a convention, with the U.S. minister giving the adherence of the U.S. to the Declaration of Paris so far as concerns G.T. Britain. Answer immediately by telegraph." Cowley replied on the 16th that Thuvenel could not object, but thought it a wrong move. Cowley, in a private letter of the same day, thought that unless there were very cogent reasons for signing a convention at once with Adams, it would be better to wait until France could be brought in, and he expressed again his fear of the danger involved in Adams' proposal. The same objection was promptly made by Palmerston when shown the draft of a reply to Adams. Palmerston suggested the insertion of a statement that while ready to sign a convention, Great Britain would do so only at the same time with France. Thus advised, Russell telegraphed in the late afternoon of the 16th to Cowley that he would wait for your dispatches tomorrow, and that no reply had yet been given Adams. And on the 17th, he wrote enclosing a draft, approved by Palmerston and the Queen, stating that Great Britain had no desire to act alone if Dayton really had instructions identical with those of Adams. He added that if thought desirable, Adams and Dayton might be informed verbally, that the proposed convention would in no way alter the proclamation of neutrality. The remaining steps in the negotiation have already been narrated. Russell informed Adams of the requirement of a similar French convention. Adams secured action by Dayton. and in spite of continued French reluctance and suspicion, all was ready in mid-August for the affixing of signatures. When Russell, in execution of his previous promise, and evidently now impressed with the need of an explicit understanding, gave notice of his intended declaration in writing to be attached to the convention. On August 20, both Adams and Dayton refused to sign, the former taking the ground, and with evident sincerity, that the exception gave evidence of a British suspicion that was insulting to his country, while Dayton had hardly concealed from Thuvenel that this same exception was the very object of the convention. While preparing his rejoinder to Adams' complaint, Russell wrote in a note to Palmerston, "It all looks as if a trap had been prepared." He, too, at last, was forced to a conclusion long since reached by every other diplomat, save Adams, engaged in this negotiation. But in reviewing the details of the entire affair, it would appear that in its initiation by Seward, there is no proof that he then thought of any definite trap. April 24 antedated any knowledge by Seward of British or French policy on neutrality, and he was engaged in attempting to secure a friendly attitude by foreign powers. One means of doing this was by giving assurances on maritime law in time of war. True, he probably foresaw an advantage through expected aid in repressing privateering, but primarily he hoped to persuade the maritime powers not to recognize Southern belligerency. It was in fact this question of belligerency that determined all his policy throughout the first 6 months of the American conflict. He was obstinately determined to maintain that no such status existed, and throughout the whole war, he returned again and again to pressure on foreign powers to recall their proclamations of neutrality. Refusing to recognize foreign neutrality as final, Seward persisted in this negotiation in the hope that if completed it would place Great Britain and France in a position where they would be forced to reconsider their declared policy. A demand upon them to aid in suppressing privateering might indeed then be used as an argument, but the object was not privateering in itself. That object was the recall of the recognition of Southern belligerency. In the end, he simply could not agree to the limiting declaration, for it would have constituted an acknowledgement by the United States itself of the existence of a state of war. In all of this Adams, seemingly, had no share. He acted on the simple and straightforward theory that the United States, pursuing a conciliatory policy, was now offering to adhere to international rules advocated by all the maritime powers. As a result, he felt both personally and patriotically aggrieved that suspicion was directed toward the American overtures. For him, the failure of the negotiation had temporarily, at least, an unfortunate result. So far as the assumed friendliness of Earl Russell to the United States was concerned, the scales had fallen from his eyes. His faith in the straightforwardness of any portion of the Palmerston-Russell ministry was gone. And for Russell, also the affair spelled a certain disillusionment, not, it is true, in the good faith of Adams, for whom he still preserved a high regard. Russell felt that his policy of a straightforward British neutrality, his quick acquiescence in the blockade, even before actually effective, his early order closing British ports to prizes of Confederate privateers, were all evidences of at least a friendly attitude toward the North. He may, as did nearly every Englishman at the moment, think the reunion of America impossible, but he had begun with the plan of strict neutrality, and certainly with no thought of offensive action against the North. His first thought in the declaration of Paris negotiation was to persuade both belligerents to acquiesce in a portion of the rules of that declaration. But almost at once, he saw the larger advantage to the world of a complete adherence by the United States. This became Russell's fixed idea in which he persisted against warnings and obstacles. Because of this, he attempted to recall the instruction to approach the South, was ready even, until prohibited by Palmerston, to depart from a policy of close joint action with France, and in the end was forced by that prohibition to make a limiting declaration guarding British neutrality. In it all there is no evidence of any hidden motive nor of any other than a straightforward, even if obstinately blind, procedure. The effect on Russell, at last grudgingly admitting that there had been a trap, was as unfortunate for good understanding as in the case of Adams. He also was irritated, suspicious, and soon less convinced that a policy of strict neutrality could long be maintained. Chapter 6. Bull Run, Consul Bunch, Cotton and Mercier. The diplomatic maneuvers and interchanges recounted in the preceding chapter were regarded by foreign secretaries and ministers as important in themselves and as indicative of national policy and purpose. Upon all parties concerned, they left a feeling of irritation and suspicion. But the public knew nothing of the details of the inconclusive negotiation, and the press merely gave a hint now and then of its reported progress and ultimate failure. Newspapers continued to report the news from America in unaccustomed detail, but that news, after the attack on Fort Sumter, was for some time lacking in striking incident, since both sides in America were busily engaged in preparing for a struggle in arms for which neither was immediately prepared. April 15, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers, and 3 weeks later for 42,000 additional. The regular army was increased by 23,000 and the Navy by 18,000 men. Naval vessels widely scattered over the globe were instructed to hasten their homecoming. By July 1, Lincoln had an available land force, however badly trained and organized, of over 300,000, though these were widely scattered from the Potomac in the east to the Missouri in the west. In the South, Davis was equally busy, calling at first for 100,000 volunteers to wage defensive battle in protection of the newly born Confederacy. The 7 states already in secession were soon joined, between May 4 and June 24, by 4 others, Arkansas, Virginia, North Carolina, and Tennessee in order. But the border states of Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, though strongly sympathetic with the rest of the South, were held to the Union by the border state policy of Lincoln, the first pronouncement of which asserted that the North had no purpose of attacking slavery where it existed, but merely was determined to preserve the Union. The Northern Congress, meeting in extra session on July 4, heartily approved Lincoln's emergency measures. It authorized an army of 500,000, provided for a loan of $200 million, sanctioned the issue of $50 million in Treasury notes, and levied new taxes, both direct and by tariffs, to meet these expenditures. In the months preceding the attack on Sumter, the fixed determination of the South to secede and the uncertainty of the North had led the British press to believe that the decision rested wholly with the South. Now the North, by its preparations, was exhibiting an equally fixed determination to preserve the Union. And while the British press was skeptical of the permanence of this determination, it became, for a short time, until editorial policy was crystallized, more cautious in prophecy. The Economist on May 4 declared that the responsibility for the fatal step rested wholly on Southern leaders because of their passionate desire to extend the shameful institution of which they were so proud, but that the North must inevitably, by mere weight of population and wealth, be the victor, though this could not conceivably result in any real reunion, rather in a conquest requiring permanent military occupation. Southern leaders were mad. To rouse by gratuitous insult the mettle of a nation 3 times as numerous and far more than 3 times as powerful, to force them by aggressive steps into a struggle in which the sympathy of every free and civilized nation will be with the North, seems like the madness of men whose eyes are blinded and hearts hardened by the evil cause they defend. 2 weeks later, The Economist, while still maintaining the justice of the Northern cause, though with lessened vigor, appealed to the common sense of the North to refrain from a civil war whose professed object was unattainable. Everyone knows and admits that the secession is an accomplished, irrevocable fact. Even if the North were sure of an easy and complete victory, short, of course, of actual subjugation of the South, which no one dreams of, the war which was to end in such a victory would still be, in the eyes of prudence and worldly wisdom, an objectless and unprofitable folly. But by the middle of June, the American irritation at the British proclamation of neutrality, loudly and angrily voiced by the Northern press, had caused a British press resentment at this willful misrepresentation and misjudgment of British attitude. We do believe the secession of the slave states to be a fait accompli, a completed and irreversible transaction. We believe it to be impossible now for the North to lure back the South into the Union by any compromise or to compel them back by any force. If this is an offense, it cannot be helped. The majority of the London papers, though not all, pass through the same shifts of opinion and expression as The Economist. first upbraiding the South, next appealing to the North not to wage a useless war, finally committing themselves to the theory of an accomplished breakup of the Union, and berating the North for continuing, through pride alone, a bloody conflict doomed to failure. Meanwhile, in midsummer, attention was diverted from the ethical causes at issue by the publication in the Times of Motley's letter analyzing the nature of the American Constitution and defending the legal position of the North in its resistance to secession. Motley wrote in protest against the general British press attitude. There is, perhaps, a readiness in England to prejudge the case, a disposition not to exult in our downfall, but to accept the fact. He argued the right and the duty of the North to force the South into subjection. The right of revolution is indisputable. It is written on the record of our race. British and American history is made up of rebellion and revolution. There can be nothing plainer, then, than the American right of revolution. But then, it should be called revolution. It is strange that Englishmen should find difficulty in understanding that the United States government is a nation among the nations of the earth. A constituted authority, which may be overthrown by violence, as may be the fate of any state, whether kingdom or republic, but which is false to the people if it does not its best to preserve them from the horrors of anarchy, even at the cost of blood. Motley denied any right of peaceful secession, and his constitutional argument presented adequately the Northern view. But he was compelled also to refer to slavery, and did so in the sense of Lincoln's inaugural, asserting that the North had no purpose of emancipating the slaves. It was no question at all that slavery within a state was sacred from all interference by the general government, or by the free states, or by individuals in those states, and the Chicago Convention strenuously asserted that doctrine. Coming at the moment when the British press and public were seeking ground for a shift from earlier pro-Northern expressions of sympathy to some justification for the South, it may be doubted whether Motley's letter did not do more harm than good to the Northern cause. His denial of a Northern anti-slavery purpose gave excuse for a professedly more calm and judicial examination of the claimed Southern right of secession, and his legal argument could be met, and was met, with equally logical, apparently pro-Southern argument as to the nature of the American Constitution. Thus early did the necessity of Lincoln's border state policy, a policy which extended even to warnings from Seward to American diplomats abroad not to bring into consideration the future of slavery, give ground for foreign denial, that there were any great moral principles at stake in the American conflict. In the meantime, the two sections in America were busily preparing for a test of strength, and for that test the British press, reporting preparations, waited with interest. It came on July 21 in the First Battle of Bull Run, when approximately equal forces of raw levies, 30,000 each, met in the first pitched battle of the war, and where the Northern Army, after an initial success, ultimately fled in disgraceful rout. Before Bull Run, the few British papers early taking strong ground for the North had pictured Lincoln's preparations as so tremendous as inevitably destined to crush, quickly, all Southern resistance. The Daily News lauded Lincoln's message to Congress as the speech of a great leader, and asserted that the issue in America was for all free people a question of upholding the eternal principles of liberty, morality, and justice. War for such a cause, though it be civil war, may perhaps without impiety be called God's most perfect instrument in working out a pure intent. The disaster to the Northern Army, its apparent testimony that the North lacked real fighting men, bolstered that British opinion which regarded military measures against the South as folly and impression, reinforced in the next few months by the long pause by the North before undertaking any further great effort in the field. The North was not really ready for determined war, indeed, until later in the year. Meanwhile, many were the moralizations in the British press upon Bull Run's revelation of Northern military weakness. Probably the most influential newspaper utterances of the moment were the letters of W. H. Russell to the Times. This famous war correspondent had been sent to America in the spring of 1861 by Delane, editor of the Times, his first letter, written on March 29, appearing in the issue of April 16. He traveled through the South, was met everywhere with eager courtesy as became a man of his reputation, and one representing the most important organ of British public opinion, returned to the North in late June, and at Washington was given intimate interviews by Seward and other leaders. For a time, his utterances were watched for, in both England and America, with the greatest interest and expectancy, as the opinions of an unusually able and thoroughly honest, dispassionate observer. He never concealed his abhorrence of slavery, terming apologists of that institution the miserable sophists who expose themselves to the contempt of the world by their paltry theatricals on the divine origin and uses of slavery. And writing, day after day, the impression of my mind was strengthened that states' rights meant protection to slavery, extension of slave territory, and free trade in slave produce with the other world. But at the same time, he depicted the energy, ability, and determination of the South in high colors, and was a bit doubtful of similar virtues in the North. The Battle of Bull Run itself he did not see, but he rode out from Washington to meet the defeated army, and his description of the routed rabble, jostling and pushing, in frenzy toward the capital, so ridiculed Northern fighting spirit as to leave a permanent sting behind it. At the same time, it convinced the British pro-Southern reader that the Northern effort was doomed to failure, even though Russell was himself guarded in opinion as to ultimate result. What will England and France think of it? Is the question which is asked over and over again, wrote Russell on July 24, expatiating on American anxiety and chagrin in the face of probable foreign opinion. On August 22, he recorded in his diary the beginnings of the American newspaper storm of personal attack, because of his description of the battle in the Times and Attack, which before long became the alleged cause of his recall by Delane. In fact, Russell's letters added nothing in humiliating description to the outpourings of the Northern press, itself greedily quoted by pro-Southern foreign papers. The impression of Northern military incapacity was not confined to Great Britain, it was general throughout Europe. And for the remainder of 1861, there were few who ventured to assert a Northern success in the war. Official Britain, however, saw no cause for any change in the policy of strict neutrality. Palmerston commented privately, "The truth is, the North are fighting for an idea chiefly entertained by professional politicians, while the South are fighting for what they consider rightly or wrongly vital interests," thus explaining to his own satisfaction why a Northern army of brave men had chosen to run away. But the government was careful to refrain from any official utterances likely to irritate the North. The battle served, in some degree, to bring into the open the metropolitan British papers, which hitherto professing neutrality and careful not to reveal too openly their leanings. Now each took a definite stand and became an advocate of a cause. The Duke of Argyll might write reassuringly to Mrs. Motley to have no fear of British interference, and to Gladstone, evidently controverting the latter's opinion, that slavery was and would continue to be an object in the war. But the press, certainly, was not united either as to future British policy or on basic causes and objects of the war. The Economist believed that a second Southern victory like Bull Run, if coming soon, would so disgust and dishearten the shouters for the Union that the contest will be abandoned on the instant. Some day, with scarcely any notice, we may receive tidings that an armistice has been agreed upon and preliminaries of peace have been signed. John Bright's paper, The Morning Star, argued long and feverishly that Englishmen must not lose sight of the fact that slavery was an issue, and made appeal for expressions, badly needed at the moment, of pro-Northern sympathy. To this, John Bull retorted, "Nothing can be clearer than this, that black slavery has nothing whatever to do with this civil war in America. The people of America have erected a political idol. The Northerners have talked and written and boasted so much about their republic that they have now become perfectly furious to find that their idol can be overthrown, and that the false principles upon which the American Republic is built should be exhibited to the world, that their vaunted democracy should be exposed as a mere bubble or a piece of rotten timber, an abominable and worthless tyranny of the sovereign mob." Here was an early hint of the future of democracy as at issue. John Bull, the country squire's paper, might venture to voice the thought, but more important papers were still cautious in expressing it. W.H. Russell privately wrote to Delane, "It is quite obvious, I think, that the North will succeed in reducing the South." But Delane permitted no such positive prophecy to appear in the Times. Darwin is good testimony of the all-prevalent British feeling. I hope to God we English are utterly wrong in doubting whether the North can conquer the South. How curious it is that you seem to think that you can conquer the South, and I never meet a soul, even those who would most wish it, who think it possible that is, to conquer and retain it. In September, after the first interest in Bull Run had waned, there appeared several books and articles on the American question, which gave opportunity for renewal of newspaper comment and controversy. A Dr. Lempriere, of the Inner Temple, Law Fellow of St. John's College, Oxford, published a work, The American Crisis Considered, chiefly declamatory, upholding the right of Southern secession, stating that no one who has the slightest acquaintance with the political action of history would term the present movement rebellion. With this, the Spectator begged leave to differ. The Saturday Review acknowledged that a prolonged war might force slavery and emancipation to the front, but denied them as vital at present, and offered this view as a defense against the recrimination of Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, who had accused the paper of unfair treatment in a review of her pamphlet exhibiting emancipation as the object of the North. Under the caption, Mrs. Beecher Stowe's Wounded Feelings, the Saturday Review avowed disbelief in the existence of a holy war in America. The North does not proclaim abolition and never pretended to fight for anti-slavery. The North has not hoisted for its oriflamme the sacred symbol of justice to the Negro. Its cry de guerre is not unconditional emancipation. The governmental course of the British nation is not yet directed by small novelists and their small talk. Thomas Hughes also came in for sarcastic reference in this article, having promptly taken up the cudgels for Mrs. Stowe. He returned to the attack through the columns of The Spectator, reasserting slavery as an issue and calling on Englishmen to put themselves in the place of Americans and realize the anger aroused by deliberate imputations of mean motives, and by the cruel spirit of the utterances. A nation engaged in a life and death struggle should not be treated in a tone of flippant and contemptuous serenity. The British press had chosen to impute the lowest motives, to cull out and exult over all the meanness, and bragging and disorder which the contest has brought out, and while we sit on the bank, to make no allowances for those who are struggling in the waves. Besides The Spectator on the northern side stood the Daily News declaring that the South could not hold out, and adding, the Confederate States may be 10 millions, but they are wrong notoriously, flagrantly wrong. The Daily News, according to its Jubilee historians, stood almost alone in steadfast advocacy of the Northern cause. This claim of unique service to the North is not borne out by an examination of newspaper files, but is true if only metropolitan dailies of large circulation are considered. The Spectator was a determined and consistent friend of the North. In its issue of September 28, a speech made by Bulwer Lytton was summarized and attacked. The speaker had argued that the dissolution of the Union would be beneficial to all Europe, which had begun to fear the swollen size and strength of the young nation across the Atlantic. He hoped that the final outcome would be not 2, but at least 4 separate nations, and stated his belief that the friendly emulation of these nations would result for Americans in a rapid advance in art and commerce, such as had been produced in the old commonwealths of Greece. The Spectator answered that such a breaking up of America was much more likely to result in a situation comparable to that in South America. Inquired caustically whether Bulwer Lytton had heard that slavery was in question, and asserted that his speech presumably represented the official view of the Tories and embodied that of the English governing class. In press utterances during the autumn and early fall of 1861, there is little on British policy toward America. Strict neutrality is approved by all papers and public speakers. But as the months passed without further important military engagements, attention began to be directed toward the economic effects on England of the war in America and to the blockade, now beginning to be made effective by the North. The Saturday Review, though pro-Southern, declared for neutrality, but distinguished between strict observance of the blockade and a reasonable recognition of the de facto government of the Confederacy. As soon as the Southern states had achieved for their independence that amount of security with which Great Britain had been satisfied in former cases. But another article in the same issue contained a warning against forcibly raising the blockade, since this must lead to war with the North, and that would commend itself to no thoughtful Englishman. 2 weeks later appeared a long review of Spence's American Union, a work very influential in confirming British pro-Southern belief in the constitutional right of the South to secede and in the certainty of Southern victory. Spence was likely to succeed with English readers because all his views are taken from a thoroughly English standpoint. The week following compliments are showered upon the young professor, Montague Bernard, for his 2 lectures on the present American war, in which he distinguished between recognition of belligerency and recognition of sovereignty, asserting that the former was inevitable and logical. The Saturday Review, without direct quotation, treated Bernard as an advocate also of the early recognition of Southern independence on the ground that it was a fait accompli, and expressed approval. These few citations, taken with intent from the more sober and reputable journals, summarize the prevailing attitude on one side or the other throughout the months from June to December, 1861. All publications had much to say of the American struggle, and varied in tone from dignified criticism to extreme vituperation, this last usually being the resort of lesser journals, whose leader writers had no skill in vigorous writing in a seemingly restrained manner. Vigorous leader writing was a characteristic of the British press of the day, and when combined with a supercilious British tone of advice, as from a superior nation, gave great offense to Americans, whether North or South. But the British press was yet united in proclaiming as correct the governmental policy of neutrality, and in any event Motley was right in stating, "The press is not the government," adding his opinion that the present English government has thus far given us no just cause of offense. Meanwhile the government, just at the moment when the Declaration of Paris negotiation had reached an inglorious conclusion, especially irritating to Earl Russell, was suddenly plunged into a sharp controversy with the United States by an incident growing out of Russell's first instructions to Lyon in regard to that negotiation, and which, though of minor importance in itself, aroused an intensity of feeling beyond its merits. This was the recall by Seward of the exequatur of the British consul bunch at Charleston, South Carolina. It will be remembered that in his first instruction to Lyon on the Declaration of Paris, Russell had directed that bunch, at Charleston, be commissioned to seek a Southern official acceptance of the binding force of the second and third articles, but that Lyon and Mercier, fearing Seward's irritation, had hesitated to proceed in the matter. Later Russell had recalled his instructions, but before this recall could reach Lyon, the latter had decided to act. On July 5, Lyon gave explicit directions to Bunch not to approach the Confederate government directly, but to go to Governor Pickens of South Carolina and explain the matter to him verbally, adding, "You should act with great caution in order to avoid raising the question of the recognition of the new Confederation by Great Britain." Unfortunately, Lyon also wrote, "I am authorized by Lord John Russell to confide the negotiation on this matter to you," thus after all implying that a real negotiation with the South was being undertaken. On the same day, Mercier sent similar instructions to Saint André, the French acting consul at Charleston. Bunch received Lyon official letter on July 19, together with a private one of July 5, emphasizing that Bunch was to put nothing in writing, and that he and his French colleagues were to keep the names of Lyons and Mercier out of any talk, even about the matter. Bunch was to talk as if his instructions came directly from Russell. Lyon hoped the South would be wise enough not to indulge in undue publicity, since if trumpeted, it might elicit, by such conduct, some strong disavowal from France and England. Both the official and the private letter must, however, have impressed Bunch with the idea that this was after all a negotiation, and that he had been entrusted with it. Bunch, whose early reports had been far from sympathetic with the Southern cause, had gradually, and quite naturally from his environment, become more friendly to it. He now acted with promptness and with some evident exultation at the importance given him personally. In place of Governor Pickens, an experienced diplomat, William Henry Trescott, was approached by Bunch and Belligny, who, not Saint André, was then the French agent at Charleston. Trescott went directly to President Davis, who at once asked why the British proposal had not been made through the Confederate commissioners in London, and who somewhat unwillingly yielded to Trescott's urging. On August 13, the Confederate Congress resolved approval of the Declaration of Paris, except for the article on privateering. Bunch took great pride in the secrecy observed. I do not see how any clue is given to the way in which the resolutions have been procured. We made a positive stipulation that France and England were not to be alluded to in the event of the compliance of the Confederate Goft. He wrote Leon on August 16, but he failed to take account either of the penetrating power of mouth-to-mouth gossip or of the efficacy of Seward's secret agents. On this same day, August 16, Leon reported the arrest in New York, on the 14th, of one Robert Muir, just as he was about to take passage for Liverpool carrying a sealed bag from the Charleston consulate to the British Foreign Office, as well as some 200 private letters. The letters were examined, and among them was one which related Bunch's recent activities and stated that Mr. B, on oath of secrecy, communicated to me also that the first step of recognition was taken. The sealed bag was sent unopened to be handed by Adams to Russell with an inquiry whether in fact it contained any papers on the alleged negotiation with the South. Bunch had issued to Muir a paper which the latter regarded as a passport, as did the United States. This also was made matter of complaint by Adams when on September 3 the affair was presented to Russell. America complained of Bunch on several counts, the three principal ones being 1. That he had apparently conducted a negotiation with the Confederacy. 2. That he had issued a passport, not countersigned by the Secretary of State, as required by the United States rules respecting foreign consuls. 3. That he had permitted the person to whom this passport was issued to carry letters from the enemies of the United States to their agents abroad. On these grounds, the British government was requested to remove Bunch from his office. On first learning of Muir's arrest, Leon expressed the firm belief that Bunch's conduct had been perfectly proper, and that the sealed bag would be found to contain nothing supporting the suspicion of the American government. The language used by Leon was such as to provide an excellent defense in published dispatches, and it was later so used. But privately, neither Leon nor Russell were wholly convinced of the correctness of Bunch's actions. Bunch had heard of Muir's arrest on August 18, and at once protested that no passport had been given, but merely a certificate to the effect that he was a British merchant residing in Charleston on his way to England, and that he was carrying official dispatches to the Foreign Office. In fact, Muir had long since taken out American citizenship papers, and the distinction between passport and certificate seems an evasion. Officially, Leon could report it is clear that Mr. Robert Muir, in taking charge of the letters which have been seized, abused Mr. Bunch's confidence. For Mr. Bunch had positive instructions from me not to forward himself any letters alluding to military or political events, excepting letters to or from British officials. This made good reading when put in the published parliamentary papers, but in reality, the sending of private letters by messenger, also carrying an official pouch, was no novelty. Bunch had explained to Leon on June 23 that this was his practice on the ground that there is really no way left for the merchants but through me. If Mr. Seward objects, I cannot help it. I must leave it to your lordship and H.M.'s government to support me. My own dispatch to Lord J. Russell I must send in some way, and so I take the responsibility of aiding British interests by sending the mercantile letters as well. And in Bunch's printed report to Leon on Muir's arrest, his reply as to the private letters was, I could not consider him as being disqualified from being the bearer of a bag to Earl Russell, by his doing what everyone who left Charleston was doing daily. Officially, Leon, on September 2, had reported a conversation with Belligny, the French consul at Charleston, now in Washington, writing, I am confirmed in the opinion that the negotiation, which was difficult and delicate, was managed with great tact and good judgment by the two consuls. But this referred merely to the use of Trescott and its results, not to Bunch's use of Muir. The British government was, indeed, prepared to defend the action of its agents in securing, indirectly from the South, an acknowledgement of certain principles of international law. Russell did not believe that Lincoln was foolhardy enough to quarrel with England and France, though Hammond, Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs, is persuaded that Seward wishes to pick a quarrel. Inquiry was promptly made of France, through Cowley, as to her stand in the matter of the consuls at Charleston, Russell intimating, by an inquiry, later printed in the parliamentary papers, as to the initiation of the declaration of Paris negotiations, that it was Thuvenel who had first suggested the approach to the South through the consuls. This was an error of memory, and Cowley was perturbed by Thuvenel's reticence in reply to the main question. The latter stated that if a like American demand were made on France, undoubtedly, he could not give up an agent who had done no more than execute the orders entrusted to him. This looked like harmony, but the situation for the two countries was not the same, as no demand had been made for the recall of Beligny. Cowley was, in reality, anxious and suspicious, for Thuvenel, in conversation, attributed Seward's anger to Bunch's alleged indiscretions in talk, and made it clear that France would not stand by unless Seward should protest to France against the fact of a communication, not a negotiation, having been held with the Confederacy. Before the French reply was secured, Russell had prepared but not sent an answer to Adams, notifying him that the bag from Bunch, on examination, was found not to contain correspondence of the enemies of the government of the United States, as had been suspected, and transmitting a copy of Bunch's explanation of the reason for forwarding private letters. In another letter to Adams of the same date, Russell avowed the government's responsibility for Bunch's action on the Declaration of Paris, and declined to recall him, adding, "But when it is stated in a letter from some person not named, that the first step to the recognition of the Southern States by Great Britain has been taken, the undersigned begs to decline all responsibility for such a statement. Her Majesty's government have already recognized the belligerent character of the Southern States, and they will continue to recognize them as belligerents. But Her Majesty's government have not recognized and are not prepared to recognize the so-called Confederate States as a separate and independent state." Adams received Russell's two notes on September 13 and merely stated that they would be dispatched by the next steamer. That Russell was anxious is shown by a careful letter of caution to Leon instructing him, if sent away from Washington, to express in the most dignified and guarded terms that the course taken by the Washington government must be the result of a misconception on their part, and that you shall retire to Canada in the persuasion that the misunderstanding will soon cease, and the former friendly relations be restored. Meantime, Russell was far from satisfied with Bunch, writing Leon to inform him that the statements made in regard to his proceedings require explanation. The failure of Seward to demand Beligny's recall worried Russell. He wrote to Palmerston on September 19, "I cannot believe that the Americans, having made no demand on the French to disavow Beligny or Baligny, will send away Leon," and he thought that Seward ought to be satisfied as England had disavowed the offensive part of Bunch's supposed utterances. He was not in favor of sending reinforcements to the American stations. "If they do not quarrel about Bunch, we may rest on our oars for the winter." There was nothing further to do save to wait Seward's action on receipt of the British refusal to recall Bunch. At this moment, Leon at Washington was writing in a hopeful view of avoiding abstract assertions of principles, but accustoming the North to the practice of British recognition of Southern belligerent rights. Leon believed that Seward would not go further than to withdraw Bunch's exequatur, but he was anxious for the return of Mercier, long absent with Prince Napoleon, since "our position is unluckily not exactly the same with that of France." On October 12, Leon conferred at length with Seward on the Bunch matter, as usual, privately and unofficially. Seward dwelt on a letter just received from Motley assuring him that Great Britain was not unfriendly to the United States, and appeared anxious not to pick a quarrel, yet hardly knowing how to retract from his original position. Leon told Seward that it would be impossible to carry on the diplomatic business. On the false hypothesis that the United States government did not know England and France had recognized the belligerent rights of the South, and he urged Russell to get from France an open acknowledgement, such as England has made, that she negotiated with the Confederacy. Leon thought Mercier would try to avoid this, thus seeking to bring pressure on the British government to adopt his plan of an early recognition of Southern independence. Like Cowley, Lyons was disturbed at the French evasion of direct support in the Bunch affair. Bunch's formal denial to Leon of the charges made against him by the United States was confined to 3 points. He asserted his disbelief that Muir carried any dispatches from the de facto government at Richmond. He protested that there was not one single paper in my bag which was not entirely and altogether on Her Majesty's service. and he explained the alleged passport was not intended as such, but was merely a certificate stating that Mr. Muir was charged by me with dispatches. But he acknowledged that in the certificate's description of Muir as a British merchant, a possible error had been committed, adding, however, that he had supposed anyone would understand, since the words British subject had not been used, that Muir was in reality a naturalized citizen of America. This explanation was received by Russell on October 21. Leon's comment on Bunch's explanation, made without knowledge of what would be Seward's final determination, was that if Bunch had any further excuses to make about the private letters carried by Muir, he should drop 2 weak points in his argument. I mean the distinction between B merchant and BS, and the distinction between a document requesting that the bearer may be permitted to pass freely and receive all proper protection and assistance, and a passport. Russell, on receipt of Bunch's explanation, was also dissatisfied, first because Bunch had violated Leon's instructions against entrusting dispatches to persons carrying private correspondence, and second, because Bunch gives no distinct denial to the newspaper stories that he had gossiped about his activities and had stated them to be a first step toward recognition. These criticisms were directed entirely to Bunch's conduct subsequent to the overture to the South. On the propriety of that act, Russell supported Bunch with vigor. October 26, Seward read to Leon the instruction to Adams on the revocation of Bunch's exequatur. The ground taken for this, reported Leon, was an evasion of that charge of communicating with the South for which Russell had avowed responsibility, and a turning to the charge that Bunch was personally unacceptable longer to the United States because of his partisanship to the South, as evidenced by various acts and especially as shown by his reported assertion that Great Britain had taken a first step to recognition. Never, wrote Lyons, were serious charges brought upon a slighter foundation. No one who has read Mr. Bunch's dispatches to your lordship, and to me can consider him as in the least degree a partisan of the Southern cause. When Mr. Seward had finished reading the dispatch, I remained silent. After a short pause, I took leave of him courteously and withdrew. As will have been noted, Leon had foreseen the American decision against Bunch on purely personal grounds, had been relieved that this would be the issue, and had forewarned Russell. His dispatch just cited may be regarded as a suggestion of the proper British refutation of charges, but with acceptance of the American decision. Nevertheless, he wrote gloomily on the same day of future relations with the United States. At the same time, Russell, also foreseeing Seward's action, was not disturbed. He thought it still not off the cards that the Southern Confederates may return to the Union. Our conduct must be strictly neutral, and it will be. Upon receipt of Leon's dispatch and letter of October 28, Russell wrote to Palmerston, I do not attach much importance to this letter of Leon. It is the business of Seward to feed the mob with sacrifices every day, and we happen to be the most grateful food he can offer. For Russell saw clearly that Great Britain could not object to the removal of Bunch on the purely personal grounds alleged by Seward. There followed in due course the formal notification by Adams on November 21, just 6 days before he learned of the Trent affair, which had occurred on November 8. That alarming incident, no doubt, colored the later communications of both parties, for while both Adams and Russell indulged in several lengthy argumentative papers, such as are dear to the hearts of lawyers and diplomats, the only point of possible further dispute was on the claim of Great Britain that future occasions might arise where, in defense of British interests, it would be absolutely necessary to communicate with the Confederacy. Adams acknowledged a British duty to protect its citizens, but reasserted the American right to dismiss any British agent who should act as Bunch had done. On December 9, Russell closed the matter by stating that he did not perceive that any advantage would be obtained by the continuance of this correspondence. Bunch was expected to leave Charleston as soon as a safe conveyance could be provided for him, but this was not immediately forthcoming. In fact, he remained at Charleston until February 1863, actively engaged, but official papers were signed by his vice-consul. In the excitement over the Trent, he seems rapidly to have disappeared from the official as he did from the public horizon. The Bunch controversy, seemingly of no great importance in so far as the alleged personal grounds of complaint are concerned, had its real significance in the effort of Great Britain to make contact with the Southern government, an effort incautiously entered upon, and from which an attempt to withdraw had come too late. The result was British assertion of a right in case of necessity to make such contact, having recognized the South as a belligerent, but a discontinuance of the practice under the American protest. While this controversy was in progress, the attention of the British government was directed to a proposal urged by Mercier upon Lyon in Washington, which appeared to have the support of the French government. On September 30, Mercier, so Lyons reported, had received a private letter from Thuvenel expressing great concern over the prospective scarcity of cotton from America due to the blockade and asking Mercier's advice. The latter now informed Lyons that his reply had outlined the following steps. First, complete harmony of action between England and France. Second, recognition of Southern independence. Third, refusal longer to recognize the blockade. Fourth, England and France to be alert to seize the favorable moment when the North became disheartened, the present moment not being a good one. This policy Mercier thought so bold that the North would be deterred from declaring war. The two diplomats held long argument over this suggestion. Lyon acknowledged the general pressure for cotton, but thought there was no need of great alarm as yet, and also advanced the idea that in the end, Europe would benefit by being forced to develop other sources of supply, thus being freed from such exclusive dependence on the United States. Mercier answered that France was in dire need and could not wait, and he urged that mere recognition of the South would not secure cotton. It was necessary also to break the blockade. In comment to Russell, Lyon agreed that this was true, but thought the fact in itself an argument against accepting Mercier's ideas. The time is far distant when the intervention of England and France in the quarrel would be welcomed, or, unless under compulsion, tolerated by the American peoples. The South had not yet gone far enough in establishing its independence to render a recognition of it either proper or desirable for European powers. And he stated with emphasis that recognition would not end the war unless there was also an alliance with the South. In the British cabinet also, at this same time, attention was being directed to the question of cotton, not, primarily, by any push from the British manufacturing interest, but because of queries addressed to it by the French minister in London. Russell wrote to Palmerston, referring to the inquiry of Flahault, "I agree with you that the cotton question may become serious at the end of the year." But he added that Lindsay had informed him that in any case cotton could not be brought in the wintertime from the interior to the southern ports. In truth, any serious thought given at this time to the question of cotton appears to be the result of the French arguments at London and Washington advocating a vigorous American policy. October 19, Lyon and Mercier renewed debate on exactly the same lines as previously, Mercier this time reading to Lyon an instruction from Thuvenel and his reply. Lyons insisted that the North would most certainly declare war on any power that recognized the South, and asserted that such a war would cause more suffering many times than all the suffering now caused by the shortage of cotton. Yet Lyon felt compelled to use caution and conciliation in dealing with Mercier, because of the desire to preserve close harmony of attitude. A few clays later, Lyon comments seemed wholly justified when Mercier reported to him the tone of a conversation with Seward, after having left with him a copy of Thuvenel's instruction. Seward said plainly that the United States would go to war with any foreign power that tried to interfere, and that the only way in which France could get cotton was by a northern conquest of the South. He acknowledged that the United States might be defeated, but he informed Mercier that France would at least know there had been a war. On his part, Mercier told Seward that in his opinion there was but one possible outcome in America separation, and that he had advised Thuvenel that the true policy of England and France was to recognize the South and bring about a peaceful separation. Lyon's comment to Russell is that Seward had certainly taken a high, tone-evident justification of Lyon's previously expressed opinion. Seward had been very eager to learn whether England knew of Thuvenel's instruction, to which Mercier replied, no, and was now anxious that Russell should not reveal to Adams that Lyon had known the contents before delivery to Seward, a caution with which Lyon was very content. Lyon's first report of Mercier's ideas had been received in London at a rather critical moment. On October 17, just after Adams' complaint about Bunch and Russell's answer, while waiting to see whether Seward would magnify that incident into a cause of rupture, and 4 days before Bunch's unsatisfactory explanation had been received, Russell wrote to Palmerston. There is much good sense in Mercier's observations, but we must wait. I am persuaded that if we do anything, it must be on a grand scale. It will not do for England and France to break a blockade for the sake of getting cotton. But in Europe, powers have often said to belligerents, make up your quarrels. We propose to give terms of pacification which we think fair and equitable. If you accept them, well and good. But if your adversary accepts them and you refuse them, our mediation is at an end, and you may expect to see us your enemies. France would be quite ready to hold this language with us. If such a policy were to be adopted, the time for it would be the end of the year, or immediately before the meeting of Parliament. Apparently Russell, under the irritations of the moment, was somewhat carried away by Mercier's suggestion. That it was but a briefly held thought has been shown by expressions from him already cited. Nor was he alone in ministerial uncertainty, but Palmerston was not inclined to alter British policy. October 18, he replied to Russell. As to North America, our best and true policy seems to be to go on as we have begun, and to keep quite clear of the conflict between North and South. The only excuse would be the danger to the intervening parties if the conflict went on, but in the American case, this cannot be pleaded by the powers of Europe. I quite agree with you that the want of cotton would not justify such a proceeding, unless, indeed, the distress created by that want was far more serious than it is likely to be. The probability is that some cotton will find its way to us from America, and that we shall get a greater supply than usual from other quarters. The only thing to do seems to be to lie on our oars and to give no pretext to the Washingtonians to quarrel with us, while, on the other hand, we maintain our rights and those of our fellow countrymen. In Washington, the result of Mercier's conversation with Seward, outlining Thuvenel's suggestions, was a long and carefully prepared dispatch to Dayton, in Paris, which the biographer of Seward thinks was one of his great dispatches. Perhaps it was his greatest, if we consider his perfect balance and the diplomatic way in which he seemed to ignore what was menacing, while he adroitly let Thuvenel see what the result would be if the implied threats should be carried out. Seward argued with skill the entire matter of cotton, but he was none the less firm in diplomatic defiance of foreign intervention. Since Great Britain had taken no part in the French schema point, which Seward was careful to make clear to Dayton, the dispatch needs no expanded treatment here. Its significance is that when reported to Lyons by Mercier, for Seward had read it to the latter, the British minister could pride himself on having already pointed out to both Mercier and Russell that Seward's line was exactly that which he had prophesied. Mercier, again, was very anxious that his confidences to Lyon should not become known, and Lyon was glad indeed to be wholly free from any share in the discussion. 2 days after thus describing events, Lyon, on November 6, had still another communication, and apparently a last on this topic, with Mercier, in which the two men again went over the whole ground of national policy toward America, and in which their divergent views became very apparent. The arguments were the same, but expressed with more vigor. Mercier seems, indeed, to have attempted to rush Lyons into acquiescence in his policy. Lyon finally observed to him that he had no reason to suppose that Her Majesty's government considered the time was come for entertaining at all the question of recognizing the South, and asked what good such a step would do anyway. Mercier replied that he did not believe that the North would declare war, and so it would be a step toward settlement. To this, Lyon took positive exception. Lyon's report of this conversation was written on November 8, a date which was soon to stand out as that on which occurred an event more immediately threatening to British-American relations than any other during the Civil War. The Battle of Bull Run had left on British minds an impression of Northern incapacity in war, even a doubt of Northern courage and determination. On August 19, the declaration of Paris negotiation, a favorable result from which was eagerly desired by Russell, had failed, as he well knew when he attached to the convention that explanatory statement limiting its action in point of time. In the end, Russell felt that Britain had just escaped a trap. 2 weeks after this, Russell learned of the arrest of Muir, and soon of the demand for Bunch's recall, finally and formally made by Adams on November 21. Just 6 days later, on November 27, London heard of the Trent Affair of November 8. It is small wonder that Russell and his colleagues felt an increasing uncertainty as to the intent of the United States, and also an increasing irritation at having to guard their steps with such care in a situation where they sincerely believed the only possible outcome was the dissolution of the American Union. But up to the moment when the news of the Trent Affair was received, they had pursued a policy, so they believed, of strict and upright neutrality, and were fixed in the determination not to permit minor controversies or economic advantage to divert them from it.